Okay, awesome. You guys have to let me know if you can hear me. Because I'm not sure if you can, but let me know how the sound is. Hello, hello. Welcome in, everyone. All right, let me pin that. Awesome. Hey, Sparkles, welcome. Oh, thank you. Thanks for letting me know. I appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. To everyone who's just joining, welcome. No video. We'll have video when we have charts to look at, beloved. There's as soon as some people pay, then we'll have some video to work with. Awesome. Cool. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome. Awesome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How's you guys' energy this week? We're heading into the Libra full moon. I'm really curious how you guys are experiencing the energy. If you want to let me know in the chat. Hey, Allie, great to see you. Thanks for joining. Okay, Sparkles, sounds good. The list is open for anyone who wants to make a payment. Whoever pays first is first up. So first paid, first read is how I work. But yeah, I'm really curious how you guys are experiencing your Libra full moon energy. This full moon is packing a pretty significant Plutonian punch. So there's a lot of inner power struggle stuff going on in our interpersonal dynamics right now. So I'd be curious if you guys are feeling that, noticing that, or something else. If you're just joining, welcome. The way this works is you can submit payment via the PayPal link above for a one question, one chart mini reading. The readings are about 4 minutes, unless, of course, you pay for the tarot pull. And the tarot pull will go after the 4 minutes. I'll do the chart for 4 minutes, and then I'll do the 3-card tarot or the oracle pull for you for greater illumination on the messages. I have a payment here from Jamie. Hey, Jamie, welcome. Thank you so much. So I have your payment, Jamie. Whenever you're ready to post your birth details, I need your birth location, your birth date, time if you have it, but if you don't, I can still read your chart. And then I can go ahead, and then I need your question. Okay. So go ahead and post your question, Jamie. I do have your payment, and anyone else who wants to make a payment, you can do that. Jamie's right now the only one on the list, so that means you get to be next. Awesome. Okay, Jamie, I see your information here. And then I also have a reading here from a payment here from Paula. So we'll do Jamie, and then we'll do Paula. And then if you're just joining and you'd like to get on the list, you certainly can. List is open. Jamie and Paula are the only two on it, and I'm about to read for Jamie now. Hey, Oh, Glitterati, it's great to see you, hon. Just had to plug my phone in. Let's do this. Let me go ahead and share the screen here we go. All right, so for Jamie, we have birth Millinocket, Maine. Knocket, okay. January 14, 1977. And we have 1:23 a.m. Okay, great. Let me share again for Jamie. Okay, cool. All right, Miss Jamie, the question is, I did the Chiron chart. Question is, how do I apply Mars energy to house 2? Okay, got it. Let me go ahead and set the timer. And I see that you have a tarot pull to grab some additional insight. So that's fantastic. We'll do that for you as well. Jamie, I see your Chiron there is in house 6. Okay. And so you correctly identified that the wounding is in Aries. The ruler of Aries is Mars. Mars rests in house 3 here in Capricorn. So this is about taking the initiative to provide structure, taking the initiative to provide boundaries, to stick to a plan, to strategize, and being the one to do it, being the one to take that on, not waiting to see where other people are at, not trying to balance out with others, but actively taking the initiative to provide the structure, provide the plan. In other words, to really kind of be the leader, so to speak. With that 3rd house placement, this is in thought and word. So in the way you're thinking and in the way you're communicating, you being the one to initiate, well, let's do a plan, let's do a strategy, let's figure out how to overcome or deal with this. You're being the one in thought and word to provide that guidance in your connection with other people. So all of that said, once you do that, some of these issues here with Chiron in the 6th house, which can provide a lot of issues with people who work below you, your employees, your subordinates who report into you, people who work above you, your boss. Those are places where I see you can have some real struggles. I see you can also maybe have some problems here with sibling, cousins, and neighbors and soul family. Just in being yourself with these people, it can always feel like you're walking on eggshells for almost no apparent reason. You're just kind of feeling not good enough or feeling rather a bit misunderstood by these people quite frequently. And so when I look at this for you and I see that Mars in the 3rd house, those challenges, that pain, that struggle, it gets resolved when you're the one who takes initiative to communicate, you know what, this isn't really working for me. I need to put in place a plan so that you can get what you need and I can get what I need. Let's have a conversation. 3rd house, conversation, Capricorn, strategy, Mars, you taking the initiative, the motivation upon yourself to problem solve. And the more you're able to do that in the situations with people where you're really struggling, because I see this probably shows up most significantly for you in the work or project realm more than anything else. There certainly can be some psychosomatic illnesses when the stress bubbles over from having been just pressed down, it kind of explodes into the physical body space here. Stress can really be carried in your body with that Chiron in the 6th house. But for you, it seems to come mainly from a real sense of just self-consciousness more than anything, Jamie. And the more you're able to, even just share that, I'm feeling really self-conscious in this setting, and this is why, this is what's going on for me. And I remember somebody last year, shared certain things like that with me. He had said, like back in the day, I really used to have this huge crush on you. And this was like, 2-3 years since. I'm like, dude, why didn't you ever say anything? And more importantly, like, why are you saying anything now? And he said one of the most simple but beautiful things. He said to me, I just want to be known. I just want to be seen. And I realize I've been preventing myself from being seen in connection with people. I'm just sharing to be present, to be fully present here without anything withheld. And that kind of sharing for you, given the placement of your particular Chiron wounding and the solution here with Mars, is exactly the kind of sharing that's going to help resolve some of the self-consciousness that can show up for you when it comes to your connection with others, in particular, like I said, in the work world and in the soul family world. And it'll allow you to start to feel more at peace. Jamie, I'm going to pull some cards for you for additional illumination about healing that Chiron wound for you. You can let me know if you prefer Oracle or if you prefer Tarot. Let me know. Okay, now I get it. Thank you so much. Good. I'm glad. I'm really glad to hear it. Yeah, it was such a simple and profound thing that he said that. I was like, wow, okay, I get it. And I frequently share from that perspective with people in my world as well, but I'd never heard it articulated that way. And when he said it that way, I was like, oh, okay, I get it. You don't actually need me to do anything about it. You're not actually trying to get with me. You're just trying to be connected to yourself while you are connected to me. And that totally co-sign, totally get, totally endorse. Let's do some clarification and illumination for Jamie about what it takes to heal. Let's get some of that. This is really good. This is really great, Jamie. So the first deck that ever really came to me, like I had a dream about this deck before I ever saw this deck. Like I could see the back of the cards in a dream. And then I looked on YouTube and somebody was using these cards. And I was like, what are those cards? I saw them in a dream. It was crazy. So for your 3-card pull, I'm using the Santa Muerte deck, Tarot de Santa Muerte. Muerta. And the first card that came out was 2 of Cups, Chariot reversed. And then for the final card, it came out with its own clarifier, and that is the 9 of Cups reversed and the 3 of Swords reversed. And so when I see this mini spread, Jamie, and Paula, if you would get your question ready, Paula, you're going to be next. If you could go ahead and put in your birth details, that would be great, so I can get them set up as soon as I'm done with Jamie. What I'm seeing here in this deck, the 2 of Cups card has, it almost looks like the Temperance card, where there is 1 cup pouring love, like, water, liquid love into another cup. And then that person reaching its hand to touch the heart of the other person. And so there's like a continuous loop. Love from one goes into the other, then that one touches the heart of the first one. And so there's this loop here of heart, love, heart, mind, love going on with the 2 of Cups in this deck. And so what's interesting is that because it's a Santa Muerte deck, it's based on kind of like the Mexican celebration of Dia de los Muertos, like the Day of the Dead. It's about honoring the ancestors, honoring the past, honoring what's come forth. These two beautiful souls in this deck, they're skeletons. They honor with the skeletal figure, and the two heads are cups. And so what we have is this mental head energy from this card pouring into the head of another. And this really echoes about that Chiron solution. It's about sharing mentally, communication, what's going on inside of you, not holding that back. And in sharing that with others, it opens up the heart of others as well. And that allows you to be on the same page with people. Chariot reverse, and this is, it's no accident this one came out. This is about sharing without needing to have a destination or an outcome in mind. This is about sharing without needing for it to go anywhere, but sharing just so that you can have connection, just so that you can be fully present. And then with the 9 of Cups reversed and the 3 of Swords reversed, again, there's two messages here. There's this energy of sharing so that without the need for wish fulfillment, sharing without the need for it to go anywhere, sharing so that you can be fully present, not so that you can get, but sharing so that you can just be fully in the space. And that's going to eliminate some of the 3 of Swords energy here, the heartbreak energy that you've had in the past around feeling misunderstood at times. So that's the first message around it. But then when I see that 9 of Cups, 3 of Swords reversed, this is also telling me that sharing is, the more you share, the less pain you're going to have around not having your wishes fulfilled, with people kind of always feeling a bit left out, with people always feeling misunderstood by people. The more you do that sharing and that communication, the easier it's going to be with others, instead of constantly feeling like you have been pushed to the side and or overlooked. So those are your messages about your Chiron. Thank you so much for allowing me to read for you. I appreciate that. That is Miss Jamie, or Mr. Jamie. Forgive me if I got the pronouns incorrect there. Let me go ahead and do Paula now. So the list is open. If you're just joining, I welcome you. The way to get on the list, I just pasted it, but it's also pinned above. You can make a payment there through PayPal. I'm also going to shortly here, if you need Venmo, I'll open up Venmo as well, but PayPal is what I'm working with for now. Let me go ahead and pull up Paula's chart. Let me close this full moon chart that I was working with. Okay, and I can share screen. There we go. Okay, Paula wants to know, list is open for anyone who wants to get on it. You can always join it, just make your payment. And when I call your name, you can certainly join. Hope Glitterati, thanks for directing traffic. I really appreciate it. Okay, so Paula is Peru. Lima. 3/21, happy belated birthday. And let's see, 9 o'clock p.m. Great. All right, Paula, let's do this, hon. Okay, so Paula wants to know, let me go ahead and hit the timer. I've been feeling an ease in the energy that I haven't felt in so long, especially since going different ways from Divine Counterpart about 5 years ago. Very nice, Paula. What's your question? What is the best way to make use of this positive easy flowing energy for my growth. It kind of makes me not worry much about anything. Yeah. So this is a function, and Paula, you're not the only one feeling this. This is a direct function of the Jupiter-Neptune conjunction, soon to be joined here by Venus. It is a beautiful, beautiful energy. It's very faith driven. This energy is sitting directly on top of your natal Venus. Whenever Jupiter conjuncts natal Venus, you do get an energy of like, I don't know why, but everything's just going to work out for me. There's a sense of innate positivity. It's a really beautiful energy. I've been working with this energy all year as well, because I also have Venus in Pisces. And it's just this very spiritual connectedness, this sense of like, I don't know why, but it's things are going to work out, things are going to fall into place. And I think another piece of this for you has to do with the fact that Venus is the ruler of your seventh house cusp line. Seventh house is house of committed partnership and romance. And so when I see that, it's also business partnerships and commitments like contracts. So that seventh house cusp line, because you also have a very positive seventh house cusp, yours is not afflicted. You've got Jupiter in the seventh house as well. Like you are moving into a period of time and an opportunity at this juncture where relationship, let me put it this way. This is probably the first time in about 12 years, because Jupiter takes 12 years to get around the wheel, where you have felt this positive about love and life and what's possible for you. Venus is also the ruler of Libra, which governs the tail end of your house of wish fulfillment up here. And so this super positive, super beautiful energy is going to be with you for the next couple of months. I would say the next 60 days, 45 days. It's going to give you this little oomph, this little boost that makes you feel like it's possible for you to love again, for you to open your heart again, for you to connect again in a way that maybe you haven't been able to before. So this is a season of love for you. This 11-5 axis is the axis of manifestation. 5 is our creative output, and 11th house is the wish fulfillment. And so where you have Jupiter, the opportunity bringer, the expander, hitting that placement, what you have going on is like just now your life can expand. Now you can move forward. Now things are possible for you that were not possible in the last segment of time. Houses 1 through 4 are our relationship with self, and that's where you've had Jupiter up until last year. Houses 5 through 7 are our relationship with other people, one-on-one. House 5 is the entry point. It's dating, romance, flirtation. Jupiter, the expander, is sitting here bringing lots of luck and opportunity to the entirety of these 5, 6, 7, 8 houses. And then we've got, 9 through 12 is our relationship with the outer world. But this Jupiter entering into the relationship houses is really opening up the potential for relationship to occur for you at this time. And this is just the beginning. You had a year here in this house. You've got a year in house 6, a year in house 7, a year in house 8. And this is kind of a once in 12-year opportunity where the next 4 years are going to be very relationship focused. And it's kicking off with this faith-driven, easygoing Jupiter conjunct Neptune sitting directly on top of your Venus, where for you, who knows what your counterpart is doing, but for you, love is on the books. Love is on deck. And so as long as you're staying open to that, Paula, that is something that can happen for you. Beautiful question. Thanks for letting me read for you. I'm going to go ahead and check my payment app here and add anyone who has just joined to the list. If anyone is just joining, welcome. My name is K Moon. I'm the same K Moon that's on the K Moon YouTube channel. And this is where I do live mini readings. I don't do it over on my main channel because unfortunately, because this content doesn't convert very highly, it just drags down the algorithm's positioning of my other content. So I just do this over here instead so that the rest of my content doesn't have this weight on it. So the list is definitely open. There's definitely your opportunity to get on it. I'm really thrilled to be able to read for you. We have, I just read for Jamie and let me see. Paula, great. Thank you, Paula. And now we have, let me see who else just joined. Jamie, Paula. I have the Balm. Thank you. You are on the list. If your PayPal name is the Balm, I have you. I have Paulini. Welcome. I don't think I've seen you here in a minute, so I'm happy to read for you. I've got Leah Taylor, Leah T. I've got your payment. You are on the list. Christine D. I've got your payment. You are on the list. And Leah, I see you want to do the tarot as well. Got it. Okay, let me just make sure I haven't missed anyone. Okay, that's everybody. And I'm going to add, so the Balm, if you could go ahead and place your reading details, your birth details. So I need your birth date, your birth location, and if you have it, your birth time. So if you can place those details in the chat for me, the Balm, I will read for you next. And then add your question to that. That would be great. Open up Venmo today for some folks. Just let me grab the link. Some of you prefer Venmo, so I will provide you with that. Let me come back here and drop that in. Cool. And let me make that the new pinned comment. Cool. Okay, so you just catch up here what's going on in the chat. Hey, Flower and Forgiveness, welcome. Glad that made sense, Jamie C. PS and LM. I think Hope Glitterati got you guys squared away. Hey, Lynn. Hey, Lynn, I was thinking about you yesterday. I'm hoping your recovery went well. Yeah, I'm still recovering. Okay, but never got my paid Uranus workshop next month. I'd like to get a reading. Okay, cool. I never had a Uranus workshop, only the Chiron workshop, and all the details, Lynn, I know you signed up for it. They're in your inbox. You just need to search for it. I'm hoping it's Chiron workshop, not Uranus. But yeah, it's all in your inbox, all your login information. If you can't remember how to log in, Lynn, go to my website and you'll see where it says class login on K-Moon Astro, and I walk you through in a video how to log in. Okay. All right. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, Balm is Michelle. Okay, cool. Awesome, Michelle. Okay, let's get your question together. Have I met or when will I be in union with my divine counterpart? Ooh, okay, Michelle, I'm gonna ask you to rethink that only because I can't answer that question. I'm not psychic in that particular type of way. Michelle, in fact, what I'm gonna go ahead and read for Paulini. I think Paulini has been here before. You'll get a better sense of what kind of things I can ask. Have you met a counterpart or when? I can tell you when it's the energy is likely, but Lord only knows what you're going to be doing with your free will at that time. Like we just saw with Paula, she's in a season where love is in the air for her, a 4-year kind of transit for that. And I can certainly tell you if love is in the air, Michelle, but I cannot tell you you're guaranteed to meet a divine counterpart on this day. Astrology doesn't work like that. You've got way too much sovereignty, way too much free will, way too much capacity to do what you want, when you feel like it. Because as much as I wish that the stars operated like puppet strings, they don't. They don't control us. So if you want to just know kind of seasons of love in general, like what your potential is this year and in the years to come, I can talk to you about that. But if it needs to be specifically about a divine counterpart, I can't talk to you about that. That's something that's really more governed by you and your connection with divine, the divine, and your soul growth and how you're working your soul lessons. Not everyone is scheduled to meet a divine counterpart. And those of us who have will tell you, be grateful, be grateful, be grateful if you can have a love that's very simple and very true. I understand. Can I get a general love reading? Yes, ma'am. I can do that for you, Miss Michelle. I can totally do that for you. Let me share screen so you can watch me put your chart together. And Michelle was born in Boston, Mass. And Michelle was born on March 2nd. Hey, happy birthday. 1988, 11:45 a.m. Very cool. All right, Miss Michelle, let me go ahead and hit that. And then, cool. And okay. So Miss Michelle, I see for you too, interestingly enough, are headed into a mini season of love where you've got Jupiter the expander here. Oops, I need to resume sharing. There we go. The expander here is sitting with Neptune there. But Jupiter is sitting with Neptune and making about to, interestingly enough, next year come sit with your Juno, Venus, and Jupiter. Now that's interesting to me because all three of them are sitting together, and these are three planetary energies that are indicative of love energy for you. And so with that, what I'm noticing is that while not this year, but next year is a pretty big love season for you. And I think you're going to be surprised at how it plays out and what happens and who comes in. And the reason I say I think there's going to be some surprise with it has to do with the fact that it kind of all happens at once because you have all these planets sitting in the same location. So Juno represents our partners and the partner we can actually settle down and commit to. Thank God in your chart, Juno and Venus are sitting together in the same sign because Venus represents the kind of partner we'll always be attracted to, even if they're not the kind of person we can commit to. And then Jupiter in traditional astrology represents the husband. And so when transit Jupiter, the expander, the opportunity bringer comes to sit with any one of these, it automatically brings a love transit. But because Jupiter is coming to sit with all of them, you have them all sitting in the same place at the same time in your natal chart. Transit Jupiter is going to come sit with them together it's going to open up a season of love for you that allows you to find, like, let's just say in the last 2 or 3 years, I see maybe you've been putting yourself out in love and relationship, but the quality of people that you've been meeting just haven't been a match for who you are and where you're headed. That quality is going to dramatically shift. And it's going to shift as early as next month, June. Next 2 months, June, as Jupiter gets into the beginning of Aries. But this year, you're still going to be in a very work-focused period of time with Jupiter in the 10th house. Jupiter doesn't get to your 11th house where this energy sits. Jupiter does not get there until next year, 2024. And so this year in particular, there's some expansion in career, there's some expansion in money, there's some expansion in the way you're serving. Your work houses are illuminated by the opportunity bringer right now. The opportunity bringer will provide opportunity for love next year in a really significant and very beautiful way. So I'm thrilled about this for you. I see that during the Venus retrograde at the start of this year, so November, December, January, February, you may have either been dealing in heart or in the third dimension. Looks like third dimension because this is Capricorn earth sign. During that Venus retrograde period of time, December, January, February, March, or no, November, December, January, you may have been dealing with someone from your past. They came in for some sort of resolution, some revisitation of something may have happened for you, Michelle. That got complete as we closed out March. And so now you're in this new season. There's some things on the work up leveling that has to happen, sequentially speaking, in the now time with Jupiter in the career house. And then that opportunity bringer and expander will get out here into the house of where all your partnership energy sits, and that's next year. So this is meant to go into a flow. There's a sequence here. Try to be patient with it. Some of the biggest opportunities for you in love really open up next year. This year was really about closing out that last cycle with the person you were dealing with at the tail end of last year, whether it was in your heart or in your physical space, so that something new can occur next year. Now, I'm not saying that if there was a person there previously, Halini, go ahead and paste your question, sweetheart. I'm going to do you next. If there was a person there previously that you might like to reconcile with, is that possible next year? I'm not going to say no to it, but I just can't guarantee it. That's all, sweetheart. All right. Thank you so much, The Bomb. I hope that resonates for you. You'll have to let me know. What I was definitely seeing was that this is a moment in time where all eyes were on you in the career world, giving you an opportunity to take a major step up, reset your level, like your baseline, and from that higher vibration, you then go into your season of love. And that's actually the way it should be. New love comes with a new season, new vibration in us. And that's exactly what you're getting the opportunity to do. All right, Paulini, let's have your question. Thank you so much, The Bomb. It was great to read for you. All right. Cool. Okay, so the list I have right now, I'm going to read for Paulini, then Leah T, then Christine D, and then Jonah Lynn. List is open. If you'd like to get on it, I can definitely read for you. Thank you so much. Resonates so much. My career is definitely on fire right now. All word. Hey, ride that pony, Michelle. Ride that pony, please. Like up level work-wise, because you're going to be in a different place to attract love from once Jupiter completes in that house. So, and it's a short transit. It's like only 6 months, 6 to 8 months. So use this, milk this for the work opportunities that you are receiving right now. And when you're ready, not when you're ready, but then the season will change and it'll move into a love season for you next year. Okay. So after Paulini, then we'll do Leah T. So for those of you who prefer to pay via Venmo, The Venmo link is available for you. Um, and the PayPal link is available. Let's see. Um, let's see what the chat says. Um, just sent money for a mini reading. Leo Sun, did you hear me say your name? Are you Jonah Lynn or Christine D or Leah T? Let me know what your PayPal or Venmo name is so I know to look for you. Vibe and Shine, yes, you are lucky you haven't met him yet. I call it the eternal torture. It can be Vibe and Shine. I mean, you certainly get access to a lot higher levels of consciousness, but breaking with the level of consciousness that most humanity is at can be a real mind fuck. It's challenging for sure, but beautiful at the same. Yeah, it can be. Jackpot for Michelle is right. Valkyrie, welcome. Great to see you here. Vibe and Shine says, I wish Kay would start a membership, right? Where we can all pay a light monthly fee and then we can all hang out in a special private group and talk astrology all the time. Vibe and Shine, it's on deck, not for this year. I have to put together some more content, some more evergreen content to make it useful to people. Right now, I don't have anything that would make it worth it for me and worth it for you. It would be a bit of a win-lose. And so I'm waiting till I have enough content gathered for it to be a win-win for me to provide that level of support and service. But it's definitely in the back of my mind. It would be far more work than it would be worth it at this time for me. Michelle, you're welcome. I'm glad that resonates. Let's see. What is PS says? Okay. Valkyrie says, I'm dying. Ride that pony, Michelle. Yeah, Astro Butterfly is lovely. I love her email. She is so sharp. I love everything. Like when I get her emails, I'm like, ooh, okay, what's she talking about? Okay, so Pauline says, I have a very specific question. I have a very important exam on the 25th of April. I would like to know how to navigate through the planetary positions and energy to make sure it goes well on that day. Okay, great question. Oh, thanks, Vibe and Shine. Yeah. Astro Butterfly is one of a kind, and I will own that too, that I am also one of a kind. I don't know very many people who read the way I do, because a lot of the way I read has been given to me by my spiritual guidance team. Some of the things that I see and the way I see, I don't hear anybody talking about the stuff the way I talk about it. Some stuff, yeah, but there's other stuff where I'm like, nobody has said this. I don't even know if it's correct. I also don't care because I was told it was, and I can see how it is, and people say it resonates. So I just kind of roll with what I have been shown. I can definitely confirm that the way that I have been educated astrologically is not traditional, and it's coming through from somewhere that is not Earth, or maybe from my past lives here on Earth, but certainly not this lifetime. There's no amount of reading that I could have done or study that would have provided me with what I am able to do at this point. So it's definitely coming from somewhere that's not this lifetime for me. Okay, Paulini, so you have this exam coming up on April 25th. Let me just get to that date and see. You got 10 days, girl. I need you to study. Oh, but it's so hard to study right now, I see. It has been so hard to study. Dang. Okay, here's a trick for you. Here's a tip. This Jupiter-Neptune conjunction for you is occurring there in your 12th house. And that 12th house, this is Jupiter-Neptune conjunction. Venus is leaning into the mix. On that day, yeah, it's Jupiter, Neptune, and Venus kind of all sitting together. So there's a ton of luck. But this is your house of the subconscious mind. So what you're going to have to do, and what you can do to work with this energy really well, is support your subconscious to retain the information. Now, I know this is going to sound super crazy. A lot of people prefer to work with flashcards. With this kind of energy in a chart, I'll never forget it. in the 6th grade, I had a history test and I could not fail it because then my grade would fall below a C, and then there would be problems in my house. I was not allowed to get below B's in my house. So growing up. And so what I did, like I had just gotten like a Walkman for Christmas that year. I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember Walkmans, but I do. So I sat there and I recorded. It was a history exam, and the teacher told us this is exactly what you are going to be tested on. You need to know the dates of these particular events, and you also need to know the locations. And she was like, you need to know city, state, and capital, or like country and capital and locations on the map. And so I programmed it. I took out my little recording device, my little tape recorder, and I made a tape about a week before the exam of the things that I knew I'd have to remember. And because on a cassette tape, you could have 30 minutes or 60 minutes. And so I recorded myself repeating the same things over and over for a full 60-minute cassette tape. And what I did for the week leading up to that exam, every night when I went to sleep, I just put my headphones on and I fell asleep listening to myself repeat the same information over and over. It didn't make for great sleep, I'm going to tell you. Like, because I would have to rewind once the tape stopped, or if I catch it stop, I'd rewind and then go back to the beginning and listen again until I'd fall asleep again. And so I did that in addition to my normal evening studies. So do your normal evening studies. I'm seeing here that it's hard for you right now. Studying, like you really are only able to study if you feel like it. And most of the time, you don't feel like it, even though you know you need to. I see this as a problem. So take the normal time you need to take to study. And then the things that you have to memorize for the exam, the things that aren't kind of thought process related, like kind of like, you know, essay related, the things that are actual correct yes or no answers, put those on a cassette with, or not a cassette, I mean, you know, record them digitally and re-listen, because now you can just loop it without needing to rewind anything. That's the best way to use Jupiter, the opportunity bringer, Venus, bringer of luck, the two of them together on like the luckiest time period of the year. That week is the luckiest week of the year. With Jupiter and Neptune together, coming together in the house of the subconscious mind, program it. That's the best thing I can tell you to do with this energy, is just program yourself. Study the way you normally do as best as you're able, but then, in your chart, use your subconscious mind to your advantage, okay? Paulini, I see you also have a little astro pull. So I'm going to go ahead and facilitate that for you now. Let me shuffle, or tarot pull for your astro. That's the problem. Yeah, I know. I can see you're in a period of time for about the next 4 or 5 months where studying is going to be really difficult. It's going to be difficult to force yourself to do it, because I see there in your chart, it's like you want to do anything but study for the next 4 or 5 months. But you can utilize that strategy that I just mentioned for the next 2 months to at least get through important exams and things that you have to have memorized. Okay, 3 cards for Paulini. Yeah, oh, I forgot to tell you what happened with that exam. I got an A+. In 6th grade on that history exam, I got an A+, and it significantly lifted my grade in that class. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay, so here's the 3 cards that came out. I'm going to try and interpret them for studying. 3 cards for you are 9 of Swords upright, or sorry, 8 of Swords upright. And I already know you know what that card means. I'm using the Rider-Waite for you. That's all about anxiety and self-created, self-inflicted anxiety, where you feel like, kind of bound, even though you can loose yourself. We've got the Lovers reverse and the World reversed. And so this just lets me know that this cycle isn't closed, that if in some way, Paulini, you have been struggling with your grade in that particular class, and that class, like you have to pass that class, this is telling me that there might be an opportunity in another way to lift your GPA if the exam does not go well. Like there's another avenue here, like the cycle isn't closed. So a couple of things. I mean, I would study the best you can. Try the technique that I just mentioned for you, because like I said, like I made that shit up in the 6th grade, aced that test, and it significantly improved my grade in that class. My dumbass never did it again, and I should have, because there are a lot of classes I struggled with, but especially like history, geography kind of stuff. But yeah, I did it. It worked. It'll work for you with that kind of energy there in your chart. And this is telling me that there's other avenues here to get your grade together in that class. So I would also consider speaking to your professor, Paulini, and especially if your grade in that class is low or barely passing, I would consider having a conversation with, 9 of Swords upright, Lovers reverse, World reverse. I would go to your professor and I would say, listen, and I know I'm struggling in this class. We also both know I need to pass this class to progress, to move forward. I'm not a great test taker. I'm doing everything I can. Are there other ways that I can receive a passing grade in this class? Could there be other avenues, knowing that I don't test well? Because I see here that for you, there's something about this that's creating just enough anxiety for you to get in your own way, and hold yourself back. And that's not going to work, because it looks like you could ace the exam, but you got to get unanxious about the whole thing. So you might want to consider having a conversation with your professor before the exam to say, especially if your grades are struggling, you might want to talk to your professor and just say, look, I'm not a great test taker. I need this class. Leah, it's your turn. If you could paste your question. You might want to talk to the professor before the exam, not after, to say, are there other ways that I can do like extra credit, or other ways that I can make up my GPA here, or my grade in this class? Okay. Good, Paulini, give it a try. Definitely give it a try. LM Taylor. Oh, you're Leah T? Okay, got it. I know it's my thesis defense for grad school. Oh, shit, you better record that presentation. Write down what you intend to say, break it into parts, and record it. Memorization has always sucked for me. I cannot memorize I struggle to memorize. I think about it, like I've thought about it. People have asked me in the past, when I was much younger, like, hey, you get into acting? And I'm like, hell no. I can't memorize to save my life. Like, I got to program my brain to do it. Leo, what's your birth data, hon? I don't have your birth data. PS says, I just have so much brain fog. Thankfully, the exam is the last exam I need to be done with school. Very good. Congratulations, PS. High five. No, I'll definitely have to use that technique. But yes, I have so much anxiety about this. I'll definitely talk to my professor about this today. Very good. Okay, LM, I can provide you with answers on that, but I need your birth data, which I don't have. I need a birth day, a birth location, and a birth time, if you have the time. Okay. Awesome. So as soon as LM provides that, we will read for LM. And then if anyone wants to jump on the list is definitely open. You can certainly do that. There should be no friends here. Why are there friends? I don't have friends. Later. Okay, let's see. Okay, great. PayPal is not the place. So for anyone who's joining and who's trying to figure out how this all works, PayPal is not the place to put your information. I only take it in the chat because it's just too much to try and navigate back and forth. So she's born in Wichita Falls, Texas. Wichita. Hey, 1964. 2:08 a.m. You're welcome, PS. Good luck with the exam. You'll have to let us know how it goes. But now that I know you have some place to be and something to do, I'm going to encourage you to leave the live stream and to go study. Go study. We are not going to help you pass that exam. So go study, PS. All right. Let's see what LM's question is. LM says, what can you tell me about finances pertaining to my adult children, granddaughters, and my Choctaw ancestors? Girl, I don't even know. That is an interesting question. Okay. Basically looking for answers about my finances and my family, adult shoulder, and get grandchildren, Choctaw ancestors. Okay. LM. Okay, cool. Ancestral readings are not something I offer astrologically, hon. I can't get into that with you. I have no idea what's going on with your ancestors. But what I can tell you about your own finances, if that's all right, LM, I'll speak to your finances. I can't speak to your whole family in 4 minutes in a mini reading. I think that's a bit unreasonable to expect that I can speak to your whole family. I can speak to you about your finances. Are you okay if we look at your finances, or do you need to look at your kids? Let me know which is more important to you, your kids or yours finances. Let me know. And even then, it's still going to be a little vague because I'm not looking at their chart. If you want me to read for one of your children, you would need to provide me their information about their finances, because I can get general information about their personhood based on your chart, but certainly not their whole financial life based on. You want to know general purpose. Okay, let me just make sure I understand. You want to know your life purpose instead. Just need to make sure I understand for your finances. Okay, life purpose it is. Sounds good. Okay, so when I look here in your life, let me restart my timer for you. When I look here in your life, When I look for purpose, I look at house 10, 1 and 2, and then 5 and 6. Let me just make an assessment here. One moment, LM. Okay, so Virgo is Mercury and Moon. And then we have Scorpio Sag, which is Pluto and Jupiter and Mars. Okay, and then we have Capricorn here. And then we have Mars here, which is indicated twice. Venus is also indicated. Okay, interesting. Organization. Order. It's order. Okay. So what's interesting about you is that whether you ever get paid to do it or not, your purpose here is talking a lot about bringing illumination, clarity, insight, and order to circumstances. I'm almost seeing you as a bit of it's not a way shower, it is an order bringer in circumstances where there is supreme chaos, not just like a messy garage. I'm talking about like disarray among people, disorder among people. You have this way of kind of Moses like parting the Red Sea, and separating kind of the fluff and the nonsense from the essential and what needs attention, what needs to be focused on. This kind of energy is really well utilized in urgent care triage. It's also really well utilized in like kind of like high stakes kind of mergers and acquisitions in companies. But it's this energy of having the ability to see matrix style, almost like the code behind what's happening so that you can reorganize it and provide kind of divine order, really is the best way I can put it, for other people. And so where people have really made a mess of their lives, you have this innate ability to show them where they're looping and spinning and they can't find the way out. You have the ability to show them, hey, exit's over here. I know it doesn't make any sense. Seems counterintuitive. Trust me, this is the exit. This is the direction. You take this step, the other pieces will begin to fall into place. Like you have this capacity within you to really see and communicate precisely what people need to understand when they are in a point of ultimate confusion with themselves and others. Like you're the person I want to have on the scene after a car wreck. Like a 2, 3, 4 car pileup. Like you are that person who can really like kind of quickly assess, this one needs mouth to mouth resuscitation. This one needs, pressure applied to a wound. That one over there just needs somebody to check to make sure they can still see. And the other person is dead. So we're not going to mourn that, grieve that, deal with that right now. We're going to put in order what we can do to save whom we can save, to salvage what's salvageable here. It's a beautiful energy. It's master organization energy. It's like Metatron energy, where you have the capacity to really see behind things and know the order. That's what keeps coming forward, is that word order, divine order. She has the capacity to put things into divine order here on earth for other people, for herself, for groups, for companies and organizations. It's not even like mediation energy, it's sequencing energy, like the capacity to see which things need to go in which order for things to work out. Because if things go in the wrong order, it's going to be a bit of a cluster. And you, like I said, it's very Metatron type energy. You have the capacity to know which things in which order, and people can rely on you to handle difficult situations among multiple different parties to bring things back into harmony and move them forward. So beautiful big purpose. I'm sure you found yourself in those kind of intersections of difficult energy. Um, and people, you just have the ability and the knack to give to people a something that's missing until you show up. And the something that I can see is missing is just like there's just confusion until Leah gets on the scene. And Leah gets on the scene, people kind of go, oh, yeah, that's what we can do. So in your lifetime, you may find that you get invited to be on a lot of like projects and committees and groups, different alliances and coalitions. Like if I were to run a like if I were to be a philanthropist, I would hire you to help me understand what's the right way and the right order to divest my money, to manage the taxes appropriately, serve the most people, which organization is most ready to receive a generous endowment at this time. Like I would hire you to help me solve that problem. Which organization is going to be ready for a generous endowment later versus now? Which one needs a correct introduction to maybe someone in my network that you're aware of? Like you just have this way of understanding such disparate, multi-level, complex types of information and bringing it together so that it's synthesizable for people. And you can kind of, you have this ability to like unlock gridlock. Not the nurse type, just a simple real estate agent. Guess I need to figure out something out at my age. I don't know what to do. Yeah, you don't have to be in nursing. Like you could go a whole other direction if you prefer. I see that you have requested tarot and oracle or oracle pull. Would you be okay if I pull a light worker oracle instead of tarot? It goes better with your cue. If you prefer tarot, no problem. Now Michelle is on the list. Here, oh yeah, Hope Glorati is a broker. Yes, please. Okay, here we go. Lightworker Oracle for you. Let's do this. It's interesting because I can see that with that Uranus Pluto at the top of your chart. Yeah, I'm not surprised these cards came out for you. With Uranus and Pluto at the top of your chart in Virgo there, you just, you have such a really beautiful way of, yeah, you're just like a divine orchestrator in a lot of ways. Okay, so these two cards came out at the same time, so I'm gonna give you snippets from each. The number 10 card came out, which is Power of the Divine Masculine. An empowering energy seeks expression from within. It wishes to free you from confusion, paralysis, and stagnancy. It seeks to stir you into consciously chosen action, greater discipline, and focus. It's time to end the frustration of repeating old patterns. You are ready to break through into a new way of life. Feel inspired, be energized, and focus on your dreams and desires. Take steps to manifest them on the physical plane. Believe your success is inevitable. You know what's interesting to me about this, Leah, is it's telling you this, but as I read your purpose in your chart, this is the energy you bring to other people. This is the energy, like, I'm gonna read it again for you because this is what you bring when you show up on the scene. You are this energy for others. An empowering energy seeks expression from within. You are that empowering energy. You are what wishes to free people from confusion, paralysis, and stagnancy. You stir people into consciously chosen action. You end the frustration of repeating old patterns for people. You're the one that breaks them through into a new way of life. So it goes on to say, divine masculine in you knows when to accept and when to say no to a belief, fear, habit, person, or situation. The divine masculine energy exists within all men and women, and it rallies the spirit and responds in times when you may feel drained, taken advantage of, or overwhelmed by too many choices and demand. And this is who you are. It cuts through confusion. You cut through the confusion that comes with choice and priority settings. You're the one who refuses to be distracted and keeps you from being dissuaded, keeps others from being dissuaded from their life purpose. Divine masculine energy overcomes procrastination. It acts again and again in accordance with the heart. Divine masculine energy empowers each leading light to lovingly assert him or herself in the world. And I feel like that's what you give to others. Like you create kind of like the way for them in which to move. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen the curlers in the Olympics. Like you organize the way so that the little disc thing can kind of smoothly flow in the direction it's supposed to. All right, so that's the divine masculine energy card. I'm going to read the key of light card because that one came out simultaneously. And I feel like it's the same thing. You are this energy for other people that I'm about to read. Archangel Michael loves you unconditionally and serves your soul journey. He brings you a spiritual gift now, the key of light. This key allows you to open any door. And this is you. You are the key that can open any door. Clear away any obstruction and free yourself from any prison or enslavement, physical, emotional, psychological. There's no need for you to feel trapped or locked out of a situation you want to get into. Not when you have Leo with you. No, Leo will help you get in. You now hold within your hands a divine key that will assist you in many ways. So it's interesting, Leah, when I'm looking at this and hearing this for you, I'm just hearing so much of this innate power within you to create, to facilitate ease where there has been difficulty, unblockage where there has been blockage for other people. Archangel Michael has a message for you. You have the power of the divine within you. You have the ability to free yourself no matter whether it seems that another person, set of circumstances, or entire world holds more power than you. Your power of freedom is unconditional. And that's why I say it's very Metatron type energy. It doesn't require that outer circumstances change in order for you to be free, though as you choose freedom, outer circumstances often change radically. Yeah. No surprise. For now, to be free, use the key of light. This means staying true to what you know for yourself. And I feel like this is what you encourage people innately to do. You encourage people to stay true with these placements that I'm seeing here in your chart. There's this way in which you encourage them to ground into what they know to be true, and to use that as like a sword to incisively slice their way through their own jungle. Gently and lovingly assert your truth now. Step back and radiate love from your center. That is your way. You do not have to betray your spirituality to fight. You can fight with love and trust that can be your way as a spiritual warrior. And that's the other thing I'm seeing here too with these placements that I was looking at, is that you have this innate way of really supporting people to stand in their center and just be self-honoring. And in doing that, it unlocks difficulties for them. The confusion starts to dissipate when you've done that for them. Let's see what else this says. This oracle is a message for you to trust in your own ability to triumph. You are the key to success. You must believe in yourself. You don't have to force a door open in perfect time. According to divine grace, all doors open for you. Okay. So there we go, LM. Those are the messages for you, Leah. Hopefully that provided a little bit of resonance and clarity. When you look, who's next? Christine D. Please paste your cue. Okay. It's Christine D's turn. And then we're going to do Jonah Lay and then El Michelle. The list is open, so if you want to get on it, you certainly can. Hope Literati, I did see that you need to jump out, so it's totally cool. Thank you for letting me know. Take care of yourself. Absolutely do what you have to do. But we're going to read for Christine now. Katie, yep, list is open. We have Christine D, then Jonah Lee, then El Michelle in that order. Just check and see what else we have going on here. Okay. And let's see what's happening in this payment app. Christine D, go ahead and paste your birth details. Okay, Katie D has 2 questions. Thank you, Katie. Okay, I go by Allie. Okay, no problem, Allie. No problem. Let me close out Ellen's chart there. Don't save. All right, Christine, Allie. Colorado, Lakewood, okay. August 17, 1977, 12:03 a.m. Great. Okay. You're welcome, LM. I've always loved the name Michael and love the energy Michael represents to Christians. Yeah, Michael's a beautiful name, beautiful energy. Oh, Katie says, no, it's a donation. Okay, Katie, no problem. No problem. Okay. General love reading. Do I have it right? 12:30 a.m. August 17, 1977. Love reading. All right, let's do this, girl. Let's see what's coming up for you in love. When I look for love in your chart, let me share the screen so you can see what's going on here. When I look for love in your chart, I see here that your 7th house of committed partnership is governed by the sign of Sagittarius, ruling planet Jupiter. Jupiter sits here at 29 degrees Gemini. This is going to be an interesting year for you, primarily because you've got the eclipses going on your 12th house, 6th house axis. 6th house is how you get into the 7th house of commitment. 6th house is where somebody becomes part of our day-to-day world before that person actually works with us in partnership, okay? And then what we have here with Jupiter being the ruler of the house of partnership. So eclipses mean comings and goings, endings and beginnings. And you have a series of eclipses on this axis where things that you may have thought were going to work out may kind of not, or they may quantum leap forward. It's going to be a little all over the show this year. But the year really culminates with a special transit for you, and it's going to be the Mars retrograde transit here in Gemini, opposite your 7th house of committed partnership. When that Mars retrograde hits, I see you being in a place where you're probably going, this is December, shadow in November, post shadow is going to be in January. So mainly the entirety of the end of the year. You're going to start to feel it as early as October or late October, but November, December, and January are all going to be colored by this Mars retrograde energy. And this Mars retrograde, because Mars is the ruler of your 11th house of wish fulfillment, and it's going to retrograde opposite your 7th house in your 1st house, what you're about to get is a sharp revisitation of certain themes in the world of relationship about who you've been and where you're headed. That revisitation for you is going to bring forward a lot of memories, a lot of thinking, that's Gemini, about actions you've taken in the past, that's Mars, when it comes to relationship, and whether or not those actions have facilitated the outcomes that you wanted, and what actions you can take in the future that can facilitate a better outcome of hopes, wishes, and dreams in the world of relationship. What's interesting about this is that I don't see another person here per se. Let me get out to that period of time and just confirm, but I don't see another person here. And there's our Mars retrograde opposite your natal Neptune. We've got Sun rolling through Sagittarius season in your 7th house. Yeah. We've got Mars square. Okay, maybe. Maybe. Okay. And what is transit Uranus doing? Where is it? The node. Damn, girl. Okay, this is interesting. I don't normally see stuff like this, but this is a really big message. And I can't pull a message like this out for people. It's there or it's not for me. What this is telling me very specifically, Christine, is that you are about to move into a period of time. Why is it like this? Do you have a skipped step? You must have a skipped step. North Node 16. You do have a skipped step. Okay, that's why. Okay, I can't get into all of this now because we're out of time, but this is very complex. The shorthand, the cliff notes is just this. You're in a revisitation lifetime with someone that you have had a past life love with. And that is more than just past life in this lifetime. It's past life from a lifetime that is not this one. And there's something that you're about to revisit in love as you come to the end of this year. And it's going to force you to need to have a look at who you've been in love, again, the actions you've taken in love, when you choose love versus choosing yourself. And there's going to be an opportunity, like a comeback around of someone from your past. And you're going to have to revisit some of your own choices when it comes to love. And whether or not you're actually ready for it this time. Because the choices that you make are going to, because of the way Uranus and the North Node are sitting together. And this whole thing is, you've got Juno having conversation with your Venus this whole year. This is going to be about, for you, a redo and an opportunity to figure something out that you've missed in the past when it comes to love with others. And it could be specific, one other. I don't know. I can't put a label on it, Katie. I don't know. But back to you, Christine, Allie. I don't know who it's going to be or what kind of person it could be. I just see it's a redo as you close this year. And the redo has more than anything to do with the way you treat love and the way that you operate and open to love and whether or not you let love in. The vibration I'm getting is there's something a little bit, Christine Alley, did you order? Yeah, you did. Let me get the tarot going for you while I talk through these final pieces. Let me get your 3-card pull. Yeah, I felt this. There's somebody you had to walk away from, and there's somebody else who you already scheduled to be with in this lifetime if that walk away had to happen. 8 of Cups upright, Page of Cups reverse, Lovers reverse, 6 of Wands reversed. Yeah, there's a love that you had to walk away from. This lifetime has afforded you a redo. I'm not sure how that's gone so far, but this particular spread is talking about that your plan B is about to show up. Like your opportunity, like it's almost like the way it read was very much, okay, here's a soul contract, but if something happens and you can't fulfill or I can't fulfill, here's my next best plan. I'm going to do this instead. And that next best plan is about to arrive for you at the end of the year. Somebody you've known from a past lifetime or a revisitation of your own behaviors from past energies and timelines around love so that you get basically a second chance at love in this lifetime. So if you want to explore that second step stuff or that missed step stuff that I was referring to, or unpack this a little bit more, I recommend the 30-minute reading where we just focus on love, Christine, and your chart. So I can help you unpack some of the thematics here and hear a bit more of your story and understand why that skipped step is now presenting with 2022 into 2023 being the time to make certain decisions. 30 minutes ought to do it if we just want to explore love. But if you have other questions, then we need something longer. But yeah, that's what it's looking like. It's a significant year. This is a year when the path that you are on in love changes, and it changes for the better. It is Jonah Lynn's turn. Jonah Lynn. But you'll have to let me know if we don't talk again. You'll have to let me know how this resonates for you towards the end of the year. I definitely see a bit of thinking and rethinking, like, can I do this again? Am I able to open my heart again? Am I open to love again? All of that. Okay, definitely resonates. I would love to do a reading. I will schedule that. Okay, Allie, sounds good. Sounds good. Oh, cool, Lynette. I'm so happy to see you. Lynette, I think you're on the list though. I have payment from you. I have you on the list. Where is Miss Jonah Lynn? And then after Jonah Lynn, I have Al Michelle, and then Katie D, and then Lynette G. I am going to revisit the payment apps and just kind of see what's what. Okay, cool. Okay, Leo Sun, are you Jonah Lynn? Okay, sounds good. Let me pull your chart for you. Yeah, like I said, it's rare that I see that kind of thing in a person's chart that presents so kind of black and white and very clearly. And I get asked all the time, will someone from a past life come in? What about a soulmate? What about a twin flame? What about this? Will I get a second chance with a so-and-so? It's rare that I see it that clearly spelled out in a person's chart, like, oh, you have a redo coming and it's significant and you need to pay attention because this redo is, there's karma attached to this, meaning there's something that happened in a past life that's about to repeat. You want to make sure you understand the lesson as you walk into it so that you're not in a position to unfortunately need to have the lesson broken down even further in more lifetimes so that you can get it. It's better to just ace it when it comes. Okay. Awesome, Leo sun. Cool. Like I said, yeah, I can't read that for everyone, but it was definitely there for you. So, okay, what does Miss Leo sun want to know? Let me hear it. Let me hear it. Oh, okay, Leo sun, what's your question? I don't see your question here, baby. What's your question? The list is definitely open. If anyone wants to jump on it, you can. Leo sun, general for 2022. Well, I will do what I can generally in 4 minutes. But if what you want is something more specific, because let me tell you something, Leo sun, people have asked me to read generally for them. And then they're like, but you read this for so-and-so, and you didn't tell me that. I want a refund. And I'm like, you know what? That's on you. You did not ask a specific question. So Leo sun, I'm going to ask you, do you want to hear real general, or are you really actually interested in love or money or a move? Because I can read forwards and backwards in time. I can read nuance and detail into that, and dynamics, challenges and blocks, or places of ease, luck and gifting. It's going to serve you if you're more specific, Leo sun. Let me know kind of what area of life you want me to look at generally for this year, because there's 12 areas here and we can go just about anyway. General for money. Thank you. That's very helpful. Okay, Hope Glitterati, do what you got to do, girl. I'll see you later tonight. I'm sure I'll be here when you return. Okay, so your money is governed by the sun. Second house is earned income. Sun sits in the second house. Second house is also self-worth, self-esteem, in addition to being earned income. But when you have sun or moon in second house, your sense of self is extraordinarily tied up in your money, and what you make and what you earn. Now, this for you is going to present a challenge this year. And the reason why is because of the position of Saturn opposing your sun at this time and rolling through your 8th house, trying to facilitate debt cleanup, facilitate rebalancing of your finances, money coming in, money going out, and get you to really kind of be financially honest with yourself about what you can afford and what you can't at this time, and what you need to do to be able to afford more. So there's a lot of kind of cosmic taps on the shoulder that you got last year that you will get this year about the way you need to operate financially. And this is only going to
be assisted by some changes that will come forward next year. But this year is more about getting back into financial integrity, where you've overspent, gone into debt, maxed out credit cards, or taken on loans. This is a period of time where the bill comes due. And so stretching yourself financially for certain investments is not recommended at this time. And it won't be recommended for another year, 2 years. So not this year and not next year. This year is really financially all about cleaning up your foundations and getting to that next level of financial integrity. So if you're already making enough money, then this is about learning how to save. If you're already saving money, then this is about learning how to direct the money that you've saved so that there's extra cash flow so that you can save more for bigger things. If you're not making enough money, this is about getting your career into alignment with the kind of money you need in order to live, or getting your living in alignment with the kind of money your career is paying you, so that the two things aren't, so you're not, on the Wednesday before payday, completely out of cash and you need money to be able to get to the doctor's office, or you need money to be, and now you have to borrow here and there or eat ramen noodles or hummus, which isn't bad, but hummus for breakfast, lunch, and dinner because you can't afford 3 square meals is problematic, right? You need to have that way of caring for yourself here. And what Saturn is trying to do is to really kind of mature you and grow you in the way you're handling your finances. And so I've always said that there's three skills to understand financially. The first skill is how to make money, how to generate income when you have none, how to get some. That's a skill and it can be learned. The second skill is how to direct it. So once you've got it, not letting it fall out of your hands the minute you got it, but instead getting to a place where, okay, I know I need money for this, so I'm going to direct some here. I know I need money for that, so I'm going to direct some there. Being wise and conscientious about the way it's getting moved in your life so that the money has power. And then the final skill is how to grow money from money once you've got it. And that's all about investing and making your money make money. This particular moment has less to do with the final skill and more to do with up-leveling the first two. If you're already making enough, finding out how you can make more. If you're not making enough, figuring out how you can decrease your living standards to be in alignment with what you are making at this time until such a time at which you can create more. This period of time is going to test your pride. I got to be honest with you. It is going to test your pride. Whew. Because I see here you're born in 1969, but money from 1969 and money from now is not the same thing. We got two different kinds of money going on, and the value of the American dollar and the world economy, even in the American economy, I don't have to tell you, you already know it's two different things. So this juncture is about getting into the present moment and really understanding how to work with the money you've got. Let me see what you say here. I'm a stay-at-home mom, but I inherited money and property from my parents. High fives. Go ahead for that inheritance. That's what I'm talking about, girl. This is a moment in time where that inheritance may have come through, yes, and simultaneously, it's about learning how to wisely and judiciously use what you've received so that that legacy has a way to be passed on from your generation to the next, not just get utilized in your generation. So learning how to direct money at this time. Okay, Leo Sun, I see you got some tarot to go with it. So I am going to get the tarot together. I'm going to shuffle for you. I'm so nervous about my investments because of the stock market issues, for good reason. I would say this probably isn't the greatest time to invest unless you can really babysit your investments. in a daily fashion and you've got people who can help you, you might find there's a great women's financial investment institution called Ellevest. And it's all about helping women do everything that I've just shared here, but specifically around investments. When you've got legacy money, not allowing it to grow instead of having it kind of, you know, sit on its laurels. So I would look into Ellevest, especially if they offer financial coaching for high net worth investors, which I think they do. I think there are people there you can really trust at Ellevest. Okay. Okay. Crap load on a trip for my daughter and me to PTS in Vegas. Yeah. That kind of thing is going to have this money gone in another 2 years, right? So you need to be mindful. You're being asked to be more mindful about your money with Saturn there, because Saturn likes to restore integrity. It dots the I's, it counts the T's. What are the financial messages for Leo's sun here? What does Leo's sun need to know? This is a hilarious message. You're going to crack up, especially if you know the Rider Waite. You know the Rider Waite in these cards. This is, yeah, this makes sense. Four of Cups, if we're going to apply this financially to the conversation we just had, and Six of Pentacles reverse, this is twofold. Number one, no emotional spending. Keep your feelings out of your finances. Separate money and your feelings. Make your money decisions without your emotions involved. And I see here your emotions are going to continuously be circling your feelings. There's already emotional pulls on your money with this Four of Cups upright. And so this is really talking about the necessity of continually saying, nope, I am a smart investor. I am wise with my money. I do not make financial decisions based on my feelings. Finances and feelings have nothing to do with each other. I make smart decisions with my money, and those decisions have to do with my future, not my feelings. Okay. The second card here with the Six of Pentacles reversed, I can see, I don't know who you have told that you have this money or who knew that you were coming into this money, but I see people out here begging. There are people trying to get in your pocket, trying to tell you what you need to do with this money. You need to give me this money. You owe me this. You have more than me, so you should give me. No. You need to get these people out of your pocket. I don't know who these people are, your kids, other family members, etc. This is about, the Six of Pentacles talks about being judicious in your giving. Giving a little bit here and a little bit there, not all of it anywhere. But when it's reversed in a conversation like the one we're having with the chart I am looking at, this is straight up talking about no spendy for them me. Keep your money to yourself and keep your money out of your mouth. Stop talking about it. Stop spending it. You need to go back to living like that money is not there, so that you can have a way to have it accumulate. You can build on the legacy you were given. Because again, between your emotions and other people's kind of, but give me, but I need, but you said, and we should, and you should, because you have. No. Between the two of these, Saturn's going to have you bankrupt in 2 years with that Saturn through the 8th house. So you did not jump up a level of financial, how do you put it? What didn't happen is you didn't come up a level of financial, in the tax bracket, when you go from earning 5 figures to 6 figures, and then 6 to high 6, and then high 6 to 7 figures, you move up tax brackets. And when you move up tax brackets, there are new responsibilities. You inherited money. You did not move up a tax bracket. So act accordingly is the reminder here. And then the final card in the spread is the Two of Swords. And with that Two of Swords, she's got hands crossed over the heart. She's blindfolded. She's seeking intuition and information from within. She's not looking externally for what she should be doing. She's looking internally, and she's making no immediate steps. This is a time for reflection and thoughtfulness while you parse through the options. This is giving me very much like, okay, have a look at your internal world. Like I'm certain I'm now getting a strong feeling. There are things you told yourself you would do in ways you said you would be like because of the kind of person you want to be with money, with Sun in the second house. And Saturn is trying to get you to be that woman now. And you are correct. No retail therapy. Like I said, you did not hop up an entire income bracket. So kind of, let me just spend because I have more. No, because that more is not getting replaced the way it will on the next paycheck when you hop up an income bracket. You don't have new excess cash flow or play cash. You just have finite play cash. And so this is telling you to really be thoughtful about that going forward, and to really utilize internally, seek internally for what to do with the money, as opposed to letting your emotions dictate it, or these people around you with their hands out who feel like you should because I need and you have, and none of that. We're not doing that. Because I tell you what, especially if it's kids, them kids gonna be pissed off if you die penniless and leave them with nothing because you spent it all in this lifetime when you got it all from one lifetime before you. Tell them to go figure it out. They are young and vibrant. Tell them to go figure it out. They got muscles, they got energy, they got way more energy than you. Go tell them to start an online business. Have some hustle muscle about them. Okay. Okay. So yeah, let them kids figure it out. You worked your life. Your parents worked their life. That's their reward given to you, passed on to you. You worked your life. You're going to have some reward passed on to them. But yeah, I don't think Vegas is the answer, baby. Let me see. Who's next? El Michelle is next. El Michelle, please paste your cue. Yeah, Leo Sun, they will be. They will be. So don't let them spend it. I mean, you did the hard work of raising them. If you need to take, a little mini vacation, like a little weekend getaway for yourself once this year, not 3, 4, 5 times, then you can do that, of course. But again, you didn't hop up an income level. So do the budget trip, save some money, do budget things, that kind of thing, especially with inflation, gas, and everything else, what it is. This isn't the year to be spending money. And Hope Glitterati will tell you, because she works in high-end real estate, and the kind of spaces that she sells are minimum, mid 7 figures and up. And she said, since this to international people, local people, in the United States, and the last time we were all together, maybe it wasn't the last time, last 2 times, what she was saying was that she was like, oh my God, I've been sitting on a property that if I cannot sell it, I'm going to have to move. He's like, what happened? She's like, since this inflation thing, no one is buying. I was like, so even the people with money, they're not buying? She was like, yep, they are sitting on their money. And these are people who have, she sells to billionaires. So I provide that for you as guidance. People who have buku bucks are not spending buku bucks. So take that for a little bit of clarity for you about the way to operate this moment for yourself. Okay. 8:15 p.m. Spokane, Washington, November 12th, 68, 8:15. Vegas was for concert. It was a blast to watch your favorite K-pop group. Amazing. Very nice. I bet it was. I mean, it's a memory you guys will always have, which is very, very special. But it'll also be very special to set her up, like tell her to go start an online business and you will match her income or something like that, like motivate her to make her own money. So that way, she's motivated to earn, and then she can, you know, with some matching dollars there, she can pay for her own K-pop tour and she'll value it even more because she purchased it herself. Okay. Okay, so here we go. Miss L. Michelle, forecast around meeting and connecting with a long-term love partner to co-create home life with, shared dreams, property resources, and goals. Beautiful question. Kim P, I did see that your payment came in, so I just want to confirm that I have you on the list. After I do L. Michelle, I'm going to do Katie D, Lynette G, and then Kim P. Let's see love this year for you, baby. Oops. Yeah, Saturn in the 8th likes to provide a lot of restrictions and limitations, which was why the message was like, conserve, 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 be more conservative. If it was Jupiter in the 8th, I'd be like, Yahtzee, let's go have some fun. But it was Saturn in the 8th, and Saturn in the 8th is not about fun. It's about being frugal. Okay. Cool. Good. I'm glad the planets are on your side. All right, Michelle, let's do this. Yeah, Beverly, feel free to jump on the list. The information you need to get on the list is in the blue pinned comment at the top of the chat. Okay. And if you have any questions, Valkyrie will explain it, or one of the other people in the chat will explain it if you get stuck. Okay, Miss L. Michelle, let's talk about love. All right, so your 7th house of committed partnership is Capricorn governed, and the Cap 7th house wants to do all that stuff that you just mentioned. Wants to build, co-create a home life, wants to have the shared dreams, property resources, the whole nine. The Capricorn 7th house wants all of that, the tradition, the family, the legacy, all of it. Because that's what Capricorn's about. Ruler of Capricorn is Saturn, and what we're looking for is who is aspecting Saturn or the 7th house in a way that would allow that opportunity to come forward. We have, let's see. Okay, this year, not a whole lot, I'm going to be honest. This year, what you're going to find is you meet some people who might be great for dating. I see that coming up this summer with Aries, Jupiter, the opportunity bringer, moving into fire sign Aries. It will harmoniously aspect your natal Juno and bring in some partnership type material in the house of dating and romance and flirtation. But things don't really heat up and get serious for you until next year. Okay. And next year is when some real magic happens. In 2023, Jupiter fully pops into Aries, comes to sit with that Saturn, expands what Saturn can do for your 7th house, which is bring commitment. And then on top of that, Jupiter will then move into Earth sign Taurus and harmoniously aspect from Taurus, your 7th house cusp. There's sort of a window of opportunity now with Jupiter sextile your 7th house cusp. But I gotta be honest, sitting with Neptune, it's providing optimism, but not necessarily results. And frankly, with Jupiter so close to your 10th house cusp line, this is telling me that the focal point the universe has for you right now truly is on your career and building up who you're meant to be in the world, up leveling your foundation so that when the dating transit or the romance transit comes in, it sets you up with higher quality people because you're a higher quality person. It sets you up with higher vibrational matches. And so I like this for you because from a sequencing perspective, what life is telling you is you can start to look now, dip your toe in the water now, but we're going to really deliver our best for you in 2023 after some really great opportunities have come for you in work to level you up, get you that promotion, make you more visible, create more expansion in career for you. Once after that's happened, then it's like, boom, okay, Michelle's where she needs to be in her life now. She's at that higher level. Now let's bring in some people for her to date. But it's between now and then, dipping your toe in the water seems like it could be a good idea. You might meet some people or start dating some people at this time. It's going to be an effort. I'm going to be honest. Jupiter sextile the 7th house cusp with Neptune. To try and find time for one another is going to be tricky right now. And simultaneously, you could meet somebody great right now that in the fullness of time, it develops into something really amazing and allows you to get all those things that you just talked about. But the true focus of right now is the work stuff. And I can tell by this transit, you're already feeling the work pull. You're already feeling like work is telling you, I need your full and undivided attention right now because I have some things for you. So lean into that and know that your season of love is coming. It really blossoms next year, basically 1 year from now in the springtime. And once it does blossom, honey, you better fasten that seatbelt because it's going to be love, it's going to be money, and it's going to be happening all at once. All at once. So get ready. Okay. Exciting stuff, Ella Michelle. Thank you so much for letting me read for you. Let me see what your advice and guidance is. Michelle wants, because you requested the tarot pull. Katie, go ahead and get your question ready. Equal time. Okay, very good, Ella Michelle. This transit can help you get there. So El Michelle would like love in her life. She would like to have somebody that she can build with, somebody that she can have great opportunities with to make a family, have home, shared resources, to really meet life with. Help me understand what's a message for her? What does she need to do now in order to make that possible? What's her guidance right now to make that possible? We saw when it was possible astrologically, but what's her right now guidance so that she can stay on the path toward that and open the doors for that? What's Michelle's guidance? KMY, welcome, baby cakes. Great to see you. Really great to see you. Okay, yeah, I like this. Okay, your guidance. I don't know if you know this deck. This is the Light Seers Tarot. It's a beautiful deck. Everyone kind of uses it on the internet right now on YouTube, but this gives us the Knight of Pentacles, Knight of Pentacles. Then we have the Page of Cups, and the final one is 5 of Pentacles reversed. What I like about this Knight of Pentacles in this deck, as opposed to the Rider-Waite, is that this particular knight actually has movement in it. He's not on his horse. He's walking forward. You know, he's got some pentacles strapped to him, and he's sowing pentacle seeds behind him as he's walking forward, and his horse is following him. I always say in the Rider-Waite that the Knight of Pentacles is the knight you actually have to go walk over to, and you have to go get it from him because he's not moving. But in this deck, the Knight of Pentacles has some movement to him. And so this is giving me several messages as I'm looking at it. Number one, your person is coming and the two of you have a path that's on schedule to intersect if you just keep going. He's moving, maybe slow, you're moving, it's not your time yet, but it's on schedule to intersect is the message that I'm getting. He's in movement toward this with you, even though you haven't met that person yet, or maybe you have, and they're just kind of getting there. The second piece, the second message I'm getting from this, since it is the Knight of Pentacles, it's not the Knight of Cups, it's not the Knight of Wands. This is really about focusing here on your third dimension. Like, you know that in The Secret, they talked about that a whole lot. And this really goes with the Page of Cups energy too, because the Page of Cups in this deck has a guy sitting down, but in his, they're showing on the card, you know, his imaginings. In his imagining, there's a little pig. The pig has some wings. It is flying. His feet are off the ground. There's love in his heart. He's imagining love with another person and making that love connection with the two hands, making a heart here. That energy is not manifest yet in form, but it is available in the eye of the mind. And so when I combine that Knight of Pentacles and Page of Cups, this is showing me for you, this is about getting ready. And so I don't know if you ever watched that movie from the early 2000s, The Secret, and people are talking about, here's how you manifest. The movie was wonderful and problematic in certain ways. Not going to get into a whole debate about it, but what this is talking about is if you live in a neighborhood or in a home, or your life is set up in such a way where there's just not room for someone else, getting yourself ready in the third dimension to make room for the love you want to manifest. If you've got a twin size bed, time to upgrade to a queen, that kind of thing. The final card here with the Five of Pentacles reversed is this talking about letting go of missed opportunities, not getting hung up on the fact that there are certain things that didn't work out before, really energetically and physically purging space that you have held for opportunities in the past that have not manifested. So where you've made space for someone else in your home or your heart, even if it is that person who resurfaces, what's critical right now is to let go of the old space that you made for them so that they are not manifesting in the old energy. This is all new energy that you want them to manifest in. And so letting go of old pain, old heartache, if it's stored in the cells, the muscles, the bones, if you're holding on to anything from the past, now's the time to let it go so that you can make space. Okay, so that's what this is talking about. That's your current step. If you want love to come in, it is on its way. This little spread talked about making space and continuing to move forward. Thank you, El Michelle. Great to chat. You have to let me know if that resonated for you. Okay. But yeah, this year work, next year love. Get ready. And Wyatt, it's so great to see you. How are you today? What are you doing? Tell me everything. Leave nothing out. Okay, I'm going to read for Katie D. Okay. Where is Katie's question? Okay, there it is. Brookhaven, New York. Let me share screen again. New York. Brookhaven. 11/14/1988. 8:17 a.m. Brookhaven, New York, November 14th. Life purpose, specifically the spiritual aspect and intuition. Okay, let's have a look. You get it. Okay, good. Oh, Michelle, I'm happy to hear it. So Katie, let me know if you'd like tarot or oracle after we read this for you. Okay. And since you provided a lovely, generous donation. Otherwise, if you have thought of a second question, Katie D, since you donated enough for 2 questions, we can do 2 questions. All right, let's have a look. Life purpose. Okay, so we've got the Libra midheaven right at the cusp of Virgo. Interesting. Venus at home. Where's Mercury? Oh, with Pluto. Interesting. And what is the moon? Kalua, Virgo doing? Interesting. Earth sign. Capricorn, second house. Oracle? Okay, that sounds good. Truth seeker, truth seer. The vent, what were you doing? Why are you hungover? Who's talking to Venus? Thank you, Vivint. It's really sweet of you. I really appreciate that. Interesting. So this Chiron aspects here. Okay. You have an interesting energy because it's like twofold, because you have kind of, you're at the 0 degree mark of Libra at the midheaven. So the 10th house is truly Venusian, it's Libran, but we have a strong amount of Virgo energy that's still playing a significant role. And then that brings us to Mercury conjunct Pluto. So I know you already know that you're quite intuitive as a Sun 12th house person and as a Sun 12th house Scorpio person. So this intuition that you have, it's in the sign of Scorpio, it's like the capacity to see the hidden things, to see things that aren't shared with you from other people. It's this concentrated ability to go deep and to deeply see into the nature of things. Now, what's interesting is the placement of Venus and your moon, because this is talking about that this is less a gift to be using with people and more a gift to be using at work. Inside the world of dealing with others collaboratively at work, making money. If you want to read for people, can you? Totally. You'd be great at it. I also see that it wouldn't be enough for you. I can see that you would be bored at some points with reading for other people. Like, yeah, fine. I can tell you when you're going to get laid, when you're going to get paid and all that jazz. But what's not enough is that it doesn't get to the heart of growth and transformation for you. For you to be fulfilled in the world of sharing your gifts in a purposeful way, you actually need to be working with people on building things, on transforming and changing things. That's that Scorpio stellium with Mercury, Pluto, and the Sun. There's just no other way to it. Like, yeah, I want to know the secrets. I want to know the inner workings of this thing, but I want to know the inner workings so that I can go about the business of actually making change. And so what's fascinating about the placement, Moon second, Venus in the 10th, these are workhouses. And so your capacity to really kind of know the secrets, I don't know, you mentioned you're in finance, Katie, which is certainly a thing that Scorpio does. This lets me know that for you, like forensic accounting would probably be more interesting, so that you can make changes by finding out where the money is hidden so that you can actually facilitate growth in an organization, so that you can see where they're leaking money when they shouldn't be. It's like, oh, this is a gigantic waste of money. You have the ability to really course correct things that are either being overlooked, not paid attention to, or suppressed information, bringing it to the surface and integrating it appropriately so that people can grow in their chosen field. If you want to work with individuals, you make a phenomenal career coach. Or if you want to help organizations at an organizational level, you have the ability to do that. Now, if you're more interested and invested in like change and growth work at the organizational level, I highly recommend you take a look at leadership and organizational development. There's a lot of stuff that you have the ability to do because, like I said, you have this innate ability when people are like, no, I'm fine. You know when a bitch ain't fine. Katie, like you're really good at being able to call people on the carpet and bring them fully into the room, because it's only when people are really in the room, all cards on the table, that real change, growth, and transformation between people can happen. But when there's, stuff hidden, people aren't being honest or fully transparent, this is how people stay stuck. This is how organizations stay stuck. And I see for you, you have the ability to move mountains with leaders by getting them to be honest about what's hidden. And so all of that to say, you can use this gift in any way you want. Just reading people isn't going to be enough with the Scorpio placements, because Scorpio sees the hidden, but Scorpio is about the change, the growth, the transformation. And so for you, you would need to take it a step further to feel truly fulfilled. Katie, did you say you wanted an oracle? Let me come back in the chat. See what's happening here. Katie says, oh my God, I was going to do that. I think you said that with the forensic accounting. If I recall when that came in, that was the forensic accounting comment. Empath. Could be empathic, not the way that people who like have to lock themselves in their house are empathic. Kylie, hey babe, so great to see you. Yeah, that's exactly it, the vent. That's exactly it. And this is the problem I'm seeing you run into, Katie. I'm seeing you, I'm going to get the Lightworker Oracle together. The problem I'm seeing you run into is when you're reading for people or you're not using the gift, you do get to a point where you're like, you lying, but all right, I don't have time because I have numbers to go crunch, like that kind of thing. Like, I have things to do, and this is not my elephants, not my circus. So you want to deal with that pink elephant in the room, you let me know. I see you running into that problem when you're using the gift uninvited with people, meaning you're looking into their stuff and they haven't asked you to look into it. They didn't ask for your opinion. They didn't ask for your reading. They did not ask for your investigative skills. So if you're not in a position to deliver it, I see you being really bored and very frustrated. The other thing I see here is that you can have a lot of problems, like if you're not doing the growth part, the change part with people, where you write people up, like your internal frustration grows and can cloud your intuition. Okay. So that's what I got for spiritual gifting. Let me see what's going on here with this Lightworker Oracle. Nope. MIA from this chat. Oh, okay, Kylie. I was like, Kylie, the way you said that, I was like, where are you going? Are you leaving planet Earth? And when is the shuttle stopping by so I can go with you? Okay, so the card that came out for you, beloved, is card number 22, Initiation by Fire. And so what's interesting about this is you asked about your gifts, but this is talking about a process that you might be in at this time. Why would you be in that process? Let me just see something. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's Jupiter expanding on your gifts. That's what's going on. Jupiter and Neptune and soon to be Venus are out here and going to sit on top of your sun and really expand on your gifts. Okay, so here it is. Initiation by fire is a life-changing spiritual cleansing. Your life will never be the same again. Allow the power of divine fire to clear and purify you inside and out. This is not a time to hold on to anything, no matter how much you once believed you needed it. The other issue at stake here is this Saturn squaring your sun. That's the other reason you got this going on, and Saturn sitting atop your moon. In letting go, you will gain so much more than you ever imagined, opening to fresh blessings and new life. You are, like the phoenix, ready to emerge from the holy flames and reborn. It's really cute how you wanted to ask this question, and Spirit was like, she needs this information about Saturn. So I'm not going to read Saturn. I'm just going to read this, and it'll be your additional message. If you want to go deeper on the Saturnian pieces, we can book a private reading on that. You have the spirit of the phoenix in you. You are able to rise again and again. Ooh, that is Scorpio, even if at times all seems lost. You are guided to remember this as you are now being spiritually cleansed through initiation by fire. During such times, you will feel that you're also being asked to let go of relationships, situations, sometimes even jobs, attitudes, and belief systems that you have relied upon until this point. You might have unintentionally placed more faith in that person, place, belief system, or identity than you placed in the divine. You might have held on to them rather than allowing the divine to guide you. This can happen easily on the earth plane. Sometimes these attachments become confining rather than supportive. And so I want you to consider this. If you are working in accounting, but you have these spiritual gifts, and you're here on my channel and you're like, what are my gifts? How do I work this? Then maybe it might be time to start to transition into a better use of your gifts or an expanded use of your gifts. Whatever has been your stronghold in life, such as family, a marriage, job security, a talent, or something that you have used to define your sense of self, will be where the fire burns brightest. Those areas will be transformed. Remember that the power of fire is destructive only in part. It also stimulates rapid new growth. Healing will arise in whatever area is being transformed. It's not only an ending, but also a beginning. Yeah, dang, if this ain't a Scorpio card. The experience of initiation by fire is the divine making its presence felt in your life. It will be one of the most freeing and empowering experiences you'll have whilst in the physical body. We ask you to confront fears and insecurities as you learn to trust the divine unconditionally. Know that the universe will always provide for you, Katie, and always in the way that is best for you, even if you don't understand why it needs to happen the way it does at the time. Keep your eye on the inner transformations that are occurring rather than fearing the outer changes. The universe loves you and holds you in high regard. Remember this and trust, Katie. Initiation is an advanced spiritual lesson, and you are being honored by what's happening in your life now. You are strong enough to get through it and thrive into this new life like a radiant phoenix emerging from the sacred fire. Okay, there you go, Katie. There you go. That's your messages. Astro and Tarot, thank you so much for the generous donation. I hope you enjoyed that read. You're going to have to let me know how that resonates for you. Okay, Katie, thank you. Lynette G, it is your turn, baby. It is your turn. Where is my Lynette? I have a feeling Lynette might be behind in the chat. Katie, you're cute. You're like, what's going on? I don't see her up. Must be allergies. It's really funny, girl. Sometimes when the universe sees us and really sees us and lets us know, you know, bitch, I see you. Like, you are not alone out here. When that happens, it can really touch our heart and have us tearing up just a tad.
I just want to, affirm for you. You're doing all right. You're okay out here. Okay. Just keep going. Where is my Lynette? Where's Lynette? Oh, cool. All right. Perfect. Lynette was ready. Thank you, Lynette. Let me double check what's going on in the payment app real quick. All right, Brienne, I have you on the list. Brienne A, Brienne H. I got you. So we're gonna do Lynette, then Kim P, and then Brienne. All right. Nope, Lynette, you're good. Thank you so much for being current in the chat and ready to go. I just needed to check the payment apps. I see your birth details pasted there for me. Yeah, Katie, that is kind of a Scorpio thing too. So it might be time to let that go so you can move forward with your life, hon. If it's sitting on you for that long, it's definitely holding you back. So now's a great time to get some support to let whatever that is go. And I would say the other thing too is if you haven't let it go by yourself, and it's been that long, chances are you can't let it go by yourself. You probably need help. And I want to just tell you, most of the time when we have wounds that are that deep, they didn't get there on their own. Somebody helped us get that wound. So it's not going to heal on its own. We typically need somebody to help us heal it. So, all right, Lynette, let's do you, baby. She wants to know, moving forward, I'm wondering if I'm meant to stay in a medical healer type work in service to humanity or something different, possibly working with my divine counterpart. Great question, Lynette. Great question. You're so funny. Oh, Kylie. Okay, good. You're working with Lee. Very, very good. That will help you a fuck ton. Lee will break you through. He will leave you better than he found you, come hell or high water. He doesn't care if you hate him while he works with you. He will break whatever the pattern is that's stopping you from being able to move forward. He will break it for you. He is a pattern breaker in that way. I do see a bit of a career change for you, Lynette. Interestingly enough, I see you moving into like a new segment in your life, a new chapter, Lynette, work-wise. And this new chapter is really kind of all about, honestly, it's all about you and you kind of knowing who you are, who you're not, how you want to be here on earth, what you want to give, what you're not interested in giving anymore. And I am sure if you have been in nursing through the pandemic, I know there's a part of you. I mean, I don't care like how old you are. I'm sure there's a part of you, and I can see you're not in your 20s. You didn't just graduate from nursing school. There's a part of you that's like, I'm too old for this shit. Like this kind of things we saw during the pandemic and the ways that nurses got treated, and were kind of milked for hours and put under some of the most stressful conditions with very little regard for their mental health and the impact. I mean, some institutions were probably great, the private institutions, but the public care facilities, I'm sure, were like, "Ooh, get me out of here now." So is it time to move on to something different? I do see that on the horizon for you. I see that that consideration has been in place for you since 2021, actually. And now you're just coming to the close point. Now you're just coming to a new opportunity where it's like, okay, horizons are open, the vista's opening, I can see the sun again. What do I want? And I see you asking yourself that question with Jupiter, Neptune, Venus crawling through your 12th house. And your second Saturn return showing up at the same time. Oh, you were self-employed. Smart, Lynn, smart, very smart. So yeah, I can see for you, this is a time to start to look to new chapters, new horizons. Let me see what else. Fertilization course, specifically around kind of medical intuitive. Very good. Yeah, I could see you working that. I could definitely see you working that and being actually quite great as a medical intuitive. You got fired, recovering from toxic mold. Yeah. Okay, all of that, you're in the right place, Lynn. It is time. It's time to shift careers. It's time to shift what you're doing. It's time to move into a new chapter. And medical intuition, astrology, all of that, it sounds great. I think that's going to work a lot and work really well for you, especially if you can put it together in a way that's like a little bit of astrology, a little bit of intuition, a little bit of, kind of figuring out like what's the best way for a person to heal. I think one of the things that you're probably coming to at this time is the necessity, Lynn, of being able to have a person's mind be invested in their healing. And I think this is one of the things you're seeing at this time. So I think the work you'll be doing as you move into this new area that's more spiritually based as a healer, as a physical healer, is going to have you understand what's going to work for some people. For some people, homeopathy is great. For other people, it's acupuncture and herbs. Yet still for other people, it's energy work. And still for a third, fourth, fifth group of people, they have to do somatic work in order for their body to heal. Really getting into understanding how people's mind and body work together to facilitate healing is where I'm seeing you at now, and where I'm seeing you going in the future with the placements here in your natal chart. There's a whole lot talking about leaning into mind-body healing as a healer, and really facilitating healing at the mental and spiritual level, not just the physical level, which can be a bit of a band-aid if the mental and spiritual have not changed. So I see that kind of what you're working on and working toward at this time. Yeah, you tired of people who want a pill to fix things. That's it. That's it. So I see you really working towards that at this time, Lynette. I say keep going. Where you can find courses and training around that, I think you should lean into it, enroll, because I see this new chapter unfolding, and this new chapter has you working medically in a completely different way that's more holistic. All right. So there we have that. Okay, very good, Lynette. Very good. It sounds like you're already working on that. Yeah, Brienne, you're going to be after Kim P. And then the list is completely open. So if you have not had gotten on the list, you certainly can. There's the way to do it. And Lynette, I want to tell you that energy is available whether you and your twin are standing in the same room or not, simply because the two of you met. That activation is yours to keep for life. I mean, it's kind of like the free gift that comes with, the meeting of the twin. Sometimes you buy a car and then you get a free gift. Sometimes the car is, it gets you where you want to go. Sometimes it needs a little work to get there, whatever. Either way, the free gift is yours for life. So, and that's the activation, the vibration and the energy. Whether you're in the same room or not, you both transmit that frequency. All right, let me see what's going on here while we wait for Kim to post. Missed the event. So it wasn't the plan to be hungover. However, oh, the vent. I met a lady at this live music spot I frequent, and it was nice, little warm day yesterday. So she was like, let's go somewhere cute. So we bar hopped. Wow, that must have been fun. Then I ran into a homegirl that worked at one of the bars. So it went on from there. Got it. Got it. Okay. Got it. Uh, telling Katie, look into stuff, but keep it to yourself. Well, there's that too. People don't want to know that you know their secrets unless they have chosen to reveal their secrets to you. That's the truth. Um, Brianne, yes, I got your payment. Hope was here, Kylie. Hope Glitterati was here, but she had to dip too. She had to work too. She says she'll be back. I'm sure we'll all be together after 6 o'clock Eastern. I sent a cacao. Oh, Glitterati, you guys are so funny. Oh my gosh. Okay. So we just read from Lynette. Very good. Very good. Okay. Crying like a baby. Aw. Good, Lynette. No problem. Thank you, Lynette, for being ready. Let's see if Kim's ready. I'm going to get through this chat. So emotional lately. Universe is like, hey, here's 23 years worth of feelings. Yeah, Katie, that's a problem for you because of the position of your sun in Scorpio and Jupiter in Pisces. And Neptune conjunct that Jupiter. That's what's going on there. And Saturn squaring your moon. It is really forcing you, Katie, to deal with your ish at this time. And this is going to be true for anyone who's got heavy water, heavy earth placements. If you've got water, earth, and sun or moon, there's going to be a lot of feelings going on right now. Emotions for everyone, but especially the water, earth people. Okay, very cool. Okay. Not yet, Brienne. I'm gonna do Kim, and then it's gonna be your name, your turn, Brienne. So be here. List is open. Oh, okay, Valkyrie, cool. Let me see what Valkyrie's question is. I'm now caught up in the chat, Valkyrie. Now I have that song in my head by Steve Winwood. For those of you that are old enough to remember, Valerie, call me. I can't really sing. Newark, New Jersey. Call me, Valerie. I'm the same boy I used to be. Let me see. All right, we do Newport Landing, unless it's a different Newport, Valkyrie. Which Newport are we talking about, baby? Oh, Newark. Got it. Okay, Newark, New Jersey, 12/6/1973, 9:57 p.m. Newark, New Jersey, 9:57, December 6th, 73. Okay, got it. List is open for anyone who wants to get on it. Now would be a good time because once I do Brianne, I am going to perchance share this with the larger community over on the main YouTube channel, and then the list will grow pretty quickly. So it's a good idea if you want to get a reading to get on it now. All right, Valkyrie, I am packing and leaving June 1st. How do I lean into this energy? Newark, New York. Oh, good thing you clarified. I didn't know there was a Newark, New York. Very good thing you clarified. Call me, Valerie. On the signboard I used to be. Okay, so you're packing and getting ready to leave, major change. How do you lean into the energy? Oh, you need to ground, I see. Yeah, you've got to get some earth going because your fire will carry you, but it'll also burn you out. Your moon needs to earth. Um, let's see. Your moon needs to earth. You've got Pluto sitting on your Venus. Saturn sitting on your horizon line. Ain't you just a little butterfly, Valkyrie? Complete butterfly situation going on here, like complete transformation. Okay, so the one thing that I would recommend, if you can do it where you live, is start the day and close the day with a little walk. Some kind of way to get into your body, some kind of way to earth, some kind of way to move your emotions in the physical format, Valkyrie. If you are able to move, like, because the Taurus moon, where the emotions sit, is getting all kinds of activated by this transformative energy. And it has been. It's been activated since last year when Saturn squared your moon, and then Uranus sat on top of your moon. That you have been very, you've been in a place of transformation emotionally and around what your needs are. And what I'm seeing here is if you can just take some time, no phone, or like, I mean, take your phone for emergency purposes, obviously, but, like no scrolling, listening to programs and stuff, no checking out, no tuning out. If you can just take some time to be with your physical body every single day, you're going to find, and yeah, especially with an earth sign, 6th house, you're going to find that you make more progress in the packing and moving each day. And also the situations that may come up emotionally that have you kind of going into, what does this mean? Those things don't hit you as hard and have you down for the count for as long, because your body vehicle, specifically for you, Valkyrie, processes your emotions for you more than writing or journaling ever would, or EFT and tapping ever would. I mean, that could help you some if you did some tapping. But I see for you, you just need to move. That's it. You more than sitting still and tapping and feeling into it, you just need to move. You need to run, you need to walk, do it every day. Before you start or as you close the day, get a good walk in. Like I said, take the phone for safety purposes, but my strong recommendation, take the time to, like, when you're walking, do some things that bring you present. That rock is brown. This rock is gray. Those trees are light green. This flower is yellow. I smell flowers. I smell dirt. I feel my shoes are too tight. Stop and retie them. Like, be present with what the 5 senses are experiencing, because that's what's going to square you into your power as you facilitate this move, is to really be inside of your 5 senses with the Taurus moon. I will have been hard not wanting to just get the fuck out. I know, Valkyrie. I'm the same way. I don't have an earth moon, but I'm the same way. People with the earth moon tend to need physical activity to emotionally balance. Now, everyone could use it, but the earth moon people need it. It's like non-negotiable for them. So let me find some messages for you, babe, on what you can do in order to lean in. Let me know if you prefer tarot or oracle, Valkyrie. Brianne, it's your turn. Please get your question ready. Verena, I saw your payment come in. You are on the list. Yeah. Oh, force myself to what I was getting. Yeah. Sometimes like the energy can really get stuck for the people with an earth moon, especially the fixed earth moon. The you have a fixed earth moon with the Taurus moon. And so that fixed earth moon can really have things get stuck. But yeah, if you just commit to a walk, it doesn't have to be a whole lot. You don't need to run a marathon. Just in the morning or in the evening before you close out, both if you can, just commit to a walk. And being present while you're on the walk, you're going to find it's a lot easier. You manifested hybrid working. Oh, I love it. Okay, so let me just see, Valkyrie. I'm going to do the Black Angel Oracle for you. Because this will talk to us about the shadow, and if there's any shadow manifesting that's keeping you stuck or moving slowly, it'll let us know what you need to do in order to move that shadow energy. Okay, so let's see. The healer. The healer is the card that came out for you. The healer. CDFGH. Where's HEA? Here we go. You are moving through your pain to truth. The waking path for the healer is compassionate. The sleeping path is overburdened. The healer works through healing herself and others. As a healer, you move into a healthy existence when your truth has become the lesson and the path and not the obstacle or the struggle. In healing, you have dedicated yourself to reviving the soul. In the waking path, you're compassionate toward all who suffer. Your divine work is ceaseless, causing you to feel a need to be constantly working on transforming the suffering into enchantment. Your healing work is less concerned with the illness of the body than with soul repair. Sufferers who come to you in need of soul repair have usually been experiencing a critical event or transition in their lives, which you are right now, Valkyrie. You know all too well that such suffering leads to healing if one can avoid the destruction that can come from it. Since the process of healing is endless, you always feel needed and valued by others. However, this value is closely linked to having people in your life who are in a continuous state of suffering. You attract these people like a magnet, which I can tell if you're moving, you don't have time for that right now. You may find yourself being in a relationship with traumatized people who are unconscious of their needy relationship with you. This close association with the wounded can keep you in a state of depression or anger because you are stimulating your own soul despair. As a Black woman who heals others, you can find yourself struggling with your own worthlessness. Now, look, I don't know if you're Black or not, but this is an oracle deck centered on Black people, Black women's healing. But it applies to everyone who's ever walked a light worker path here on earth. By healing others, you are practicing compassion because you so much want such love for yourself. As you do this work, your own soul can descend into a place of torment. This is the sleeping path. You might begin to struggle with your own emptiness, and you may find yourself lonely and isolated from everyone as you try to regain some composure. This isolation can serve as a resting place from your work or as a trap that keeps you in despair. A sense of being overburdened by the suffering further fuels your sleeping state. Now, here's the key, Valkyrie. In your soul revival, you may want to adjust the strength of your magnetism. You could be trying to heal 20 generations in one soul. And see, leave that to Lee. You don't have to do that. That's something Lee does. Doing other soul repair to the exclusion of your own might be an indication you are avoiding your own healing. For your revival, you need to unload the burden you think you need to carry. You're responsible first and foremost for your own healing. In reviving your own soul, you can experience the compassion you are trying to give away. The healing energy that comes through you is divine and it's precious. Okay, there you go. So, what we have going on here is a need to really take some time out, especially as you're moving. This card was talking a lot about what you're giving to other people. And if you've been giving a lot to other people during this period of time, at a moment when you need something for yourself, you need yourself, because I see the transformation there in your chart. Like I said, Saturn and Uranus dealt with your sun last year in a heavy way. So now's the time to really kind of utilize that healing energy for yourself. Adjust that vibration of your magnetism. Provide some people with some, you know what, this is where you can get help with that. I actually have to be over here with me. I'm on a like learning to say some compassionate no's. That's going to help you a lot at this time to lean into your own changes without feeling overburdened by the fact that, you know, other people need you. You know, just gently and lovingly redirect them so that the bandwidth that you provide for others is something that you are giving to yourself at this time. This was talking directly about not overgiving at this time because you don't have extra. Hey, Miss Brianne. Okay, so I've got Houston, Texas, January 3rd, 1982, no birth time. Okay. You have to let me know how that resonates, Valkyrie. I'm happy you manifested the hybrid working event. That is so cool. If anybody can be productive at home, it's probably you. Where is my counterpart at in terms of our connection presently and for the rest of this year? It's a great question. I can't speak to where he's at with you. I can speak to where he's at with love on the whole. Because the chart doesn't necessarily show you, it just shows kind of love on the whole. What's interesting about your person when it comes to love for this year is that Chiron is kind of camping out with your person's moon, which makes loving a little difficult, if I'm being really honest. It's also camping out with your person's sun by direct square as well, which also makes loving a little difficult. With Chiron sitting with moon and sun, it's a double dose of what the fuck is wrong with me? Why am I not good enough? I never get anything I want. It's a bit of an Eeyore kind of energy, or a bit of a woe is me kind of energy, like nothing ever works out for me. And so all of that to say that the thing that I see going on, Uranus is trying to help him. It is trying his sun at this time, and it's trying to help him awaken to his own divinity at this time. Sun himself, Uranus trine, harmonious aspects from the divine counterpart, the original divine counterpart, that's Uranus. He was the divine counterpart to Gaia, the divine initiator, the divine awakener. Uranus is trying to help facilitate a lot of growth and a lot of change and a lot of transformation so that he can embody more of his own innate divinity at this time. But in order to do that, this time period does require him to look at some of his core wounding and some of his own stories about himself and what he can and cannot have, what he can and cannot do, who he can and cannot be. Those stories are coming up at this time so that they can get purged, so that they can get removed, making him more open and available to love at the correct time. I don't see at this juncture he's in a season for love. I see a lot of stuff going on here with work, with Saturn moving through the second sign from his sun. I'm seeing a lot of stuff going on in the world of psychological transformation with Jupiter in the third sign from his sun. I'm seeing a lot, and that echoes with this Chiron sitting atop his moon and squaring his sun, Uranus squaring his sun. A period of time like this in a person's life, if he were my client and I saw this in his chart, I don't know specifically how this is playing out, but if I saw this in a person's chart, I would say, you need maybe some therapy, right? Like this is a really good time to get coaching or therapy or some support to disentangle yourself from the stories you've made up about who you are, what you can be, and what you can have, so that you can live in the reality of your full potential. Because what I'm seeing here going on is that those stories are coming up, his limiting beliefs. That's the best way to put it. And we all have limiting beliefs based on painful circumstances that have happened in the past that we'd like to avoid. We create limiting beliefs to protect ourselves from situations that remind us of that past pain. And so Chiron squaring Sun, sitting atop Moon, is bringing that stuff up for him. It would be very easy with this energy sitting in the second sign from his Sun to overwork, to bury himself in work at this time and say, oh, I don't have time for love. I'm not interested in love. I can't have love. Love never works out for me. I'm just trying to build. I'm worried about my coin. I'm not thinking about anything having to do with relationships. Nevertheless, he is moving into a season for love in another couple of years. And this is essentially the psychological detox that he needs to do in this year and next year that will facilitate readiness to let love in. Like I was saying to somebody earlier, I think it was Katie, when we have deep-seated pain that we've been carrying for years at a time, chances are it didn't get there on its own. We had help. Somebody helped us get that wound. And in order to heal that wounding, we frequently need somebody else to assist us to heal it as well. Didn't get there on its own, it's not going to heal on its own. So this is a beautiful transit for your person to seek out some sort of coaching or support or therapy, anything to help him overcome those limiting beliefs. Because with Chiron sitting on the Sun and his Moon, and then quickly approaching his natal Chiron, the volume on those limiting beliefs, the volume on those pain stories, I don't care how much work how much he's burying himself in work. And I do see that as a strategy this man can use. He can bury himself in work as part of his nature. This is the kind of shit that has you have a nervous breakdown in the office and then need to be on mental health leave for a period of time if he's not balancing this energy out, not getting support with it. And the volume is only getting turned up. It's not even at its loudest yet for him. It doesn't get to its loudest until closer to the end of the year and into next year. But like I said, this is precisely the emotional detox he needs in order to be open to love at all, period, full stop. Once the detox happens, then love is a potential for him again. But I can see for him, it's a real possibility that he can really avoid it like the plague, seek lesser connections, nothing really real, so that he doesn't have to deal with his heart. But this transit is forcing him to deal with it. All right, Miss Brienne, thank you. Oh, interesting. So I'll unblock him in a few years. I don't know that that's helpful to Brienne. Oh, the guy who mocked you for loving flowers and appreciating flowers. Okay. Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, that particular combination, the Cap Aries combo, these people can be workaholics for sure. If you have strong Cap, strong Aries placements, both of them, they can be real workaholics, unfortunately. So on the one hand, these people are some of the most productive people here on earth. They get a lot done. Kylie, I've got you on the list. Verena, it is your turn. I believe you're Melusines. Yeah, and I think you probably know this about him, Brienne, that he can be a little bit of a workaholic. Like he can kind of like, like his ambition can be extraordinarily alluring, and at the same time for him sometimes it's a little bit of a cover story. A little bit of a cover story. Meaning he can use work to avoid other things. Sounds like him to a T. Everything: wounding, limiting beliefs, etc. Yeah. So hang in there. Send him lots of love. Because I see at this moment the it's coming up. It's coming up. I don't know specifically what his wounding was, but I did see in his chart that that's now is the time for him to deal with it. Whatever the wounding is, the transits of this year and next year are 100% about facing some stuff. Yay, Melusine! It's great to see you, hon. I hope you've been well. Let me share some screen so that you can see. Okay. Austria. Eisenstadt. Eisenstadt. 2/7/1981. 6:45 a.m. Yeah, it was laggy with the net, no problem. Where is Alvin? Oh, hey, Alvin, it's so great to see you, sweet pea. Yeah, list is open, baby. If you want to get on it. It's funny because I was literally just thinking about you as I was typing in Austria. I was like, is that where Alvin's from? And then I remembered, no, she's from Turkey. And I was like, I wonder how close Austria is to Turkey. I really should have paid more attention in geography class. Like all of that went down in my brain while I was setting up Melusine's chart. All right, Melusine, let me see what your question is. Let me set my timer so I don't go too far. DM and a soulmate showed up simultaneously. Go figure with these transit. I prefer a quick hello, quick goodbye with both. Melusine is like, dismissed. Divine feminine being busy on her path. Question: what is the lesson in their appearance? I prefer tarot. Thank you, sweetheart. Okay. Yeah, I definitely see the appearance of both here in your first house at this juncture, and in the last couple of lunations there would have been that for divine feminine energies. All of this went down in Pisces Aquarius. Ruler of Aquarius is here and here. Pisces is here and here. Oh, and these are your work houses. Interesting. Yeah, Jupiter sitting on your moon with this conjunction. Interesting. 7th house activation. Where's Gemini for you? Let me see what it's like with that Mars retrograde. You go out because that story is not done. Well, see now. See December. Well. This will be interesting because as I'm looking at all of this, this is that. Hey, let me see what she's doing. That was not one and done. You will hear a second time from one, if not both of them, as we get to the end of the year. When I look to understand their appearance in the now time, what I'm seeing is some of it was activation, like some of it was like energetic exchange required. You needed certain energies from them, they needed certain energies from you to then move forward and kind of do whatever else stuff you have on agenda for this year, both of you, all three of you. And then some of it had a lot to do with a setup for later on in the year. So I can't say who's going to be the one to resurface. I wish I could tell you. Both of them might resurface toward the holiday time, but I'm definitely seeing some resurfacing. What just happened, it looks like you revisit it when Mars goes retrograde at the tail end of this year. Something about the interactions you just had resurface in December and in January and in November. So hopefully the interactions were good ones. It looks like there's more to come. It was a little bit like a touch base and more to come, ... With this, I'm hearing for you that some of this for you is also about having some faith in your emotional journey with Jupiter, Neptune sitting atop your moon, having some patience and some faith that the right things will come for you at the right time. And with that Mars retrograde, there's just like a little bit of yeah, girl, you have not heard the last of either one of these. This is like, you're asking me what was the purpose of their visit when the visit is not complete, is the best thing that I can say. It's like being mid-chapter asking me how it ends. It ain't over yet, boo. Just wait until we get into the end of the year. You're gonna see one, if not both of these men still circling in a very present way, like wanting to have communication, wanting to revisit the past, wanting to see kind of what happened and what's what and where, like wanting to parse out and clean up the past. And I think this was the setup for that. Whatever the conversations were with them, this was kind of the setup to just make sure Verena's still around or available, to kind of, so that when, shut up, let's just make sure Verena's still available to better because there's some things about this we didn't understand, but we're not ready to fully deal with it now. And simultaneously, we need to keep the door open, the lines of communication open. So that's what I got. Let me do your tarot. Drama. I like that. I can't believe you said that. Verena might not like drama, okay? All right, Rena, I'm going to do, I think tarot is going to work best for your question. Is that okay? Or do you prefer oracle for your question? Let me know. Verena, I'm going to complete with you, and then River, it's your turn. So River, if you could go ahead and paste your question. And then after River, it's Kylie. Okay. Yes, Tara. Okay. Oh, well, as soon as you said it, two fell out. Let's just see what's what. Oh. Oh, interesting. Okay. All right. Yes. River is here. River is in the building. Do not let her play. Okay, so Hierophant reversed, Queen of Pentacles reversed, Queen of Swords reversed. They all came out reversed, but the Hierophant reversed and the Queen of Pentacles reversed, they came out together. What's interesting about this in the Light Seer Oracle day, wow, the vent. Wow. I know. She had somebody there helping her last week, and she was like, nobody helps me. Okay. Hopefully somebody's there helping you and you're enjoying their company and you don't downplay them like that. We want to hear about all your help, River. We want to hear about all the good things happening for you. The Hierophant in the Light Seer Tarot deck, in the normal Rider Waite, it talks about commitment. It talks about contract signing. It talks about things generally being sanctioned and agreement to move to a higher level witness before God. Now, what's interesting about that is that when I look at this for you with the Hierophant reverse, you ask me, what's the purpose of these two coming in? And then I see the Queen of Pentacles reverse, and they came out together. There was an energetic exchange here, but the energy exchange, because this is telling me that their appearance destabilized you when they came in. There was something about this that had you stable, like had you go into a place where you weren't able to be as grounded. Like it kind of interrupted your forward movement, your ascension process, and very quickly you recovered because the Hierophant is definitely here. Queen of Pentacles is definitely here. You even said it, right? You know, like, look, they both came in, but I was trying to stay focused on my stuff. And so there is this little bit of way in which there's some destabilizing that occurred with the two of them. When the two of them came in, there's some destabilization in your energy. And so this reads to me like just a little bit of a check, double check. Like, is she ready? Like, can she handle it? If one or both of us show up, is she going to still be able to be grounded if one or both of us show up? We don't know. We're going to have to see. And so this was like a test, sort of like, can you maintain your center if they show up? Queen of Swords reversed is the second card, and the final one in the spread is Ace of Swords upright. And so, yeah, this lets me know that for a little bit, a short period of time, something about their appearance may have really messed with your head just a little bit. You quickly got back right with the Ace of Swords upright, because this particular Ace of Swords talks about being able to go deep into your own mind and go deep into your own inner knowing about things and understanding things at a very deep level. This particular Ace of Swords with the Light Seer Tarot. But for a hot minute, these boys had your mind all over the place. And so when you asked me what was the purpose, it was to take you deeper. So in weight training or in certain sports, right? When you're working to master a higher level of a thing, you start at one level of exposure to the stimulus. Like you might start at lifting 10-pound weights, and then you go to 20-pound, and then you go to 30-pound, and then eventually you're able to go to 50. You don't just start at 50. But in between 20 and 50, you may do that 35 or that 40. And oh my gosh, the first time you do it, it like throws you out of whack. Like it throws you off balance a little bit. You may wrench your back trying to do it. It may get you to a place where you're like really like frustrated because it's so heavy, but you know you need to work toward that 50. And what happened with their entry point at this, this recent entry point with the two of these dudes, it threw you off balance, but it was because you have entered a higher level of energy, a deeper way of knowing things. You're on track to bench press and live that higher level, that 50-pound weight, lift that 50-pound weight. And so it was kind of like lifting the first time both energies simultaneously, or whatever level of depth you're at. And that Ace of Swords is letting me know that you stuck the landing, girl. Like you can lift the 50 now, but it took you a minute to be able to get there. And so this was it was an opportunity to build your capacity to be with the intensity before whatever is about to go down at the end of the year goes down. I can't wait. I cannot wait to see what happens at the end of the year for you. I got my popcorn together. I got my popcorn ready. All right, that's what I got for you, Verena. That was the purpose. All right, Miss River, hit me with your birth details. Stop talking to the vent. The vent will have you up here trying to justify yourself when you have nothing to justify. Love her, but she will have you up in here looking at your own mirror and wondering, is that really me? In the vent, she's sleeping with her handyman. Okay, what did I miss in the chat? What are y'all doing? River and then Kylie. The list is open, so if anyone would like to get on it. Oh, Elvin's on it. Okay, missed that. Elvin is on the list. Okay, cool. Let's do this with Miss River. Let me catch up in the chat. Okay, so River was in the house of somebody else. Y'all put me in a bad position defending someone who was fucking me over. She was fucking you over, River. She stopped being helpful when I said she can't use one of my bedrooms, and I had to fire her from working in my business. Ooh. Everyone is your best friend when they want something from you. Tell the truth, River. Trust me. My ex offered to help me out, shelving up till he realized there is no hope for sex. Keep telling your ex someday and hand him the toolbox. It's more one-for-one situation. He's an idiot. He would have been if you seduced him from the beginning. So I'm looking for a handyman. I feel like being pressured and pushed isn't worth the cost. That's true, River. You trying to get a shelf up and he got his hands on it. He's playing grab ass. That's not helpful. Yeah, it confused me. The push to leveling up. Got it. Okay, good, Melody. The vent goes on. Well, I slept with my handyman, but he's fine, so it worked. My handyman was trying to sleep with me, so needless to say, he fired. I had to find a new handyman at this point. What is it with these men want to do stuff in exchange for sex? I don't get that. Like, what is that? Like, this is not a transaction, homie. They're two separate things. If you need to get paid, I'll pay you, but stop trying to fuck me. Okay. Vibe and shine. Chat got saucy. It did get saucy. Oh, there is zero hope of him and I ever being together. Long story, kind of trouble, nice man. Everything he touches catches on fire. I think I remember you telling me this. River says, I need a fuck buddy. Melazines, you have to tell me how that resonated. You're welcome, sweetheart. I need a fuck buddy like I need a hole in the head. Loving relationship or I'll just be single. Yeah. Yes, I called you out the vent. I did call you out. I called you all the way out because you like to call other people out. You got to know it's equal opportunity up in here. Equal opportunities. All right. Listen, River, don't be shy. Come for the vent. Come for the vent. When you see her acting sideways, I want you to come for her ass. Call her out because she will come for everyone in the chat and nobody will say anything to her. Say something. River is just the person too. River is just the person to call you on your nonsense. The two of you can go toe to toe. I am telling you. Kylie and I will sit back with our popcorn, fueling up the space jet. Okay. The handyman is that Leo. If you've seen him, you'd understand. Vent. I used to shop for lovers over 10 years ago by zodiac sign, and top of my list was Leo's. Y'all ain't right. I mean, who can resist the Leo? Vibe and shine, you're so funny. There's a cafe shop story at the event. Oh boy, let's get to after work hours and then you can drop that on me. Active service is a love language. Thank you. Okay. River says, I am not feeling excited. What could be going on with that? Like, I'm not wanting to go out, eat, see people, etc. Oh, River, did you miss the COVID numbers are on the rise? Oh, River, did you miss slashings all over the New York subway and people trying to shank people and blow up people on the streets? Oh, River, did you miss the attacks on Asian people just because they're Asian? Like, girl, none of us want to go anywhere. Nobody wants to leave the house. No one's excited, boo. No one. But it's not just that. You do have Saturn square your moon, and this can make you feel quite internal. You also have the energy here of Saturn trine your Venus. That can also make you feel a little more serious, a little more focused. Like, is it real or not? I don't have time for bullshit. With Saturn speaking in harmony to your moon and to your Venus, there's a real energy of like, I'm up for no games. There's a real energy of like, come correct or don't come at all. There's a real energy of like, I'm screening all my calls and my mail and my email because I'm not responding to BS right now, River. And so this kind of energy here for you, I like it. I mean, you're already a pretty serious person in the first place with that 0 degrees Sag Sun, Taurus Moon. You don't play any games to begin with, but you're not even on your own bullshit right now. Like, that's the fun thing about this for you, is that you're even calling yourself out on your own nonsense, River, in a way that's allowing you to really level up. With Saturn preparing to cross over your ascendant line, so this is 3 major Saturnian contacts all at the same time. There is kind of an evolve or die energy that you're dealing with right now. Either I will overcome this, I will up level, I will grow, I will have more, and I will cut out the bullshit, or I am not hanging out on planet Earth anymore. Like, it's that kind of energy. Now, I'm not saying I see you leaving planet Earth. I don't see a death transit, none of that. I'm just saying there is a come hell or high water, I will evolve type of vibe going on in your chart. Saturn does make things more serious. Saturn makes things more, it puts pressure on us to be more mature, to grow up, to be real adults in whatever area of life that Saturn happens to be touching. And Saturn is touching a lot right now. Saturn's touching your perspective on everything. Saturn's touching your emotions and needs. That's Moon. And Saturn's touching the way you think about love and value your own feminine energy with that 8th house placement and Venus 8th house placement. It is either real or it's nothing. Bullshit not entertained. It is an all or nothing kind of energy. And so I'm not surprised that you feel very withdrawn. Saturn square Moon is normally a very withdrawn transit. Saturn transit the ascendant line, also a very withdrawn transit, where you're just doing a lot of inner work to ensure that whatever happened before that you found to be a complete disaster is definitely not what happens again. And there's a real kind of self-ownership and responsibility to this to guarantee that you move in a better direction. During a period of time like this, with Moon govern the 5th house, I see here there may be some allies, creative partners, etc., that you may just be kind of like just dropping. With Venus governing the late part of the 6th and the early part of the 8th, I now see why you turn down the booty calls from the exes, etc., and whomever, because Saturn wants sex in a relationship, sex in partnership. Saturn for you wants the true merge of 2 souls in divine union, or it wants no sex at all. With the Saturn talking to your Venus, Venus being the governor of that 8th house of sex and intimacy, it's real or it's nothing for you. And so this is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing your perspective, your lens, your horizon line getting adjusted here by Saturn in these key areas of life in such a way that, you know, River, people are going to talk to you the same way they used to talk to you, and they're going to notice that they're talking to a whole new person. there's a real zero fucks about this kind of energy as well. Like, I don't really give a fuck about feelings because mine have been hurt long enough that I know, and I know I'm the only one who can fix them. So I don't really care what you feel because I'm dealing with my stuff right now. There's that kind of vibe to this. So, it's fascinating because I see this shifting as we get into the later parts of the year and especially into next year. But this year is just this kind of like, I'm having a come to Jesus talk with myself kind of vibration. Because I cannot, the common denominator in the bullshit of my life is me. And I cannot have that anymore. Full stop, period. And so there's this real kind of taking accountability, being very responsible, and this like no time for games. I'm not going to go romance my life right now. You're not looking for having, like, let me just have a beautiful tea at a beautiful cafe and then daydream about my possibilities and work on my Pinterest vision board. No, not now. No, this is not a romance your life transit. This is a clean out the bullshit transit. And so that's why. That is why you feel like this, hon. It'll be like this through the end of the year. And then it shifts. Then there's a rebirth here. Then some new things start to happen. But yeah, there's a real like, okay, I'm a bad bitch and I do bad bitch things. That's what that is. So have fun. Enjoy. Good luck. You're going to be a whole new woman on the other side of this. And I'm excited about that for you. This is good. It is super cool. It's a real level up for real. Sounds like a shitty summer. I mean, if you let it be, but these are the kind of years where you see, like, people go through these kind of transits. These are the kind of transits when companies get built, when major foundation is laid for revenue quantum leaps. These are the kind of transits that people go through just before they meet the one and get married. This is the kind of transit that people go through that has them just leveling the fuck up. Like, sometimes like you don't see or hear from someone, like, how like we haven't seen or heard from Rihanna in ages. Yo, she's started a makeup line that has changed makeup as we know it. She started a clothing line and now she's pregnant and she's getting married. Like, all right, yeah, I see you not in the studio making music. I get it, because you're leveling up. And that's awesome. Really awesome. Okay. Yeah, River, it does sound fun because sometimes, as you have noted, when men want to come at you sideways with sex for shelving, that's bullshit. I know you would prefer to be alone, grinding out, getting to your next level, than grinding on some dude who you're never going to hear from for another 90 days until he needs another fix. Yeah, girl, that's awesome. That is awesome. All right, Miss Kylie, it is your turn, baby cakes. Did she leave? I know she said she had to do some stuff, so we may have to come back to her. After we do Kylie, then we're going to do Elvin. Yeah, I did see that. But then I said sources close to the couple said that those rumors are false. I saw that, but she got that baby anyway. So, and listen, let me tell you something. Rihanna is such a bad bitch. Like, I know the minute that rumor hit the streets, her DMs lit up. Freaking Drake and all kinds of dudes hitting her up. Chris, these dudes probably like, yo, Ree, how you doing? You all right? That's how bad bitch she is. Like, she just got dudes in a line. So all I have to say is, if he cheated on her, listen, he gonna get dismissed so fast because she's a bad bitch. River, you a bad bitch, okay? I'm gonna need you to like relax, like level up to the level where you got dudes in a line. Where if one fucks up, there's already 3 or 4 in the DMs. Like, I was just waiting. I was waiting on my moment. I was waiting. Exactly, Alvin. Like, how you gonna get better than Riri? Really? But yo, she is in the final stages of pregnancy, so I'm sure sex may be a little scanty. Not to say that that's an excuse, and simultaneously, you know, I mean, he's a basic New York City dude. Yeah, totally. He is. He's basic and he got the queen. He better act right. All I know is the Navy gonna find out his address if he don't act right. You better come correct. Because there's too many dudes waiting for him to just slip up right now. Too many dudes. Not just dudes, girls. Like, I'm like, shoot, I got a crush on Riri. Like, shoot. Like, mess up. Let me show you what this good loving look like. You ever been to the other side, Riri? Let me show you something. Okay, Miss Kylie, I need you to remind me of where you were born and all that jazz. I know you were born in Illinois. I think it's Waukegan. Yeah, exactly. You guys understand, River, you have that same bad bitch energy. So let me just see you. Let me see you level up. Let me see you level up, ball out. Let's get these dudes in a line. You already do have dudes in a line, but the vent has already come for your ass once. I don't need to give her any ammo. Okay, referring to the last time we chatted, I prefer not to label them in the me in the live. So if we can keep it to connections A and B, I would appreciate it. No problem. I haven't heard from either of them since I did the whole Two of Swords thing and cut them off. I'm just curious as to where it is going with either A or B. No problem, Kylie. We'll look at what the state of your love life looks like. Yes, Waukegan, Illinois. Yay! Happy belated birthday, Miss Kylie. Everybody say happy belated birthday to Kylie. 3:26, 2:15 a.m. Illinois, 3:26:96. Yes, happy belated birthday, baby cakes. I hope you've been enjoying your Aries season. Okay. I felt them sexually this week. I haven't felt that in a long time. Really? Is that what you feeling, girl? All right. All right. Kylie feeling things. She feeling things sexually. Her sexual energy. Delicious. Kylie feeling delicious, which I like for you, girl. Okay. Thank you very much, Melusine. What's your 12th house doing? Okay. Okay, I see it. Okay, so there's a couple of things, Kylie, going on here. I see this Uranian energy squaring Jupiter. Jupiter's the ruler of your 12th house. That 12th house of all of your psychic perceptions and connection to the vibrations in the unseen world. Uranus being the divine activator, bringing divine insight and illumination. Uranus squaring your natal Jupiter is expanding your intuitive capacity to perceive truth in real time. Now, let's see here. 8th house, sexual energy, is a Virgo and a moon ruled house. Moon is getting a hard square from this Jupiter Neptune energy. And Mercury, sitting here with your sun, is always on fleek. Mercury is it's starting to feel the vibrational pull of Jupiter sitting atop of it as well. So this is telling me, first of all, Kylie, you're just moving into a period of time where your psychic insights are about to be just on fire. Like your perceptions, your capacity to read into things, to see things clearly, to know, to understand, to get psychic hits. Ooh, it's gone through the roof during this time. So enjoy this because your claircognizance is on fire. Like you literally have the capacity with energy like this, kind of be scrolling through your news feed and know, where there's missing information to a story, who's lying, that person's not guilty, they didn't do it, that person's guilty as fuck, they did it. Like you have the capacity to just feel into higher levels of knowing at this time. And this is just illuminating as well this Jupiter Neptune opposition to your 8th house of sexual alchemy and energy. Now, as it pertains to Mr. A and Mr. B, you're going to move into, it's going to be an interesting period of time. And this is not just you, this is all divine feminine energy who identify as singular counterparts. What if you identify singularly as divine feminine, this is going to apply to you, where you are having the kind of year in 2022 where it's going to be real interesting between soulmates and counterparts and who's who and what's what and what's coming. Because here's the deal, union energy is anchoring here on Earth. The potential to come into a romantic, 3-dimensional, real union that anchors divine love is happening on Earth right now. That window opened in January, peaks this coming January. So all of the experiences leading up to this period of time are what's necessary for that to occur. Now, some people, like you did during the Venus retrograde, had a shit show of a time with Venus retrograde in Capricorn in your 12th house of subconscious mind, while you tried to purge old pain from love relationships. When you have A and B circling right now. We have soulmate masculine, divine masculine. They're circling near the divine feminine, and one doesn't really land with her until next year. We had soulmate dance with her quite closely in the last stretch of time. Divine masculine getting closer to her, but not fully landing until we get to next year. I want to reiterate, not just for you, Kylie, but for everyone, that the label, thank you, Kylie, for knowing this, the label isn't what matters to know who's who. What is landing here for divine feminine energies is divine love. And that can come in any format of any human body that's ready to step into divine love with her. Okay. And so this circling that you're experiencing, somebody else mentioned it too earlier. I talked about it on one of my last lunar updates. This circling that you're experiencing of like, well, is it going to be you or is it going to be you? I don't know. It's unique to divine feminine energies because she has opened the portal for union energy to anchor here on Earth. Who that union energy is with remains to be seen. Who's going to act right? Who's ready for it? Who wants to actually experience divine love incarnate with me? We don't know yet. But everything this year from that Venus retrograde onward has been preparing us for it. So any of the pain, any of the heartbreak, any of the loss, any of the grief, any of the new people showing up, old people returning, all of this is part and parcel of you anchoring divine love coming to sit with you in whatever body is going to be most ready to hold that frequency with you as we step into the peak of the union window in January of 2023. So I don't know who it's going to be, what it's going to be, who you're going to do. I don't know. But is it coming? And is it specifically coming for you, Kylie? Hail to the yeah. The final thing that I'll say, and this is kind of also for everyone, but it's going to be special for you, Kylie, is you just keep working and trusting the path in front of you and not delaying the steps that are being shown to you to take. The union window peaks at January 23rd. And MY, I'm specifically thinking about you, babe, because I know your journey intimately, MY. And I can see that the kind of declarations that you made, the kind of clarity you've had about where things are going, what's about to happen, how it's about to go down, and the ways in which you've had to be about the business of being open and then letting go, being open and then letting go, being open and then letting go without shutting down. This has been an escalation as we move toward this union window, even for you too, MY, because on January 23rd of 2023, we have the divine counterpart sitting there. Kylie, for you, baby, they're sitting right on top of your sun. And the sun is the secondary ruler here of your seventh house of committed partnership. Like, love is coming for you. But I think this period of time, because there's the circling has been happening in Aquarius and Pisces, those two signs really ask us to move in an unattached way. And so what's happening here is you're being asked to be unattached to the way in which this shows up, and to trust, with Jupiter, Juno sitting directly on top of your freaking sun, that love is going to come to you. You don't have to go get it. These planets are moving toward your natal sun, toward your seventh house of committed partnership. You don't have to reach. You don't have to do anymore. What you just need to open, like MY has been doing, open and let go, open and let go, open and let go. Know that love is going to land as we move through this year and next year. It's coming for you. You're moving into a love season. All right, Miss Kylie, let me know what you would like, tarot or oracle pull. Let me know what is going to feel good to you to solidify your message. Would you like tarot or oracle pull? Let me see what's going on here in the chat. The vent is getting dressed. Okay. I hope you look cute. I'm sure you do. Okay, what's going on here? What did I miss? River says, I told a guy recently I earn $400 an hour and you think I'm gonna fuck you for a $15 martini, bitch, please. That's some bad bitch shit, River. I mean, yeah, I get it. I get it. Okay. I like your style, River. Yeah, I can see Vibe and Shine. You and River would probably get along really well. Kylie can tell people there, yes, she can. I'm just sitting at home sewing every night. How am I going to meet a soulmate like that? I run my house as an Airbnb, though. I hope someone checks in and we vibe. That would be great, Vibe and Shine. I love that. Vibe and Shine, if you want, we can look at your chart to see how love is supposed to come in, like what's the way it's likely to happen. It's really funny. I have yeah, it's just some of my placements couldn't have been more directly indicative of my divine counterpart. Like one of them specifically, like the meeting spot feeling tarot. Okay, great. The meeting spot, when the meeting spot is in Pisces, the meeting spot tends to always have something to do with fish. And I didn't learn this until years later, but the meeting spot indicator was in Pisces in my chart. And then the night I met my counterpart on our first date, I showed up smelling like fish. I was trying to cook some fish, and he out the blue was like, "You want to meet up?" I was like, "Yeah, sure." So we met up, and woo child, I was cooking some cod, and I showed up to that date proud as you please. reeking of fish. And he was so kind of it. He kind about it because I didn't get a chance to take a shower. I just threw on some makeup and went over there because he was like, I'll come to your neighborhood. Super sweet. He was just like, no, it reminds me of Christmas. We cook fish at Christmas in my family, so all good. But it was a first date he never forgot, and neither did I. Because how often do you have a girl showing up to the first date like, fuck it, I don't care. I smell like fish. Just cooking fish. Call out of the blue. You want out of the blue? Me? This who she is. She cooks fish sometimes. Anyway, back to Miss Kylie. Oh, I'm liking these cards for you. What's a third message for Kylie here about A and B? Aren't you chatty, light worker, light seer oracle? Aren't you chatty? Ooh, this is a good message. All right, Kylie. Normally it's only 3 cards, but card 1 and card 2 came out with their own clarifier. So Light Seer Tarot, I've got 6 of Swords reversed and 4 of Wands. The most literal interpretation is really the return of someone from the past who wants to create stability with you. And that does not surprise me because Mars is going to go retrograde in your 5th house right as this union window opens in the sign of Gemini, in the sign of the twins, right? And so when Mars goes retrograde, Mars is technically the soulmate. However, what we're talking about is the anchoring of divine love, regardless of the label ascribed to it. The divine feminine is the one that's holding the portal open. And so whoever is ready for it can step into that portal, step into that manifestation. What we have going on with 6 of Swords reverse, Mars swooping through that 5th house of flirtation, dating, and romance, the beginning of the relationship houses, this Mars retrograde in December, as we open into this union window. 6 of Swords reversed and 4 of Wands as the clarifier is telling me that there's someone from the past that will resurface. Could be A, could be B, for anchoring connection with you. Meanwhile, the middle card is the Strength card. Now, in this particular deck, what I'm drawn to with this card is that this woman, it is the 8 card, but then this woman has the infinity on top of, as a tattoo here. She's got the infinity tattoo on her arm. And this is, the infinity always talks about like cycles completing, things going in a circle, things when going from what they were to what they will be, like closing a loop, but it's like a closed loop that had to go on one journey in one direction only to loop back around and come back in the other direction. And so when I'm seeing strength with these first 2 cards, what I'm hearing is patience, Kylie, patience. The answers will come forward for you in time, but you're going to have to be patient and really tame your own inner wild woman who's like, no, bitch, now. You're going to have to tame her so that you're able to lean into being in the right vibration for this to come forward. Because without that patience, the message that's the closing energy here is that the more you hang on to 9 of Swords upright energy, the less you manifest lovers, the more you manifest lovers reversed energy. And so that's the final set in this spread is 9 of Swords upright. But you already know with the 9 of Swords, that's just like, trying to purge, you're in a pain cycle, it's letting go of pain. But with this Lovers card from the Light Seer Tarot, what's interesting is normally in the Rider-Waite, you have the 2 lovers, but they are completely unchained. It's the inverse energy of the Devil card, where the 2 lovers are completely chained, where they have major love energy manifesting in shadow. So it's coming in all this like codependent, manipulative, strings attached kind of way. That's Devil upright. Lovers upright is those 2 same lovers being together without being attached. Now, what's interesting here is this Nine of Swords in the Light Seer talks about really just you got a lot of cobwebs in the brain here that have to get cleaned out before the Lover's card here can turn upright, before the Lover's card here can allow a connection to land. And so if there's still purging to do, get it done, baby. But get unattached to the pain from the past and get into patience. Don't park in your pain while you're being patient. Instead, get into a place of really understanding that the process you have been through, because that's the Strength card, there's a process here with this 8 and with this infinity symbol. Understand that the process that you have been through has been about maturing your own wildness so that you can wield it at times at which it can be of service in the connection, not undermine the connection. And so this is the process of the year for you in love, Miss Kylie. Thank you for being a moderator on this channel. Thanks for letting me read for you, hon. You'll have to let me know how that resonates. But that's what I got. That's Miss Kylie. Okay, Miss Elvin. Miss Elvin, it is your turn. Let me get your question. Let me see what's going on down here in the chat. The list is open. I'm going to read Kylie and then Pamela. Yay, Pamela. So good to see you. I hope you're having fun. You guys are going to love Pamela. She's a lot of fun. You guys are really going to like her a lot. Hopefully Pamela's been here enjoying the chat and the stellar company. Oh, Kylie, thank you. Just making sure I don't get to 10. I mean, 10's okay, because once you get to 10, the pain cycle's complete, right? But yeah, it would be nice to drop some swords. I agree. Okay, the event says I met a guy who apparently owns a few gas stations, and we have all those wild aspects. My Venus is in his 7th, and his is in my 11th, and Jupiter, same house. Yeah, girl. Just try to enjoy the connection before you get too deep into the astrology of it. I meet guys and they're like, I tell them what I do. They're like, oh, you want to know my birth details? I'm like, no, I do not want to know how much of a human you are. Right now, you're an amazing guy, and I would like to keep it that way. I don't want to know your weaknesses. I don't want to know, your shadow. I'll ask you if I need to understand these things about you. But right now, I'm just trying to have a good time, homie. Like, can I just have fun? Can I be off the clock? Okay, so we got Malmo, Sweden, 1987, 11:01 a.m. Please don't, I have no interest in your root wounding. I am off the clock, homie. Thanks. No thanks. Hey, Violet Flame, welcome. The vent. That's how I know you are straight up fearful avoidant. Only fearful avoidants get that kind of shit that early. Okay. Oh, I wrote it in as Malmo. Elvin, where is Elvin's question? When does DFNE move into the most harmonious place in the near future? That's a great question. When do you move into the most harmonious place? I mean, you're in a pretty harmonious place rather quickly. Soon. Yeah, soon, real soon. It's before June, and this has taken years to come about. Yeah, I would say by May, mid-May, and this has taken years to come about. Yeah, years. This is beautiful. Yeah, Divine Feminine locks into Pisces in the next 30 days. Yeah, in the next 30 days, she gets into Pisces and then comes to sit with Divine Masculine energy in his chart. While Jupiter wraps up in Pisces. So you see how close they are. There's Jupiter, there's Juno. Jupiter is at 0 degrees Aries, just wrapping up its journey through Pisces before it moves into Aries. She's locked into Pisces. She has just entered at that 8th degree. His natal divine masculine energy sits at the 27th degree. So just as this union window is opening for the collective, it also has potential to be really opening for him as well. So it's interesting to kind of see what's going on here. Pisces is an energy, though, that is, and Pisces energy is very much, it's the ether. So what we have going on here in the collective energy is a lot of spiritual union energy. And depending upon how you react to that, how you treat that, some people are going to shut down because they can't handle spiritual union energy with no physical union. I'm going to tell you guys that right now. This is the heads up. This is the early warning station. Don't shut down, because spiritual union energy is really going to kind of presage or be like the warm up to union energy manifesting in the third dimension come 2023 and 2024. But some people are just going to block it, because getting spiritually closer, Pisces being about dreams, being about the subconscious mind, being about the ether, being close in spirit, for some people, it makes them batshit crazy. So I don't blame them if they need to shut out and block out the spiritual connection. But those of you who have ways of handling the energy, you're good with this, you don't need a way to feel kind of like, you don't need to block it because it's not triggering to you. You recognize what this is. This is going to be an opportunity for you to start to integrate the energy of the connection. Again, like I said, the divine feminine really holds the portal open for a masculine energy to step into. So like she is really, her energy field is like the vessel. So if you're able to really work with this without attachment, because Pisces is the least attached of all the signs, and unless they're operating in shadow, then Pisces can be damn well clingy like any other water sign. And don't I know, with the Pisces stellium. But if you can kind of be in this with the intensity of the emotion of it and the spiritual alchemy of it without gripping, it'll be interesting, because this energy is integrating for him out in Malmo, Sweden. Yes. This energy is integrating for him, and the less waves you can make while he downloads this energy, the easier it's going to be to allow some format of reconnection to occur. Okay. Let me see what you're asking. I had a channeling recently where he said, I'm coming soon. You understand he was hurt before me and I came in to heal. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. I mean, I see it here. I see it here. This year, as we move into next year and all of next year, where this is taking place in his chart is the house of wish fulfillment. It's the house of hopes, wishes, and dreams made manifest here on the earth for the eyes to see. So the time is now, really. I mean, I'm only in May. I'm a month away from where we are now as this energy starts to come in. And so the more you have the capacity to work energetically with what's going on in the connection, the easier it's going to be for you to facilitate your next step. Okay. Whether it's with him or somebody else, because one thing that could happen, Elvin, and Elvin, let me know, do you want tarot or do you want oracle, sweetheart? Thank you also for being such a great moderator on this channel. I appreciate it. You have to let me know if you prefer a tarot or an oracle card pull. One of the things that I could see happening in a situation like yours, and this is also true for maybe a situation like MY's or anyone else whose counterpart has just been completely in the wind. I mean, no communication in the third dimension at all, like completely, like just completely shut down to the connection fully, not even able to just be a friend. One of the things that can be happening during this period of time, especially with Jupiter speaking to Neptune, the way Jupiter is speaking to Neptune, is for divine masculine counterparts who are not ready at this time, at this union window. Your divine masculine may energetically be supporting you to open up to love that is ready through this energetic merge. The vent, I said thank you because they asked a question, girl. I'm reading for them. You better calm down, sis. I'm reading for them. This is my thanking them for being great readers. I know, Elvin. Kylie did too. The vent, would you like a reading? I know, Elvin. I'm offering it to you as a thank you. It's the same thing I did for Kylie. The vent, I would do it for you too, boo. Dog, get out of my business. You don't even know the flavor of the Kool-Aid. Ah. But the last message is really important for a lot of you guys to hear. Where your divine masculine counterpart is completely in the wind, but the connection is still absolutely active. Yes, the aggression is real. Listen, Mars rules my sun and my moon, baby. Try me. That's all I have to say. Try me. When that's happening, River, you're not one of my moderators, baby cakes. When you are at moderator status because you direct traffic for people, you hang out when you don't have to, there are perks to being a moderator. But then I hook you up, girl. Don't play me like I don't be hooking you up. Okay. So yeah, can keep that in mind that he may show up in this way to help support your vessel opening and your holding of union window and grounding union window energy opening for someone that may not be him, Elvin. And that's for everyone who may need it, who may need to hear that. Okay, here we go. King of Pentacles reversed. So that's him not being available in the third dimension. 10 of Pentacles upright, 2 of Pentacles upright. Now this is really fascinating because this particular spread is 100% talking about, oh, River, you did pay me 40. Let me know what you want, tarot or oracle, because we can go back to that. My apologies, River. I did miss that. But let me know what you want, girl. King of Pentacles reverse. This is all talking about third dimensional stuff. He's not here in the third dimension because he's reversed. But the 10 of Pentacles is upright. You asked when the divine feminine moves into harmonious position in his chart. 10 of Pentacles upright talks about this manifestation of a third dimensional loving connection happening in real time. And so then at the final piece of this cake here is 2 of Pentacles. And so this is telling me that even though you are anchoring this with him, and it is anchoring in his energy field at this time, even though he's not in communication with you, at the end of the day, this 2 of Pentacles card shows a woman with a choice that's here in the third dimension and a choice that hasn't yet manifested. Okay. No, River, I'm gonna give you what you paid for, baby. Just let me know what you got, girl. What you want, which one? I totally didn't realize it, but you did. You did pay 40. You gave me a donation and everything, sis. Just let me know what you want. 2 of Pentacles upright. In the Light Seer Oracle, if you look at this card, this woman has 1 pentacle that has manifested fully in the third dimension. But she's got this other pentacle that's just behind her in a blind spot that has not yet fully manifested in the third dimension. And so what I'm seeing here with the sacred geometry on the 10 of Pentacles card and the 10 of Pentacles card being upright, either way, divine union energy is manifesting in the third dimension for you. But with him being in reverse and this 2 of Pentacles card being the final in the spread, this is telling me that for you, Elvin, there's a part of you that also needs to open up. Remember, Pisces, where this is manifesting in his chart, is about non-attachment, like I was telling Kylie. There is a part of you that needs to be aware of and open to union energy arriving, him supporting that union energy for you with a person who may have his energy in a different body with you at this time. And so that's the message for you, is that this is it arriving? Yes. Is he working with you? Yes. Is everything you're feeling in the fifth dimension valid? Yes. And what may manifest in the third union, for sure. With him, we'll see. There's another energy here in this card, Kylie, with this woman. There's a second energy that's not just the reversed King of Pentacles. There's another energy that's allowing her to have that union upright, perchance, with another person. So just stay open. Stay open. Miracles abound. You never know. Stay open. All right, Miss Alvin. I know I want a king, but I'm not ready for a king yet. Oh, yeah, I get it. I get it. That's okay. The thing to do is to just be unattached to the way love decides it wants to manifest for you. The same way a woman has to be pretty unattached when inside of her womb a child is growing. She may get to know it's a boy or a girl. That's like getting to know that love is going to come for you. But does she get to know for sure while in the womb that that child is going to have blue eyes and this nose and these talents and that personality? No, she doesn't get to know that stuff. So it's about being open to open to how the child comes, how love comes, and knowing that love is, you're going to love the love that comes for you. Just being open for it. Okay. Okay, River says she wants some tarot. Can't believe these girls. I know Pamela is like, what is going on in here? What did I just walk into? She's our new one. I think you guys really like Pamela, like I said. But Pamela, it's your turn next. So Pamela, if you could paste your question and your birth details, that would be great. Yeah, I understand that, Elvin. I totally understand that. Okay, let me focus on River's question. River wants to know why so heavy, why so serious, why right now in her world. She's trying to understand the heaviness, the seriousness of this moment. What's going on for her that has this moment having her super focused on certain things that are more heavy, more serious? Why is she not interested in going out? Why isn't she interested in playing with people? Well, River. More pentacles. Light Seer Tarot for you too. Upright, 10 of Wands. Now, in the Light Seer Tarot, the 10 of Wands has a woman. She got all her belongings that she could possibly carry on a pack animal. And it's her, she's walking next to the animal and the wind is blowing behind her, pushing her forward. And behind her is this trail that, looks like she's coming down from the top of a hill that probably took a lot of effort to walk up, but she's moving to a new destination. She's leaving behind everything she knew. And she's got this little pack animal companion who's helping her out to carry her heavy load. But even in her hand, there's a suitcase and a wand that wouldn't even fit into the suitcase. So what's happening with this particular 10 of Wands, it tells the story of leaving behind that which you knew and only taking that which you can carry to your new destination. It talks about being in transit. It talks about having left, but not being there yet. And in the process, having been through a really arduous struggle to get to where there is. This is followed by the Nine of Pentacles. Now, everybody knows as our single lady card, Nine of Cups is our bachelor card. This is our bachelorette card. And inside of the Light Seer Oracle, we have this woman, and she is really plucking her pentacles from a tree, or she's not plucking them. What's interesting is it looks like she's saving them. Now, what she also has saved behind these nine pentacles is some herbs that she's drying out for medicinal purposes at a later date. And she's joyous while she's saving. She's joyous while she's making and drying out her medicines. She's having fun while she's going about the business of preparing for her future. And so this is talking about getting ready. We have transit, getting ready. And then the one thing we have as we close this is the Eight of Pentacles reversed. And that Eight of Pentacles talks about like actively working on something, like actively working on like a project, or like taking those herbs down to make medicine. But this isn't about that. This is a moment of accumulation, of storage, as opposed to getting out there and doing tricks with your herbs and making magic. This is a moment of your energy coming back to yourself while you transition from one location to a new destination in your life, and leaving behind some of the harder parts of the journey so that you can have room to store things up, so that you can have room to build, so that you can have room to have, your medicines ready for later. You're not out here spending every dime that you make. And instead, there's an accumulation of resource, of money, of energy, of time, of health. Bottom of the deck, we have Three of Pentacles. And so this is also another building card. And this is talking about, kind of collaboratively building and building with others. But there's only three others here. So there's a selectivity to this. It's not building with any and everyone who comes along who wants to buy you a $15 cocktail. Because as you said, you make $400 an hour. That's not really impressive. If that's what they want to do to sleep with you, they're going to have to jump through a lot more hoops if they're trying to buy your sex. But this is really about coalescing your resources, gathering them around you. This isn't the time for output and spending your resources, money, time, and energy. This is the time for gathering. This is the time for moving them from one place to another. So when I look at all of this together, this gathering, it's a time of like really restoring and filling you up, River. It's a time of really getting out of some of the muck or the mire. Like I said in your reading, there was this energy of really recognizing your culpability in situations past that you didn't like. There was a real recognition, look, common denominator and all that bullshit was me. I don't want me to be creating that kind of stuff ever again. So this Ten of Wands is talking about moving away from being that person. That Ten of Wands can represent behaviors and actions. Moving into a really accumulation of your energy, Nine of Pentacles, not expending it on work, Eight of Pentacles, but instead selectively collaborating with people who feed you, who allow you to be nourished and build at this time. Because the more you fill up that emotional bank account, that energy bank account, that financial bank account, that health bank account, the more you fill these things up, the more you have available to be with the twists and turns of love when the love season opens. But this is really about refilling that bank account for you. All right. River, thank you so much. I appreciate you letting me read for you and letting me know. Thank you for reminding me. I didn't realize that I didn't write that down, but I'm glad you told me while we were live that I was missing that part for you. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Okay, let me see. We're going to read for Pamela. Let me just double check these payment apps real quick. River, you're going to have to let me know how that resonates for you. Little bro, I'm working. I'll have to call you later. Let me just text him. I'll call him later. I was supposed to catch up with him this week. Okay. There we go. All right. So we have Pamela, then Jennifer. Jennifer H. Thank you so much. Appreciate you making your payment, Jennifer. And then let me just check the Venmos. Now I'm going to do Pamela, then I'm going to do Jennifer, and then that's it. So if you've wanted to get on the list, you certainly can. That is definitely an option. List is open. The way to do that is there. I just pasted it for you. There's only 2 people in front of you, and one of them I am reading for now. So if you're joining and want to get on this, great. Now is a great time to do it because in a moment I am going to go ahead and share. I'm going to go ahead and share with the larger YouTube community that I'm live, and then the list will fill up again pretty quickly. So if you'd like to get on the list, now is the right time to do it. Pamela, let me get your intel. Violet Flame. Yes, there we go. Okay. Oh, that is a big step, Elvin. It's good work, Elvin. It's good work. It will change you. Believe it or not, it will change you. Where in Connecticut were you born, hon? I mean, I can put any place down, but Pamela, remind me where in Connecticut you were born. 3/5/1985. 6:29 p.m. Okay. It was so hard not asking about my connection. Willpower. Career is important. Connection is not going anywhere. Awesome. Awesome. Hey, Chrysalism and Chill. Great to see you. There's only 2. I'm reading Pamela and then I'm reading Jennifer. So Chrysalism, if you want to get on the list, you can. Okay. Meriden. Okay. Let's edit this. Let's do Meriden. Cool. All right, Pamela. Devin, are you still getting dressed? Where are you going? Let us live vicariously. I want to know where we get to go tonight vicariously through the Vince adventures. All right, so spiritual gifts, as I'm looking at this for you, beloved. Let me go here. Spiritual gifts for you talk a lot. Ooh, okay. So moon in Leo in the 12th house. Somebody's psychic. And we have a Venus-Mars conjunction with Lilith in the 8th. Somebody's very psychic. Fascinating. Okay. Sensitive soul too with Pluto in Scorpio. Sensitive soul. Go the vent. That's so nice.
Oh gosh, you gotta go to New Jersey to celebrate? You really are friends with this girl. Yeah, you gotta go to Jersey from where you live? You are really friends with this girl. Wow, I don't know. I'd have to tell her, look, we got to meet halfway, homie. Okay, so Pamela, when I look at this for you, you got Karen here. Yeah, Pamela, I think we may have talked about this Pisces sun. You're a bit of a mind reader when it comes to relationships and connection. You're a bit psychic. Um, Interesting. And this is telling me that you can use it in both two arenas. You can use it at work or you could use it in partnership, but you have the ability to know what people are thinking, specifically thinking somewhat what they're feeling, but you have a way to know what people are thinking before they say it. And so in the work arena, I'm seeing this allows you to deliver work before people ask for it. And it kind of keeps you, quote, on top. It's what allows you to, I mean, unless you're just procrastinating straight up and like, I know they want that and I don't feel like it. And I'm hoping they just don't ask for it. And so you just kind of avoid doing certain things because you're like, I know they need it and I have no interest in fulfilling on that. So I can see you like skipping it sometimes. But most of the time I don't see that. I see you kind of have a knack for understanding what people need before they ask for it, and what they want from you before they ask for it. Now this is really fascinating. We just read together yesterday. I'm remembering our reading and I'm remembering our other readings. When I look at this for you, this makes sense now. Like I'm seeing this because you're so psychically tuned in to other people's specifically needs. That's moon. Moon represents our needs. You are so tuned in to other people's needs, especially people that you partner with, that it can be really hard at times to hear yourself, to hear your own needs, to be able to balance your needs in the presence of other people. And so, yeah, wow. For you, especially if you decide to cohabitate again in the future, it's going to be really important that you have time to yourself and structure in your day. Neptune in Capricorn in the first house, fourth house, Neptune being the ruler of your commitment house, fourth house being home. It's going to be really critical that you have structure in your day that allows you to tune into and listen to Pamela, because your automatic set point on your internal radio frequency dial is receive information from others. That's your automatic set point, is take in information. Take in, take in, take in. And so in the world of work, this really makes you, especially with the Gemini midheaven, a multi-utility player. This makes you someone who has the ability, because Gemini can kind of get in where it can fit in. Gemini can do what other people cannot by becoming very shape-shifting energy, what the situation calls for. I can be this or I can be that. What do you need? And so in the work world, there isn't a singular thing that you're destined to be doing. There is support energy, help energy here, like facilitating for other people. Like honestly, if I were to, since we're talking about Rihanna, if I needed to hire a personal assistant, I'd hire you. Because whether I needed you to pick up the dry cleaning or communicate with the venue about, the event we're holding, or liaise with the team lead for the design team, you have the ability to do any and all of that and still make sure that I don't miss lunch. Because if I miss lunch, I'll be hangry and then I'm gonna be a real bitch and make no good decisions for the rest of the day. That kind of thing. Like I would hire you to support
somebody who has an extraordinarily busy lifestyle and who needs someone to help them keep all the balls in the air, that's you. And so she said, okay, hire me. And so the right kind of job for you is that kind of like high-end personal assistant kind of stuff where you can have a personal touch, a personal connection with 1 to 5 kind of like people who just need someone, not their beck and call, but someone who has the ability to think on their feet, anticipate needs, psychically be able to tune into what's going on so that they're not underfoot. Even if I forget to communicate certain things, you're already going to know it. So, yeah, like A1 personal assistant kind of stuff here. Now, this kind of role is the kind of person, like I've seen personal assistants and like, what was Shonda? Because I've seen somebody with this kind of energy be gifted. Like this is a woman who, as a administrative assistant in a consulting organization to the CEO. She was his administrative assistant and administrative assistant to the executive team. Like she was making, mid 6 figures easily. And this was like back in the 2000s because of the fact that she was just so good at anticipating and mind reading what other people needed. And so if you were to be able to, if you wanted to look for that kind of situation, I want you to be very picky, Pamela. Be extraordinarily picky about who you take on, because I see this energy leaves you open, which you've seen, to very toxic people, people who think mind reading is a valid form of communication as opposed to a gift in communication. That's not the right kind of person for you. You need someone who's a great verbal communicator, and then on top of that has so much going on and is so kind of like out there and doing it and getting stuff done in the world. You need someone who has the ability to anticipate, or who has so much going on that your anticipation is not taken for granted. Good night, vibe and shine. Somebody who's like, oh my God, I didn't even think of that. Not someone who was like, I thought you should know that already. That's the wrong energy for you. You need somebody who's just really committed to making an impact and being of service in the world. Yeah. And so if you wanted to go about the business of like reading for people, could you? Yeah, I see you have a specialty there in relationship readings. If you wanted to read for people, I see the reading thing could go really, really well for you. Okay, Pamela, Oracle or Tarot for you? Let's see, Oracle or Tarot for you? So interesting. These are the skills that make me successful at my job. Yeah, I see that. I totally see that for you. Sweet dreams, vibe and shine. Oh, the vent. I think the vent had to go. She had to get on the train. And then we're going to do Jennifer Abear. Jennifer, are you here? And now I am going to go ahead and post. You want tarot? Okay, no problem. About your spiritual gifts. All right, give me 1 second. Jennifer, if you're here, please paste your question. Brushing your hair. Oh, awesome. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate that. Let me copy that link real quick. Let me stop share real quick. Let me go over to the Kayman YouTube channel and post anybody wants to get on the list, now's the time, because once I post it to the main channel, the list will grow a little bit and there'll be more people who want to get read today. So now's the time, going once, going twice. You'll be right after Jennifer, and Jennifer is who I'm reading next. Now, why does that function not work? Oh, there it is, it's working. Your channel, community section. Okay. Oops, I need to edit that. Put the link. Try this again. So delete post. There we go. Okay. Let me come back. Give me 1 second. Switch account. Came live. Go to your channel. Live mini readings. Okay. Yes, Jennifer, I see it. Let me do the tarot for Pamela. Okay, so Pamela wants to know about her spiritual gifts. Wow. This one goes here. Wow. Oh, yeah, I hope I can use tarot to interpret this. Okay. Violet Flame, what I'm seeing for you is 3 of Swords reversed, Wheel reversed, 10 of Wands reversed, Temperance reversed. When it comes to your spiritual gifting, that first card that came out was 3 of Swords reversed. It was like there's certain clarity that you have about what you need to do to not cause other people pain. And there's this attunement to your doings and not doings that create discomfort for other people, I'm seeing. And because you can be so attuned to what people do and don't do, that can create discomfort. It can have you kind of always walking on eggshells, or kind of like trying to avoid other people's pain, that kind of thing. The Wheel reversed and 10 of Wands reversed. This is telling me that this is some of this is an imbalanced use of your gift. And the Temperance reverse is kind of echoing that and telling me that you got to bring the gift into balance so that you can actually be of service. Because right now the gift is hurting you more than the gift is supporting other people, unfortunately, Pamela. And so all of this to say, when I look at this and I see, that anticipatory energy in your chart, this has a real capacity to help people. The Wheel of Fortune can turn upright. What was going bad can become good. Right now, using the gift the way you've been using it, it's causing the Wheel of Fortune to kind of become the wheel of disfortune at times, because there's not enough balance with the Temperance reverse between your needs and other people's needs. I see the pain that you've been through. I mean, we've talked about this. It's been like a painful road for you these last 6 months. Not even just, yeah, last year, really. And then in particular, the 10 of Wands reverse is telling me that you've made the transition out of the place, the painful place that you were in. Like you've moved, you've relocated, you're in the new place, but you haven't yet left behind the behaviors that got you into utilizing the gift in the shadow and that created that shadow relationship dynamic in the first place, which is important for you to remember. I want you to think back to the conversation we had in our reading yesterday, because that very same use of the gift that you had with Mark, unfortunately, can repeat with Brandon and create the exact same outcome and circumstance if you don't get right with the gift and utilizing the gift in ways that have more boundaries and healthy alignment for you. That's the issue with this setup, is that the gift is currently coming out sideways with all of these things being reversed. There's too much anticipation of whether or not you're causing other people pain and utilizing that as your guiding benchmark for your behavior. I should do this and not do that because it will not cause people's pain. I should not do this, or I should do that because it will not cause other people's pain. This is what's causing the Wheel of Fortune to be reversed and the 10 of Wands to have you still moving away from that problem, that dynamic, but missing the opportunity to utilize the gift in the way it was meant to. And then the Temperance remains reversed. Now, bottom of the deck, that was complicated to try and explain all of those reversals with the energy they were bringing in. Thanks for bearing with me. I hope that was clear. Bottom of the deck is Ace of Cups upright. And so on that Light Seer Tarot deck, when the Ace of Cups is upright, what it talks about and what it shows is a woman who she's emanating light force and love energy from her heart center. Meaning, because it's coming from her heart center, she's got a lot of self-love going on that she's sharing from a place of self-love. She's sharing from a place and giving from a place of having a full heart. And so what you're being asked to do with that bottom of the deck, that was the only upright, was the bottom of the deck, is to get so centered in yourself that what you are doing, what you are offering is coming from a full cup. And that's referenced from, is my cup full or not to be able to give that? I know this person needs it, but is my cup full or not to be able to offer it? And where you can't, being honest and saying, there's where you can go get your need met over there. I cannot do it. As opposed to pretzeling yourself into what other people need. So that's what I have for you, Miss Pamela. And you can use your gifts to help other people, Pamela. What you need to do is really get centered into honoring your own needs along as important as other people's. It can't be that their needs are more important than yours, because like I said, there was that clear signaling with the 10 of Wands reverse, like you've left the toxic situation, but you haven't left your own toxicity that contributed to it behind. So you're bringing the toxicity with you until you fix the dynamic, your part of the dynamic. All right. You're welcome, Violet Flame. I'm glad that you really got that you're really getting that. Okay, so Miss Jennifer, it is your turn, baby girl. And anyone who wants to get on the list, you can. The list is open. I'm going to read for Jennifer, and then it would be your turn. Okay, so Jennifer, let me see. Kankakee. Okay, let's see.
Actually, let me close Pamela's chart and open up a new one. Let me share the screen. Share, share, share. All right, Pamela or Jennifer. Event, have fun. I hope you have fun out in Jersey. Be safe. Be safe, be safe, be safe. Hopefully I'm still here when you're done. So if you want to come kiki some more, you can. All right, Kankakee, Illinois. I'm curious how Chiron is affecting me at the moment. I took your Chiron workshop and would love to have more specifics on what is going on for me. Okay, 3:30, happy belated birthday. 1982, 6:30 a.m. Thank you for pronouncing my name right. Your last name is Abear. Yeah, I've met some Abears in my lifetime. Okay. What is going on for me right now with Chiron? Okay. It's a very different question, Jennifer, than I'm still hearing. Yes, I hope so too. Ah, good. Okay, Jennifer, that's a very different question than kind of like the what's my Chiron wound and how to heal it, knowing what's going on right now. Let me just take a look at your natal Chiron. Okay, so nothing big yet. Major aspects to your natal Chiron right now is a Saturn square, which is also sitting on top of your Venus, Venus being the ruler of the 7th house. Okay. All right, Queen of Water, welcome. Great to see you. You know what? This is telling me you got some stuff around wishes, hopes, wishes, and dreams yet unfulfilled in love that has you questioning yourself and your self-worth at this time, and has you wondering, can it really happen? Can it really happen for me? And what's it going to take? What do I have to fix? It's definitely a fixing vibe. What do I have to fix about me to have love come in? And there's a real questioning, like, yeah, ooh, it's like hitting your self-esteem hard. Like I'm getting a hard vibe around that, where there's this kind of like stance for what's possible. Like I see you standing for what you want and what you need. I see you standing for relationship being possible for you, and simultaneously, and yet I'm seeing something hasn't quite manifested in the world of relationship in the way that you wanted to. And there's a part of you that's like, okay, let me go tinker with the code because this page isn't rendering the way I want it to. Let me go tinker with, what's happening inside me, because love isn't unfolding the way I need it to, the way I thought it would. I stand for it to happen that way. And simultaneously, it's not happening that way. So what Saturn has done is placed you in a far more serious place about this, like really rolling up your sleeves and truly getting to work with in the world of relationships so that you can have what you want, you can have what you desire. It's doing this by unearthing certain things with your Chiron wounding that have been kind of at the core of some of the challenge. Now, you're one of the lucky people. You've got Chiron in the 1st house. I always say people who have Chiron in the 1st or Chiron in the 12th here, these are people who don't have Chiron just impacting the opposing or the squaring houses. These are people who have Chiron impacting all 12 houses. When you have Chiron in the 1st, it impacts everything, because the 1st is your foundation. It is yourself. It is your inner energy and who you are. And when Chiron wounding, that root wounding is built in there, it is built in everything. being pushed to express yourself. Got it. So what I'm seeing here is that there's this recognition of like, okay, it's not that I'm not enough. It's that for me to get what I want, I have to value myself. Taurus is the sign of value. And Chiron sits in Taurus. There's a real need to value yourself. Well, how do you do that? Taurus is governed by Venus. Venus is out here in Aquarius in the 11th house. Aquarius governs the unique and quirky about ourselves. Aquarius governs the part of ourselves that is unlike anyone else. And in that house of wish fulfillment, hopes, wishes, and dreams, and helpful friends and allies that assist us with manifesting our hopes, wishes, and dreams. This is telling me that the solution for you at this time is twofold. Number one, there's a boundary thing that needs to happen. Yes, there's a boundary around the way you value your unique, quirky parts of yourself. This is talking about not letting anyone outside of you put down your freak flag, put down your uniqueness, or talk about you in ways that somehow make you feel less than when it comes to your oddities, your quirks. This Saturn is talking about, part of getting serious about relationship is also getting serious about yourself and your self-love, and even loving the parts of you that you think are a little unique and different and ahead of the curve, and some things that are a little out there. Not instead, which your Chiron can do, looking around outside of you and going, oh, other people who got married, they acted this way and this way. Maybe I should be more like this, less like that. No. This is talking about standing up for and loving the unique parts of you, even the goals that you have that are very odd or different or unique. Really standing up for those things about yourself and those dreams that you have for yourself. Like if your dream is to live in, a forest with a cottage underground, not hiding that, start working toward it, honor it. It is a little different. And so what? This might be something everybody does in the future, and that's okay. And if you're wanting something very unique and different in the world of relationships, because I see here with Venus in the 11th house in the world of relationships, you are built for a very unique type of relationship. If you're open to something unique and different, it's important to be honest about that with yourself and not try to force yourself to be inside of everyone's type of relationship, to not be in try not to fit in, but instead embrace the parts of you that stand out and that are unique, Jennifer. All right. That's what it is saying for you. Let me just see. No, the list is not long. Let me just log in and see whether or not we're doing tarot for Miss Jennifer. Miss Jennifer, are we doing tarot? No, we are not. Okay, no problem. Okay, so Miss Jennifer, that's a read, and that's it. That's all I have on the list. You're welcome. Queen of Water list is not long. You would be next if you got on the list now. You would be the next person, and anyone who wants to get on the list can. Let's see. Okay, Queen of Water, I got your payment. Let's roll. I got your payment. Let me know what your question is, beloved. So yeah, anyone who wants to jump on the list can. I'm going to read for Queen of Water now, and then if you decide you'd like to jump on the list, then you would be next. you would be next. I got it, Queen of Water. Drop your question and your payment details and we will go in. Jennifer says, oh my gosh, yes, following the crowd and bullying have been a huge thing. I'm sorry to hear that, Jennifer. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully, what I just described as the pathway for healing that Chiron would be supportive to you. Like just embracing your uniqueness would be healing for you. Yeah, that's helpful, vibe and shine. But Queen of Water's done this before. It's not her first rodeo. She's been here. Katie, I've just been here. I haven't left. I know Queen of Water's quiet because she's typing out her question. She paid and now she's typing out her question. Okay, let's do this, girl. Let me see. Let me see. Share screen. Okay. June 26th. Happy upcoming birthday. So exciting. Victoria. Victoria, Canada. I don't know why, but I feel like you're from Australia or New Zealand. Brunswick, Victoria. Are you from New Zealand? My love life seems like a non-event my whole life. Oh, Queen of Water. 1:33 p.m. Yeah, mine has been a bit of a dumpster fire, not gonna lie, but that's what you get when you get Venus conjunct the South Node. June 26th, happy upcoming birthday. 1969. Australia, that's what I thought. If I recalled, you were from Australia. Okay, so Brunswick, Australia. Let me just make sure. Okay, yeah, Brunswick. Let me see, what's it say? 1:33 p.m. June 26, 1969. Okay, let's do this. Now she says her life has been a bit of a non-event. Okay, I see why. I see one thing that's really clear about why. Let me see if there's any other reasons to why. The first thing that jumped out when you're like, it's been a non-event. What's up with that? Saturn conjunct your seventh house cusp line does two things. One, it delays love. It makes it so that love tends to come in much later in life. And when it does come in, especially if it comes in early, unfortunately, you can be prone to marrying the wrong person, but then feeling locked into the worst kind of relationship for the duration. And that's Saturn on the seventh house cusp. Now, thankfully, you're not locked into a bad relationship at this time. And so what I see here, marriage late in life. So you're already in that season, post 40, post 45. That's normal for people who have Saturn sitting on the seventh house cusp line. I can see you're past that. The other thing, or Saturn governing the seventh house, which is a Capricorn seventh house, marriage can happen late for them too. The other thing that I'm seeing is Saturn opposite your moon. And God bless you, moon in Scorpio. Intuitive is all fuck, but you don't share your feelings. And so the emotional connection, even though you feel it, Sun in Cancer, you are a very emotional person. Look at all this water in your chart. Sometimes other people, they don't get it. They don't, the you that's happening inside is not the you that they are experiencing on the outside. You may think you are being all kinds of emotionally vulnerable and real and transparent, but with Saturn opposite your moon in this way, I'm telling you, girl, you're not the kind of emotionally vulnerable, real, and transparent that invites people
to be endeared and connect to you emotionally, not all the time. For you, it's an effort to bring your emotions out. And that's evidenced by two things, both Scorpio moon. Scorpio moon people do not wear their hearts on their sleeve. Big hearts, big fence. The other piece too is with Saturn sitting opposite your moon, and that could be any combination, Saturn opposite moon. Emotions run deep, but run slow. They're the kind of thing that it's like, it can take a minute to know how you feel, but when you know how you feel, woo, it is deep, 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 especially with the Scorpio moon and the Cancer sun. You're a big feeler, like your emotions, like you probably even got the message very early in life, Queen of Water, that you need to learn. People probably told you, and probably your parents, with this kind of energy in your chart, you can't be so sensitive. You can't feel so much for people. It's not going to work. Like, you have to learn how to have a harder exterior. And so the combination of things going on here, you probably receiving a lot of that messaging. People who have high water in their chart tend to receiving a lot of that messaging. And in addition to receiving that messaging, people who feel as deeply as you do, looking around and seeing, why aren't other people feeling this? Why aren't other people noticing these, micro inequities, microaggressions, these micro kind of put downs that, why are we indulging in this like pain porn on TV and this, bullying reality shows for entertainment? Why is this what we're doing? For you, having been told that, hey, you can't feel so deeply if you want to make it here on earth, and then looking around from inside and having the experience, other people don't seem to be so bothered by this. Why am I so bothered? The combination of the two can have you be exactly this. Yes, guarded, very guarded. And it's that guardedness that will slow relationships down. It will make it harder for them to come in. But I'm telling you, you're 52, you're in your season. Like I said, post 40, post 45, with people Saturn sitting on the cusp, that's the time. You are in your season, in your lifetime, for having committed, stable partnership to come in. I would say thank God you're 52, because neither men nor women or humans really know how to be thoughtful and kind about other humans' emotions until they've gotten their heart stomped on a few times. Then people might be a bit more sensitive to others. And so being on this side of 50 is actually a good thing for relationships when you are as sensitive as you are. Because you're in the stage with your cohort, 50, late 40s into, the 60s. I don't know how young or old you date, but you're in the stage of life with your cohort where people are more sensitive. They're more thoughtful about other people's feelings. And they're more cautious and careful. They're not as careless and reckless as I'm sure you remember the 20s and 30s were. We were far more cavalier in our 20s and 30s about other people's feelings because we just didn't fucking know. We were just young and dumb. And so now on this side of things, I see you're in a season for love in your life, and rightfully so, because you needed your cohort to catch up with you. Now, what it's just going to take is you being more vulnerable, less guarded, to let people in. Let me see what's going on. My parents used to tell me that all the time as a child, that I'm too emotional. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You were built that way and with purpose. You're probably a phenomenal reader. It made me cold seeing others ignore life's atrocities. Yeah. Yeah, it does make you cold. It can make you really cold. It can make you feel very cold and alone, like outside of life. And it can also make you put up such a guard that you shut down your emotions. Hey, the vent, have fun celebrating your friends' accomplishments. When you're out the vent, have a drink for you, because you've accomplished a lot this year. In 4 months, You've come a long way. You've done a lot personally and professionally, which we've talked about. So toast to you as well, sister. Enjoy. Okay. So that's what I got for you, Queen of Water, that you're going to have to let the guard down, and you are in the right season of life to be able to do so. Not only you're going to have to let the guard down, but you're also going to have to open for people in such a way that lets them see that big, beautiful heart of yours. I see you have a big, beautiful heart, and it's going to be something that will, when people see it, especially men who also have a big, beautiful heart, and they're out here, men are born with the same amount of sensitivity and water that you are. It'll allow them to come in out of the cold as well. But you got to lead. All right, Miss Queen of Water, that's what we have for you. That's a read. For anyone who's just joining, the list is open. That is how you pay and get on it. I can read your chart, past, present, future, opportunities, love, life, health, moves, transitions, growth, spiritual gifts, changes, Chiron wounding, how to heal it, any of that stuff, the eclipses, the eclipse cycles, I can read that for you as well. Let me know. And then if you want me to do a tarot card or oracle pull for you, I can also do that. That is just $10 extra, and I'll give you additional illumination and clarity about what you've asked on with the tarot or with the oracle. It's so fun to hang out with you guys. It's such a fun group. Such a fun group. So, which Queen of Water, I think you already knew. I mean, there's no way that you're 52 and didn't realize I have a wall and it is keeping people away from me. I'm sure you knew that at this stage of your life. And simultaneously, it is necessary for you to, use the wall to your advantage. Don't let other people, exactly. That's exactly it. You don't want to let people that just vibrationally are going to stomp all over your emotions in. Use the wall correctly. Let in the good, keep out the people who are irresponsible. And then that's how you work with this. It is a mega fun group. It is Vibe and Shine. These girls are hilarious, especially when River and the vent get started. Oh my gosh. The vent keeps us all laughing. I told the vent she needs to go into comedy because her storytelling skills are par none. I was just typing before I send money. No problem, Lunar Lease. I'll let you know as soon as I get it. No problem. Cool. Thanks. Late life marriage. I'm not odd at all. Nope. It's in the design for this lifetime for you, Queen of Water. It is in the design for this lifetime. And this goes for anyone who has the Capricorn 7th house or Saturn in the 7th house. Getting married early can have you stuck in a relationship with the wrong person. And for reasons that to you seem extraordinarily valid, but to the rest of the world might be like, just get out of it. You're going to feel like you can't come out. So Queen of Water, let me put it this way. You're right on schedule for your life. Right on schedule. Not odd at all. All right. So I know Lunar Lee said that they wanted to make a payment. If anybody else would like to do that, you can. Otherwise, we're probably going to wrap up here. If anyone who's gone already would like to ask a second question, you can certainly do that as well. It's a great time to do that. Let me just check the payment apps. Are there astrological markers for weight gain and loss? Vibe and Shine, there are. There is Jupiter and Saturn. Jupiter tends to create weight gain and Saturn tends to create weight loss.
It's funny because I remember when Saturn crossed over my horizon line, I lost like 10 pounds and I was looking not very healthy. And then Saturn crossed over my horizon line and transited through my first house. And then the next thing I knew, I was up 20 pounds that have not gone away. Not gone away at all. So I see here we have a payment from Elisa. And so depending upon where Jupiter and Saturn are, if they are crossing through the first house, if they're crossing through the sixth house, if they're crossing over the ascendant descendant line, if they are talking to the rulers of the first house or the sixth house, a person might gain or lose weight as well. I have Uranus and Taurus in my second house at the moment. Yeah. Yep. Uranus talking to the ruler of the sixth house can also create weight changes in weight as well, especially if Jupiter or Saturn is involved. They can be kind of dramatic changes in weight. Okay. Yes, Lunar Lise, I am. I trust that you are Alyssa. So go ahead and hook me up with your information. I am specific. Let me get your information. I need birthday, time. Oh, wait, you posted that. Let me get that. I need where you were born. I need the location because that part isn't here. So I need where you were born and your question. January 1st, 1992, 8:30 p.m. Okay. Oh, wait, that's not it. It's not January 1st. Let me try this again. Okay. January 22nd, 1992. January 22nd, 1992. Pueblo, Colorado. 8:34 p.m. Okay. Got it. And now I just need your question. Let me know your question and then we can dive in. January 22nd, 1992. Got it. Okay, cool. I always knew that deep down. I knew I was cautious, but now I realize it's because my growth was going to be ascension based. It makes sense. Oh, that's also great insight, Queen of Water. Because a lot of what's happened in the last 12 years is a lot of people have caught up to where you've always been emotionally and vibrationally. Their sensitivity has opened up, Queen of Water, because of the way the ascension process has opened so many people. Your viable partner for this lifetime may not have been ready prior to now. And so that's, it's really important to not give yourself a hard time about the timing of when it happens for you, because everyone has their own timing. Hey, Divine Feminine 144, welcome. I'm feeling the limits and gifts of Saturn. Any insights on keeping efforts to keep pushing through my fifth house blocks? Okay, let's see what's going on. Okay, so some of the issue that you're dealing with around, again, it's a timing thing. It's funny that that's where we left off talking to Queen of Water. Yes, Lori, vibe and shine is correct. So what we have going on here, and Divine Feminine, you're welcome to jump on the list as well. With this Uranus Neptune conjunction, so here's Uranus, here's Neptune. They're sitting together in your fifth house on your axis of manifestation. I see here that 2020 and 2019, specifically 2020,
You were brought through a period of sharp disillusionment with work and humanity to such a degree that you have been forced to consider what might it be like if I worked for myself, if I built my own company, if I did my own thing. And that's what was supposed to happen. With Saturn, Jupiter, and Pluto all rolling on top of your natal Uranus Neptune conjunction, which happened for everyone who was born between about 87, 88, 89, 90. You're like the last group because most of these people have Saturn sitting with Uranus and Neptune, but you just have Uranus and Neptune as you came in. Saturn was over here in Aquarius. It had moved forward by the time you came in. And so that disillusionment is what was supposed to happen. On your axis of manifestation, you were supposed to get to a place of like, wow, what we're doing in terms of work and the way we treat our workers and the way companies operate, it's so outdated. I need to build my own thing. This can't be what we do anymore. And so this Neptune Uranus conjunction energy here that got activated by the transits of Pluto, Saturn, and Jupiter all together sitting on top of them in 2020 was supposed to get you to a place of like recognizing there's something in you, a dream within you, something that you can manifest. 11.5, the axis of manifestation that needs to be here on earth. But it's time for you to build it. It's time for it to come through you. And that's Uranus, the divine, Neptune speaking through the ethers to you, allowing you to have the opportunity to bring these things forward. Okay. So that's what's going on here. Now you asked me about limits and gifts of Saturn. Some of what's going on from a timing perspective is that this disillusionment isn't done. It's not over yet. You're still needing to find your way into clarity about what you can do to serve. And that's going to come as Saturn makes its way through your 6th house of service, continues to aspect your 10th house of career. Figuring out what you can do and how it can look is still percolating. This cake is still in the oven. And because of this, this is your opportunity to be noodling about it. Saturn's not blocking you in your natal chart. It's supporting you to start to make real the advanced insights and technologies, that's Aquarius, Saturn and Aquarius, make it real in the 3rd dimension, but it's forcing you to start to look at the nuts and bolts. How's this going to work? What's it going to take? Who would I need to hire? How much does it cost to build? How would I go about creating this and making it real? That's what's going on here, lunarlies. And so it's going to take a little bit of time. Saturn isn't done with your 6th house for another couple of years. And when it gets done, that's when you're going to start to have more clarity about what you're bringing forward and how to do it. And in doing so, you're going to have the opportunity to manifest your dreams in a more real way. But I want you to understand what you've been dreaming of, what you've been thinking of, what it is that you've thought, I should work for myself, I should build this or that. What I want you to understand is that it's something that probably hasn't been seen before, lunarlies. It's something that the earth needs, that you're literally channeling it onto the earth from elsewhere. And so if you are experiencing these ideas that you've never seen before, but you're like, yeah, earth really needs this, move on it. You were put here on purpose to receive that message at this time because, yeah, we do need it. You're part of a special group of people born between about, I'd say 88 and 92, that I'm calling the rebuilders, that are here for the disillusionment, for the issues that we have experienced in 2020 and onward, to help us find our way forward as humanity from this period of time. So move on your ideas, okay? I got kind of crushed with the disillusionment. I thought I was working for a toxic metaphysical store as a reader, but gained a lot of experience to create a store. Yes, Lunar Lease. I'm in it for the long game. Thank you for the insights. You are so welcome. Lunar Lease, do you prefer tarot or oracle card pull? Okay. Very cool. And then let me just see, I saw a couple payments come through. What else do we have here? Okay, Lori, I have you on the list. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'll read for you next. Tarot. Okay. And then I'm getting I should use the Rider Waite for you. Actually, the Santa Muerta. Okay, we'll use that. Fine. Excuse me. There. Lunar Lease. Shuffling. I know PayPal and Venmo. Venmo is not available outside of the United States. At least last time I checked, it wasn't. Yeah. Okay, we got your cards. This makes all the sense in the world. Yeah. Okay. Really needed to hear this message. It feels daunting, but I'm transmuting it into excitement. Yeah, please do. Because what you got in your tarot was the Eight of Wands upright, the Six of Cups. Sorry, is that say 1, 2, 3, 4, 9 of Cups reversed? Sorry. Seven of Pentacles upright, clarified. I love it when they come out with their own clarifies. Clarified by the Eight of Pentacles upright. Now, this is an interesting combo because in the Santa Muerte deck, we have that Eight of Wands upright. These wands are surrounding a head, and the head has the mouth open as if it's communicating. And so I'm sure you're familiar in the Rider Waite deck. The Eight of Wands talks about communication, but in this deck, it's talking about ideas as well, and things coming through the realm of thought and out of the mouth, speaking it into existence. With the Nine of Cups reversed, this is telling me as the second card in the spread, yeah, it's talking about that disillusionment. Like I thought it would be like this, but really it's like that. And I'm walking away empty-handed and empty-hearted from what I was doing. But the empty-handed, empty-hearted sensation with the Nine of Cups reversed is letting you know something important. Those cups are still there. They're still available to fill. And the way to work it is Seven of Pentacles upright, leading into the Eight of Pentacles upright. In this deck, the Seven of Pentacles has a man counting on an abacus. Do we have the right amount? What's this going to take? Let's count down or count up into what's needed. That Eight of Pentacles, which I'm sure you're familiar with, the Eight talks about building. It talks about accumulation and growth and bringing things into fruition from the Seven into the Eight, bringing things into fruition in the third dimension. So these ideas have come to you. The disillusionment is there, but the disillusionment was meant for your motivation. Like, this isn't the way it should be. Let's do a new doggone thing. And the Seven and the Eight here of Pentacles is talking about getting to work in the third dimension, making it possible. Starting the Seven of Pentacles in this deck has a bit more planning and strategy energy to it, rather than kind of like the wait and see faith energy that the normal Rider Waite Seven of Pentacles has. There's planning in this card, there's strategizing, and the 8 talks about starting to build up momentum, starting to build up and save up energy, store it up into getting toward where you want to go. So that's what we have here. You know, those games where like they have you like build your own kingdom or build your own farm or build your own whatever. There's a little bit of that energy here where you're being asked to start to play, not just in the world of the imagination, but in the world of form. If you were to create what you just had, but absolutely and 100% better, what would that look like? If you were to create where you just came from, but way better, it's like building your own farm, building your own thing. It's time to get to work on what this is going to look like, because you were exposed to what it should not look like for a reason. Okay? There was divine purpose in that. What's supposed to come through you as what it needs to look like. Okay? Okay, Miss Lori, it's all you, baby. Let's have your question. You're welcome, Lunar Leaf. Does it resonate for you? You have to let us know if it resonates for you. Okay, Lori says, let me get your chart together. Miss Lori, do your chart. I feel that deeply. Okay, good. Good. Yeah, that period of time and that location had a purpose. And it was to fuel you, to show you what it could be. Okay, I've been single for a few years. I feel like I'm ready for a relationship. What do the planets show for me in the area of love? Oh, you're a Christmas baby. Okay, cool. Arizona, Tuba City, 12/25, 1969, 10:04 a.m. Okay. Oh my God, the vent, be careful. Please be careful and be safe. Yeah, that is so hectic. Oh my gosh. I now want you to be at home and hanging out. So I know you're safe. You have to go. Please be careful. Okay. Yeah. Who was it? Somebody asked earlier. She was like, I don't feel like going anywhere or doing anything. Why? Well, that was River who asked that. This is why, River. Collectively, none of us feel like going anywhere. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. All right. It resonates, and the previous message that I came in on made sense to me too. Okay. Oh God, just cover the vent. Let her stay safe and while she's out tonight. Get her there safe and get her home safely. Hide her from danger. All right. What we have going on, Lori, for you in terms of love. And Miss Victoria, I have you on the list as well. What we have going on for you in terms of love, let me see. this year. Oh, yeah. It's funny because you have a stacked first house. Anytime that first house gets jammed up or you have like big energy moving through it, and you have three bigger energies, Saturn, Neptune, and Jupiter all moving through your first house. It automatically lights up the seventh house. And the seventh house of committed partnership is like, let's settle down, let's connect, let's commit. But the first house is like, um, kind of like the first house is giving us that energy of like wanting it, but the time not quite being there yet, quite being right sometimes. It gives us this energy of needing to focus on ourselves and this energy of getting ready. Now, what's interesting is you have Sun as the ruler of your seventh house of committed partnership and Moon as the ruler of your sixth house of day-to-day living. And then in your fifth house, where dating, flirtations, and romance kind of begin, that's a Mercury governed house. Now, when Jupiter comes to touch any one of the rulers of these three houses, 5, 6, or 7, we have love coming in. And Jupiter has touched all of these. It touched Sun in 2019, Mercury in 2020, and by trine, it is touching Moon this year. And so here's Jupiter now. The opportunity bringer had crossed through and got all the way here. And Jupiter right here, water to water, Pisces to Cancer, touching the late fifth house, early sixth. It's letting me know that you have opportunities around you for love. And the question for you with Jupiter moving through that sixth house, what I'm seeing is two things. One, sixth house is day-to-day living. It's about being out and about. It's about being out, like going about your daily errands and being open, emotionally open, Moon in Cancer, to the people around you. Then the next thing I'm seeing here with your Venus here in fire sign Sagittarius, we're going to have Jupiter moving into fire sign Aries, which will brush up against your seventh house cusp line very briefly before retrograding back into your sixth house from the sign of Aries there. What we have going on is opportunities building and mounting for you, opportunities opening up for you for love to come in these next couple of years. There's definitely been opportunity in the last couple, difficult as it may have been with lockdowns, etc. Lori, this is telling me that the options and opportunities are there, but you have to be willing to put yourself out there for it. The positioning here of your natal Venus here in Sagittarius lets me know that there's something, I don't know if you horseback ride or you deal with horses in any way. There's something about aiming for your goals, moving toward your goals, like being very focused on your goals, hopes, wishes, and dreams, Sagittarius, 11th house. And being about the business of dealing with your goals, or maybe with horses, because the centaur is the energy, is what governs Sagittarius. If you start to deal with that in any way, your goals, or if you work with horses, I'm seeing that this is where it's most likely for you to meet someone, is going about the business of dealing with your goals, dealing with your hopes, wishes, and dreams in a day-to-day fashion. You just actively pursuing them. Love seems to enter for you in that way when you're doing that. It's okay, Kool-Aid Man. It's nice to see you. Welcome. I look at the stars. And the time of the birth or now, and I tell you what's going on with your life. Hang out for a little bit. You're in great company. People here are nice if you're nice to them. My moderators are on it. So if you're not nice, you'll get blocked and you won't be able to come back. So there's that. But yeah, people are really cool. If you want to kick it, kick it. People are nice here. We're a friendly crowd. So yeah, that's what I have for you, Lori. That love is on the way. It's about actively pursuing what you want in your day-to-day life. And I know that sounds so cliche, Lori, right? Like, just do you. Don't worry about love and love will come in. I hate when people say that. I really do. Because it's not actually true. Different people are meant to find love in different ways. And for you, you're meant to find love when you're going about your business pursuing your goals in a regular fashion. When you are pursuing your goals, that's how love comes in for you. All right. Let me know how this sounds to you, Lori, if this resonates and if what you're doing now for pursuit of your goals. I'd be really, really curious. Are you working on them? Do you know what you want? How's all that going? Okay, I did see a payment come in from, let me see. From Victoria M. So Victoria, it is your turn now. Never thought about the astrology reading side of it. You know what's interesting, Kool-Aid Man, is that astronomy and astrology, way back in the day, they used to be one science. Studying the placement and the movement of the stars and then the interpretation of what they meant weren't separate. They became separate during the origination of the Christian era, when Rome kind of decided that Christianity needed to be the full religion of every person in the Roman colonies or Roman territories. That's when astronomy and astrology got separated, because sailors still needed to use the stars to navigate around the Mediterranean and beyond. But it wasn't considered acceptable by the Christians to use the stars to understand yourself or your life anymore. And so that's when they got separated. Astrology got separated out. But for hundreds of years, thousands of years, it was the same. It was one field of study. The study of the stars was one. So it's cool that you found your way in here while we're hanging out as an astronomer. If you've got a live stream, you should let me know. I want to come visit and understand the movement and the placement of the stars. I think it would be really cool. Let us know if you have a channel where you talk about that stuff. It'd be a lot of fun to come visit you over there. Okay, Texas, Webster. 222. Oh, wow. That's really cool. Where does our galaxy have an active nuclei? Kool-Aid Man, you'll have to let us know. I have a fairly large telescope and use it to track deep sky objects. Recently did some quasar observations. That is cool. Very, very cool. I'm so glad that you're here hanging out with us. Nice. 1999. 12:14 p.m. Okay. Sadly, I don't upload or stream. Maybe one day. What? Come on. Okay, God, okay. My manifesting is working. It is working, Kylie. So Kool-Aid Man, in this chat, Kylie has been trying to manifest a way to get off planet Earth and onto some other planets, maybe in some other solar systems and some other galaxies, because she thinks Earth is garbage at the moment, which I can't say that I disagree with. But there are horse corrals near my house. Maybe I'll hang out there. You know what, Lori? If there are horse corrals near your house, I would go check it out. Especially if they have classes or like happy or social hours. I would just go see what kind of men hang out with them horses, Lori. Our galaxy doesn't have one. It's a supermassive black hole, of course, but doesn't have enough matter swirling into it to become a quasar. Wow. Kool-Aid Man, that is interesting facts. Thank you. Kool-Aid Man, I'm curious about the difference between black holes and wormholes. Is that something you can illuminate for us? The 22nd, not the 15th. Okay, so it didn't change. I was typing too fast. That's what that was. Yeah, Kool-Aid Man, let us know. 1999, 12:14 p.m. Webster, Texas. Okay, let me see what else she has to say. So wormholes can travel us. Hang out, Kool-Aid Man. I have questions. Hang out. Let me read for Victoria and let me ask some questions because I am curious. So I need clarity on what's happening in my love life. I just left a relationship with someone I thought was my DM twin, but someone new came in my life that feels intense. Okay, let's have a look. I mean, I don't really get into the labels in that regard here, like who's the twin, who's not, was it a twin, was it not? I'm really focused on, are you getting the initiation by love or not, Victoria? And have you stepped into love being your teacher in the connection or not? So let's have a look here. Clarification on what's going on in your love life. Ruler of the love life house is Jupiter, because Jupiter is the ruling planet that governs the constellation Sagittarius. Jupiter in your chart sits natally in the position of Aries, second degree of Aries. Okay, interesting. Who else was active in your relationship houses? So Venus, ruler of Libra, Pluto, Mars, ruler of Scorpio. Okay, so Venus sits with Jupiter, and then Mars and Pluto both sit here in the 6th. Interesting. And Saturn, ruler of the 8th, is here. When were these departures, Victoria? I don't care about labels. It's just what I hear from others. Haha. Gotcha. Interesting. I'm trying to see what would have caused such a, oh, it was the eclipse. Was this December, January, Victoria? Was this a December, January entry and departure kind of thing going on? Let me know. Because what I'm seeing here, Victoria, is that it's the eclipses, that December eclipse, that would have made the kind of change that we're talking about here. And that December eclipse would have brought something out and brought something in. It would have created a new beginning, an opening of a new chapter for you. And that's what I'm getting here, because that eclipse would have hit your ascendant descendant line. So let me just go over here. Let me just see my table of eclipses really quick. Yeah, 12 degree Sag, December 3rd. Okay. Yeah, solar eclipses are new beginnings. December 3rd was the solar eclipse that hit your relationship house. Victoria hasn't mentioned when it was, but that's okay. So what I'm seeing here is you entered a new chapter. This new chapter is for grounding and stabilizing love. Jupiter is about to pop out here in constellation Aries in your 11th house of wish fulfillment. Fire harmonizes with fire. You've got a fire 7th house of committed partnership. I met this new person in January, but didn't start getting to know them in February. But around December, I knew it was time to leave my last relationship, but it ended early this month. Yeah, that makes sense. There's a lot of tying up loose ends of things that may have started in December that are getting finalized as we close out March, because we're having the final dregs of that Venus retrograde energy in Capricorn. For you, that was the seventh house of ending, or sorry, the eighth house of endings. And so what's interesting about this, as I look and see, that needed to close because you are entering a period of time of new beginning. There is somebody new coming in. If that wasn't aligned for you, it would have been time to release that. I do see new love coming in, a new beginning, a new start somewhere here. It really gets off the ground in the next several months, but it takes a step back towards the end of the year, towards November, when Mars goes retrograde in Gemini, opposing your seventh house of committed partnership. Mars may bring back this person you just split with while you're trying to get things off the ground with the new person. And so things may take a little step back with both or one of them, and then go forward again once Jupiter goes direct. So all of that to say, yeah. Okay, this is cool. Hang in there. Let me get the exact date of the Jupiter retrograde for you, because that's when you're going to start to see things take a step back. Jupiter retrograde 2. July through November. Okay. So it's in July. Like things may pick up now, and then in November, sorry, in July, they start to slack a little bit. And then come November, things start to pick up again. So expect the summer to be a little bit more reflective. Expect the summer to be just a little bit more a period of time where you're doing a lot more kind of soul searching while you figure out what happened, why it happened, what's best for me, that kind of thing. Which path is going to lead me to the direct fulfillment of my dreams as Jupiter moves from the 11th house of wish fulfillment back into that 10th house. Expect July through November to be a little tricky, and then things pick back up again with the Mars retrograde in December, Jupiter progressing back into Aries around that time. But what's interesting is that when they pick back up again, you're not going to have just one option. You're going to have two. There's going to be two people who show up when they pick back up again. You're going to be asked to make a choice, Victoria. Hey, girly, 4280. I am reading Victoria, and then if you decide to make payment, it would be your turn. Nobody else is on the list after Victoria. So actually, Jess Velarde just made payment. So I'm going to read for Victoria. I'm finishing up with Victoria now, that I'm going to read for Jess. And then I would read for you. If you decide you want to get on, it would be your turn, and 2 people. Okay. So Victoria, sorry, Jess, go ahead and prepare your question because it's about to be your turn, Jess. Let me ask you, Victoria, let me get a tarot. You want to know about your love life. Let's ask about tarot. Let's use tarot. I don't think Oracle, not the decks that I have. Those aren't right for you. Woo! That came out quick. Okay, give me a final energy for Victoria. Yeah, okay. Yeah, girl. All right. Oh, Crystalism and Chill, it's you. Oh, these girls got you putting out your birth details, Kool-Aid Man. Are they reading your chart, Kool-Aid Man? All right, so for you, Victoria, what we have is Page of Cups upright. And then we also have 6 of Pentacles upright and 10 of Swords reverse. Now, what's interesting to me as I look at this, I see you having the idea for a love that you want to manifest, which we talked about. Jupiter moving into your 11th house of wish fulfillment, Jupiter bringing opportunities, expansion, growth, luck, Jupiter moving into that 11th house of wish fulfillment. This is bringing for you the opportunity for your hopes, wishes, and dreams to be fulfilled, specifically, yes, in the realm of relationship with this Page of Cups card and Jupiter being the ruler natally of your 7th house of committed partnership. So I see that Page of Cups card there. You've made some space to start the manifestation. Now we have the 6 of Pentacles upright. It's the second energy. So I'm seeing you giving energy to your manifestation, you growing, you investing. And I see you trying to invest with someone else here. There's what I see what you were looking for that maybe you were not getting previously is equal give and take. And I'm seeing that starting the process of happening. You're making space for equal give and take to unfold for you. The 10 of Swords reversed though, I see that even though you got this idea for love to manifest with the Page of Cups, I'm using the Light Seer Tarot. So if you have that deck or you want to Google the Page of Cups and the Light Seer Tarot, you'll see that in this card, what's happening is that the heart space is starting to open up, but it's not all the way there yet. The idea for love is in the head, but it's not yet in the third dimension. It's still looking a little bit like, well, maybe when pigs fly. And the 6 of Pentacles upright here is equal giving and taking, but it's important for you to not be over giving is what this is talking about, or overtaking. It's important to be balanced. The warning here for you with the 10 of Swords reversed is twofold. Number one, there is a bit of a warning about starting something new when you haven't fully walked away emotionally from the last thing. There's still pain from the last thing here. And not only is there still pain from the last thing here, but there's a little bit of like, even the universe is saying that last thing, it's not all the way over yet. It's not all the way done with 10 of Swords reversed. If the 10 of Swords was upright, I'd say keep working on your closure. You're headed in the right direction. My heart chakra has been pretty closed and I know I have to heal it. Yeah, because without that healing that you already know you need to do, unfortunately, some of what this 6 of Pentacles is showing is that you can either overgive in order to get or over receive without giving correctly because you're utilizing your present love to make up for what your past love never gave your heart. And so that imbalance can cause some problems in allowing this new love to manifest fully. And so I say that to you to say, be mindful about what it is that you are doing in terms of your own healing process. Be mindful with it, because in that mindfulness, what you're going to get is that sometimes if you're not mindful of it, you can overtake or overgive, and that can stunt the love from growing fully. Okay. All right, that's what I have for you, beloved. Thank you, Victoria, for allowing me to read for you there. Let's see. All right, Victoria, yeah, you'll have to let me know how that resonated for you, hon. Jess. Did Jess V put her info in? Not yet. Okay, Jess V, you're next. List is open if you'd like to get on it. I'm going to tell you it's very short. Let me tell you who's on it right now. I'm going to read for Jess, and then I have Naomi. So Naomi, I'll I'll read for you after I finish with Jess. You can start to get your question ready. And then I'm going to read for Janelle. Okay. Awesome. My problem has been an imbalance in our energy. I was acting overly masculine in my last relationship and overall unhappy. Yeah. Okay, I get that. And so it'll be really important for you to balance that out and not give so that you can get, but instead be really focused on balanced giving and receiving, and not overly receiving without contributing because you didn't get enough filled in your last relationship. So now you're all dried out and thirsty and you're like, give me more. That's a fast way to shut down love too. Over giving or over receiving always kind of kills it. Okay. There you go. Kylie, I'm happy to hear that. Very happy to hear that. Okay. So now Chrysalism and chill. Let's see. What do we have? Spain. And then we have Ardos. Oh, no, it's not Ardos. It's Torreon. Home. Ardos. Okay. 5/21, 1989. You're welcome, Victoria. Let me know how that resonated for you, hon. Let me know how that resonated for you. The acupuncture went straight to your crown. That is awesome. I'm so happy to hear that. Yeah, acupuncture can really, it can shift some things, man. When you're stuck, acupuncture can shift what's stuck in a big way. Okay, so Jess, did you pay for a second question? Is that what happened here? You'll have to let me know if you paid for a second question. What's in store for eclipse season? Oh, excellent question. With the this is a very good question for you, hon. I'm glad you asked. Okay, a second reading for my counterpart. Yes. Okay, so Jess, I have to kind of keep it in order. I'm going to read for you, then Naomi, then Janelle, then you again. Okay. So Jess, eclipse season for you. Empathy, stick around. You'll see. I'm doing astrological readings for people based on their birth time. Fascinating. Okay, so you have the Taurus rising and the Taurus descendant line. And the Taurus rising and Taurus descendant line lets us know how you view the world, Taurus, and somewhat how the world views you, but also how you view kind of relationships specifically and what you need from them to have success. This Taurus Scorpio eclipse cycle for you personally is going to shake up the way you do relationships and transform it so you can move to something far more healthier, something that values who you are a little bit more. Unfortunately, with the Scorpio descendant line and seventh house cusp line, a person can be prone to drama in relationships. It's the kind of energy where if it manifests in the shadow, you attract people who do all kinds of craziness. Like they're just not right with themselves. They have their own toxicity. They have their own pain that is unresolved, unhealed, and they can take that pain, that unresolved wounding out on you. You can encounter people with a lot of secrets. You can encounter people who do a lot of hiding with the Scorpio seventh house. And with the eclipse season, what I'm seeing you personally doing, Jess, is closing the cycle of having that Scorpio 7th house manifest in the shadow out, because all of that is the shadow side of Scorpio energy. And the light side of sexual listen to me. In the light side of Scorpio energy, you get a lot of really positive sexual union energy. You get a lot of really positive, deep connection. You get a lot of really beautiful, let me understand me and deeply understand you energy. And so this is going to give you an opportunity to come out of the shadow and move into the light when it comes to your relationships and the way they have manifested. Okay. So all of that to say, this is going to be a process. It's not one and done. It's not one particular eclipse and done. The eclipse cycle started this last year. It goes into the tail end of next year. And because it goes into next year, what we have going on is a series of events, both internal and external, that are going to show you where to draw the line with people who are bringing that energy in the shadow so that you can have positive, healthy relationships in the light. For you, relationships don't succeed without that depth. They don't succeed without that deeper connection where I look into your soul, you look into my soul, not with the Scorpio 7th house. And so for you, some of that comes out when you're dealing with people who are basically running through your life like Calamity Jane or like a bull in a china shop, just, Wreck-It Ralphing all over your stuff, right? You can have that energy manifest in the shadow, but this eclipse cycle is going to help you get rid of some of the shadow energy of Scorpio and get more of the light energy of Scorpio. All signs have light and shadow, not just picking on Scorpios. So my Scorpios in the room, it's not about you. Don't make personal what is not personal. What's happening here is Jess can have, unfortunately, given the way her chart is stacked, a pattern of inhabiting shadow energy with counterparts if she's not careful. And so this is her opportunity, Jess, to get this stuff to fulfill in the light instead. All right. And that's how the eclipse cycle this year and next year will strike you. You'll start to learn, where do I draw the line? What questions do I need to ask so that I'm not getting nonsense and bullshit from unhealed people? How do I work with people in the realm of relationships so that before it gets toxic, I'm already out. I've already got the boundary up. And how do I assess people ahead of time so that I'm connecting with them without self-abandoning, without leaving myself in order to be with them? I'm not giving myself over to their unhealedness. And now both of us are sitting here in your wounding and none of us are getting love. This is about closing out that cycle of unhealthy relationships for you in whatever way they may have been historically unhealthy. I don't know how that's been for you, but I certainly see the drama in the chart there. Like a penchant for people who have problems and then wanting to solve it with them. This is going to help you elevate that so you can operate in your love life in a much higher vibration with people who are far more at your frequency. All right. So that's what I got for you, Jess. We will come back to your counterpart with the second question momentarily. Naomi, it is your turn next. So Naomi, please paste your cue and the details. Thank you. You have to let me know how that resonates, Chrysalism and Chill. After we do Naomi, then we're going to do Janelle. So Janelle, go ahead and get ready. For anyone who wants to jump on the list, if you're just now joining us, you certainly can. The way to do that is, oops, let me find this. Let me paste this for y'all. You can jump on the list here. I just pasted it in the chat. If you have a question about your life, If you have questions maybe about your parents or your kids, how you can get along better with them, health, love, money, career, moves, transitions, forwards and backwards in time. You want to understand something from the past. You want to know the divine purpose so that you can be at peace and move on. You want to get a handle on things in the present so that you're operating in the light. You want to deal with something in the future and understand what's coming. All of those are available through a chart reading. With what I'm doing here, I can do one chart, single question, mini chart reading. If you'd like to do something deeper, you can always book a private reading with me over at K Moon Astro. I'm on the New Jersey train now, but the way the whole thing played out was insane. I'm so grateful to God and my angels. Oh, the vent. I am so sorry you had to go through that. Oh, we have been, I had definitely said a prayer when you said that happened. I'm hoping that you're safe. Okay, sweetheart. Okay, let's do this. So now we have Girly, Victorville, California. Okay. Girly is from California, Victorville, 12/30, 1972, 10:15 a.m. Okay, let's do this. What is coming up for me in the eclipse season? All right, Naomi, no problem. We'll have a look. We got a very different kind of chart than what I was just looking at. Where for you, the Taurus Scorpio eclipse axis is on house 2 and house 8 and 3 and 9. For you, this is going to be most likely about money in some really significant ways. So I don't know financially where you've been at or what your challenges have been, but I'm seeing you transition the way your money works. If there's debt, outstanding debt, I'm seeing you eliminate that during this period of time. And I'm also seeing, especially in the second half of the eclipse cycle, which is next year, because we have eclipses all along the Taurus Scorpio axis this year and next year. Next year, Jupiter will move into your second house, and I'm seeing a big step up during the eclipse cycle in money for you. And so that's going to be exciting that you're going to get this kind of boost in income. I see you getting a raise and or a promotion or a side hustle that turns into a main hustle. Let me just take a look to get a sense of what this is. What is she doing? Okay, this looks like a promotion. Do you have a job, girly? Because I'm seeing if you have a job, this looks like a straight up promotion. But if you work for yourself, it's like you added something on that gave you another revenue line in your business. And the add-on of whatever that product or service is bringing in new income all next year, 2023, all of 2024. And this boost in income is going to put you inside a different income bracket, frankly. And I'm seeing you be able to pay down some debt. Some debt going away that wasn't there. Yes, I do. It's been tough. Okay, got it. You've had your own business. Okay, so yeah, I'm seeing you figure out a way to make some more money, significantly more money. But this isn't kind of like without its effort, right? This isn't without its effort because I'm seeing here that you need to do a little bit of work on figuring out marketing and sales. That's Jupiter getting ready to sit with your natal Venus. as we start next year and close this year. So if there's any classes you can take about how to be more visible online, how to keep a full practice, if there's any classes you can take about how to, boost your sales online, I would take them, and I would take them as soon as possible, because the likelihood you're in a position right now where if you learn these things and line it up right now, then come next year with the Scorpio Taurus eclipse cycle, that's when you jump income brackets. That's when you have consistent new money flowing in on a new revenue line. But it is going to take some education for you. I'm seeing that there's no escape from that. If you don't take on the education, unfortunately, you might get a little more money, but you're not going to get the caliber of money, the quality of money that's truly available to you with this transit. So things might get a little easier, but not a full income boost, like income bracket jump, which I'm seeing is a potential for you. So you're going to have to find the education. I don't know what you do or how you do it, but if you let me know, I might be able to recommend like where you can get that kind of education, girly. But what I'm seeing is that it's the education that then creates the quantum leap in your money for you, and that this timing for it, it's almost going to feel, because of the eclipses, it's almost going to feel a little bit overnight that you went from being in debt to having money saved in the bank and money to spend on a regular basis. It's like you went from kind of like not complete Cinderella rags to riches, but it's like it is pretty overnight, given how quickly it's all happening. Okay. All right, girly, that's what I got for you. Thank you so much. Let me do your oracle or tarot. Girly, you have to let me know. Boy, man, I'm so exhausted since I've been programming for most of the day, so I'm going to bed. Have a good day, everyone. It was nice meeting you all. Oh, Kool-Aid Man, thank you for joining. It was great to meet you. Yes, the vent is right. We clearly adopted you. Please come back and say hi whenever you're inclined to. All right, so Girly, what does Girly need to know about her money? Because her money is not flowing. She wants to know about this Taurus Scorpio eclipse cycle and what she needs to learn. What's this Taurus Scorpio eclipse cycle going to bring for her? Okay, I see. I see. I'm just seeing that for the first time on this card. Dang, okay. Okay, girly. So what this is talking about for you, I've got Queen of Swords reversed, the Tower upright, and Temperance reversed. So change is the name of the game for you with the Tower upright. I do see this is the kind of event where lightning can strike for you, but you are going to have to do two things. Number one, I see with this Queen of Swords reversed, I'm using the Light Seer Tarot deck. Normally the Queen of Swords is about using your mind. It's head over heart decisions. But what I'm seeing for the first time in the Light Seer Tarot deck, Queen of Swords, is that at the very bottom right of the image, the bottom right of the image, there's a cup, and the cup has water in it. It's filled with water, and the cup with water in it is in a cage in the bottom of this Light Seer Tarot deck. And so this is telling me that a big part of what you're going to learn in the way you value yourself, because the 2-8 axis is the axis of value. A lot of what you're about to learn is how to stop making money decisions with your heart. Stop making money decisions with your feelings. When it's time to make financial decisions, this is talking about the need to put your feelings away and start to be smart with your money mentally. With you making decisions with your money, with your heart, with having your self-esteem tied up in what you're making or what you owe. This is what's going to create tower moments for you. This is what's going to cause things to get worse before they get better. And this time period with the Scorpio Taurus eclipse cycle is trying to get you to get things to get better by taking the emotion out of what's going on for you financially, taking the emotion out of what's going on for you value wise at work, like not taking it personal when people don't buy from you. And instead, like I was saying, boosting your skills. What do I need to learn in order to reach more people so that the no's make no difference to me? Okay. The more you can put your heart away and your feelings away when the money's not flowing. And I do see your emotions are very tied up with your money, with moon in the 8th house. The more you can put your feelings away, the easier it's going to be to start to manifest balance. But this is showing me a very clear picture that the course that you have been on with your emotions and your self-worth and your self-respect and your self-esteem and the way people are valuing you instead of you setting your value and your price, like just, kind of lowering the price for people. Like, I need a discount. Okay. I need a scholarship. Sure. I need a savings. Why not? The more that's kind of going on here, the more it's chipping away at your self-esteem and really leading you to a tower moment. And so this is talking about the necessity of like raising your rates, standing firm, learning how to sell, learning how to not take no for an answer. And when you get no, learning how to not take it personal. By doing this, by operating like a businesswoman, that's Queen of Swords upright. You're going to get the best of what life has to offer you through this eclipse cycle. But the path that you're on now, I mean, this is big warning energy. The path that you're on now that has emotions and money and self-worth and self-esteem tied up in the way other people are buying or not buying, or where your money's at, this is a recipe for a tower moment, because the tower is the only card that's upright here. We got Temperance reverse, which is letting me know things are out of balance in this area of life. So if you can really start to focus in on separating your mind and your emotions, separating your emotions from what's going on for you in the work world and the money world, you're going to be good to go. And that's a lot of what this transit is trying to do. As the South Node crosses over your moon, it's trying to get you to take your emotions out. The South Node acting like a portal there. Take your emotions out of the money equation and just get straight up businesswoman-like about things. Okay. Girl, you'll have to let me know how that resonates for you. You know, you said it's been a little hard financially, work-wise, but what I'm seeing is the opportunity for that to change. But the growth opportunity is twofold. Get your emotions and your money completely separate, number one. And secondly, learn some things about selling and marketing. Thank you, Naomi. Great to read for you. Let me know what's resonating. Thank you. I will find a marketing class. I'm a microbiologist in a food plant and medical. Fascinating. Microbiology. Girl, are you underpaid? You might be underpaid, maybe. I don't know. I don't know that they always pay people well who work in plants. So if that's not happening correctly for you, it might be time to, it may not be a marketing class you need. It might be a class on, navigating your career and how you get raises and promotions. You might need a mentor to help guide you and educate you on how to climb your corporate ladder. Okay. All right. So we have Janelle, then Jess, and then Sharon G. Thank you so much. All right, Janelle, let's have it. Okay. Hello, empathy. Welcome back. Now, Janelle, let me see where you are. It is your turn. Happy upcoming birthday, Janelle. Taurus, big Taurus energy in the house. Illinois. Let me share the screen so you can start to see. Okay, Janelle is born on Scott Air Force Base. And Janelle is a Taurus, 5/1974, 8 p.m. Okay. Yeah, the event, it is way more crazy now. Okay, Vibe and Shine, good night, sweetheart. It was great to see you here. Sharon, I have you on the list. When I call your name, then I will ask for your question because the chat's going to push what you just shared up, and I won't be able to see it. JK, can you please be more specific? In what area of life? School, travel, love, health, money. Pick an area of life so that I can focus your 4 minutes in, Janelle. All right. Let me know. Let me know. Okay. Oh, you're moving soon. Okay, I can do one or the other. No problem. Oh, it's interesting because they're linked for you, aren't they? Damn. All right, these two things are linked. So they're going to be both of them are going to be talked about, but the angle I talk about them from is going to depend on which one you choose. But I do see for you, your love life and living situations are linked. Okay, so I'm going to talk about it from the home perspective. Thank you, Janelle. Thank you. Okay, awesome. So, home is where the heart is. Okay, so I see this Jupiter energy bringing the opportunity for a new home. It's crazy because it's like I almost feel like the new home is fully manifested before you move out of the old one, meaning it's almost like you hold dual residences at the same time for a short minute. That's what this looks like to me. It's not going to be prolonged, it's going to be fast, but if you can find a way to really work with this energy, it's crazy. Okay, let me go forward in time just a little bit because I'm seeing Saturn right on the heels of, yep, there it is. Okay, so Saturn is the one that's creating changes and endings and closings, and Saturn crossed right over into your 4th house of home. And by the time we get to June 15th, I think you're well and truly moved. Jupiter here has been bringing forward the option for you to relocate since the beginning of this year, since January. It's been time necessary. The opportunity has opened up. And so with Jupiter moving from house 4 into house 5 and Saturn trailing behind, closing up where you're at so that you can get to a new place. I'm seeing that I see two things. One, the move looks like it goes fairly smooth. Two, it does look like, I hate to say this, you might need to cough up a little bit more money than you wanted to in order to make it all work in the outset. but not ongoingly. Like I said, it looks a little bit like before you close one lease, the right spot comes up, or I don't know, like something on the mortgage where you have to pay on two places at the same time. Now, what I will say is that even though that may be the case, I do see here that the money is here. I see that even though it may feel like it's going to be like, oh my gosh, how do I pay two mortgages 1 month? Or how do I pay two leases 1 month? I see that the money for that for you is here. And so the nice thing about this is that if the money is here, try not to fight it. Like you've got enough going on in these houses I'm seeing, a lot. You got a lot going on where the money is there so that you don't have to stress. It's there, pay it, keep the train moving. Okay. If that is in fact something that happens. But then after that, everything looks really smooth. Just don't try not to let that drag out, that circumstance where it's going from 1 month to 2 months, 2 months to 3 months of paying, two mortgages or two leases. Try to get it to just be like a one in time, like make the decisions you need to make so that it's one and done. Okay. Because I don't see the money that you need for that to be an ongoing reality where you've got 2, 3 mortgages all at one. I don't see that being what's happening here. 3 months of 2 mortgages. I don't see that being something financially that looks like this is how that's supposed to go. Looks like you get one and then you close on another, and it happens in pretty quick succession for you. Now, what's happening right alongside it as Saturn encroaches upon your natal Juno here, Saturn brings commitment, it brings boundaries, it brings structure to things that were previously unstructured. And so Juno here, I'm an advocate for her. People like to silence the divine feminine voice. I include her as the modern day ruler of, as the ancient ruler, modern day ruler of both Taurus and Libra. She governs your 7th house cusp line. And it's literally like, just as this move thing is getting locked up, you move into things getting more serious in your love life pretty much simultaneously. And this is only evidenced further by the way that Jupiter then crosses over that natal Venus, which is the ancient ruler of Taurus, that 7th house cusp line. I see things moving in a very positive direction simultaneously. There's actually something for you about this move that's required for your relationship to grow. There's something about this move that you need to do in order for your relationship to land in your life. So trust that the move is the right decision, even if it's not, I'm moving in with my counterpart and we're going to play house. Trust that wherever you're moving, however it's going, it is exactly what's needed for your relationship to deepen. Because I'm seeing the two kind of almost happening like dominoes. The new house comes, then somebody wants the old house, and then love lands. It's like they just fall like dominoes in that order. Okay. So that's what I have for you, Janelle. It's funny you wanted to know about both love and home. The two are in fact linked there in your chart. Normally I let people, only ask about one, but the two are just very linked. You have all the planets having to do with love sitting in the house that governs home in your chart. So we talked about home as the priority. Let me go ahead and do your tarot pull for you. Okay. Kylie, are those strawberries? Is that what that is? Is it a plant? It looks like weed in a pot. Like marijuana's in a pot, girl. Looks like pot in a pot. JK, awesome. You rock. Yeah, did that resonate for you, Janelle? Let me know. Let me do your tarot pull now. Jess, if you could go ahead and get your second question ready. If you could get that second question ready for me, Jess, that would be fantastic. Let's see. plant for JK to grow. I love it. Yeah, girl. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So the cards that I pulled for you are the Page of Wands reversed. We have the Lovers upright, and then the Seven of Cups reversed. And so I'm already intuitively getting the hint that you suspected that this move would help your relationship. I think you knew, JK. It did resonate. Okay, good. Yeah, I think a part of you kind of knew that in order for your relationship to grow, you needed to relocate for whatever reason. I don't know if you needed more space in the house, if you need to be closer to your person, if you're moving in with your person. But I'm seeing here that the message is pretty clear. Your relationship is really kind of, with the Page of Wands reversed, behaviors and actions aren't being taken at this time, even small ones, for things to grow. Seven of Cups reversed, there's the decision's been made. You already know what you want. Your person knows what they want with the Lover's card upright, but things are at a halt. They can't move any further until literally you move, until behaviors and actions are taken on your side. The Lover's card doesn't fully manifest in the way it's supposed to. Okay. And so this is just real confirmation about the linkage between the two. This is also telling me that there may be some things about the progression of your relationship that your person has planned, but has said nothing about. They've taken the decision, they've made the decision, they know what they want, they know what they're about to do, but they haven't said shit to you about it, unfortunately. I don't know what that's about, like why they decided they couldn't share it, but maybe they wanted to see kind of like, is she going to move? Is she not? Is she going to follow through? Is she going to expand in this way? Because if she can expand, then we can expand. And so there's something here about that. Now, even if this is like just in spirit, right? Like, let's say you don't have an actual person that you're dealing with, there is something about this relocation and the movement within this that definitively lets the universe know, yes, Janelle is ready for love. Lover's card upright. She's taken the action. She's done what she has to do. Now it's time for the universe to make some final decisions and bring the right person in for her. So that's what I'm really seeing here. But it's interesting. I see the universe is almost like testing you around it. Like if you have a partner, they're testing you around it. Like, is she gonna do it? Ain't she gonna do it? Is she gonna do it? Ain't like she, like there's that kind of energy here with Page of Wands reversed. Like something about this has gone about what's next and how your love life evolves hasn't yet been communicated to you. It hasn't been, because there's like a waiting to see, what are you going to do, Janelle? Are you going to take the steps in order to let things land in your love life? Yes or no? And it sounds like you are. It looks like you are. Somehow, some way, though, that move and your love life are intertwined, and it takes things to the next level for you. So good for you, girl. I'm happy to hear that. You have to come back and let us know how it all played out. All right. So Kat Bond, I see you joined the list. We're going to read for Jess now. Jess, if you can paste the details in your question, that would be great. Then I'm going to read for Sharon, and then I'm going to read for Kat B. Great to have you all here. Thanks everyone for joining. That's how you get on the list. If you would like to get on the list, that's how you do it. I can do one question, one chart mini reading. Right, exactly. So on point. Okay, good, JK. I'm really happy to hear that that resonated for you. Yeah, so one question, one chart mini reading is $25.25. Be sure to include the cents. Or if you want to do the tarot oracle pull, it is $35.35 with the chart, which is what Janelle just had. Be sure to include the cents. You can pay via PayPal, or you can pay via Venmo. All I ask is that you wait until I call your name. I'll add you to the list in between people's turns. Just wait till I call your name and then paste your information, and then I'll answer your question for you. All right, Jess, let's do your second reading here. If anyone who was already on the list would like to ask a second question, you're welcome to make a second payment. And you can get on the list again as Miss Jess has. Portland. 28, 1988. 12:52 a.m. Okay. What's coming for eclipse season? Okay, thank you so much for your positive energy. You are a whole vibe. Ow! Yes, JK. That is a compliment and a half, boo. Yes, let me be a vibe. Thank you. Yeah, I like that one. I'm gonna keep that one. All right, Jess, here's what we have for eclipse season here. I think you told me this was your counterparts chart. Is that right, Jess? Ooh, interesting. We were just talking about moving because that's exactly what I'm seeing going on in this chart. There's going to be some relocations going on, primarily to do with work. For this chart, I'm seeing the leaving behind of one location and the movement into a new location. And that may have already happened already for this person. Yep. Okay. Counterparts chart. Very cool. I'll chill for a minute. Let me see. Did this move or relocation already happen? Okay, Taurus 27 degrees. No, it is likely to happen. 10 degrees, no. 2 degrees, 15, end of this year. End of this year into the beginning of next year is when that relocation is scheduled to happen. And it's a relocation that really has to do with coming into new roles at work or new roles in the world. Like, what is this person supposed to be doing? Where is this person supposed to be heading? Because the North Node is transiting, that's where we're all headed, through their 10th house of who they're meant to become. South Node, what they're supposed to let go of, is transiting through house 4. And so there's a bit of leaving behind of the known home, the known identity. There's a bit of leaving behind of the family of origin, the roots, to really step into one's role in life here. And that's what I'm seeing, that there is an upgrade in identity by leaving behind parts of the self that this person is outgrown. To me, this is looking very much with the Scorpio sun conjunct Pluto, like a snake shedding its skin, like the molting of, I don't know, some animal or insect that molts. It's literally like going within to shed an old layer only to come out emerged and new and shiny and having something to offer the world at large. And so what's interesting is I see this being a bit of a quiet time for this person, especially because this is going to be happening alongside, where's my friend? There we go. There's my friend. Uranus opposite your person's sun, which was a big theme last year, less of a theme this year, but Uranus continuing to transit through the 10th house, shaking things up in the world of career and in the world of home for your person. This is really facilitating their ability to become a better version of themselves, to become the version of themselves that they came here to be, to up level, to really be an expression of themselves at the highest level in the world and be of service to the world with the soul song that was put inside their heart. So this year and next year are huge transformational opportunities because it's bringing your person in home to themselves. Now, ironically or unironically, this is not a big relationship period of time for your person. Saturn through the 7th house in this particular way talks a lot about coming home to yourself when it's opposing your first house. Saturn, unless you're with someone that you are scheduled to be with, the relationship is allowing you to be whole and complete. That particular Saturn placement stops relationships from unfolding, and instead it blocks a person from having positive relationships until Saturn moves out of the seventh house. Because what they need to focus on during this time is restoring their own integrity. And so, unfortunately, not a relationship season for this person. This is a let me grow myself season. And then on the other side of that, a relationship season does open up, but it's a couple of years away. In between, though, what I'm seeing is a lot of focus on self, a lot of self development, a lot of growth, a lot of transformation, and even some quantum leaps in the career world that move this person toward career wise the expression of their soul song so that they can be of service to humanity via the avenues Earth has available for them to serve. And so this is going to take some time, especially because Earth is in transition right now. We just had, 2 incredible years that completely transformed us through the pandemic and the post events. The pandemic is still raging. Numbers are still on the rise worldwide. And so there's a lot of decisions about what kind of world we're about to live in. Hey, Flower, great to see you. Sharon, it's your turn. Please paste your question. There's a lot of decisions about the world where we're about to live in that have yet to be made. And because we haven't figured those things out, what are we going to do about arts and entertainment? What are we going to do about healthcare and body work? What are we going to do about living and how we're living? What are we going to do about farms and food and communities and schools? A lot of these decisions just haven't been made. And so there's this way in which, because these decisions are yet to unfold in the world at large, you and I and your person, we're all here on the ground waiting for the right avenue to open up so we know where, when, and how we serve and how we fit. And so until some of these decisions are made, a lot of us career-wise are up in the air. Until, the orders come down, where our troops deploy is unknown. The orders haven't been given yet. And so it's important to remember that for anyone who has that Taurus Scorpio on the 4th, 10th house axis and your career is shifting. Sharon, please paste your birth details so that I can create a chart for you. It's important to remember that so that as we go about the business of trying to figure out where we fit, we have a little patience and we have a little compassion. And we have a little bit of kind of, curiosity about just what could happen from here as the world continues to shift. Because even now, 2 years, there are new jobs now that didn't exist before the pandemic. And there are more types of those things, jobs and opportunities unfolding now that we're getting into the post years and your person's change is happening alongside this. And so it's going to take time. It's going to take patience. It's going to take curiosity. It's going to take some shifting. It's not going to be a straight shot or a straight line. And it's important to have, just a lot of compassion for yourself and for them while they figure it out. And especially if this is you in your life right now, having that compassion for yourself while we figure this out is really important. Because the thing that he may be here to do may not have been created yet. That's a real possibility given how fast things are changing in this post-pandemic world. Thank you, Sharon. I really appreciate it. Okay, so you were born in England, in Chichester, and on December 30th. Hey, I know that date. That is my parents' anniversary. 1963. 25. p.m. Okay, cool. Sharon says, let me put my timer so I don't go too far into the wind. What Sharon say she want to know? Let me look. Did I start the clock? No, I didn't. There we go. Sharon says she wants to know, I would like to know if and when I can use the energies to generate income to my own business, maybe joint union service mission. My current studies finish this November. Thank you. Okay, Sharon, let's take a look. I love it. That's so awesome. Okay, there's a lot going on here in your 12th house, so it's going to be a minute. Saturn return. Okay, this is going to be a work in progress, Sharon. This is going to be an evolution. This is going to be something that unfolds gradually as opposed to kind of all at once. And there's going to be some steps to it. And the entirety of the process, just so you're clear, it's going to take about 5 total years for it to kind of land in the way that is fully clear for you about what you're doing, how you're doing it, to whom you're offering it to. And now, given what I just shared, Sharon, with the last person, Jess, about the transformation of things here on Earth, that makes sense to me. I'm not surprised, because when as astrologers, when we looked at the pandemic energy of 2020, it was just really clear to us that the pandemic was going to be with us until about 2026, 2027, frankly. We're going to be talking about COVID. We're going to be talking about the changes COVID has brought to our life. We're going to be making changes to the way we live as beings on Earth due to COVID between 2020 all the way through 2025, 2026, wrapping up at about 2027. So it doesn't surprise me that the unfoldment of what you're doing for work is taking us well into that timeline. What I'm seeing here is a Jupiter transit through your 12th house. Jupiter brings opportunities, mind you. Jupiter doesn't pop out into Earth sign Taurus until about 2024, and that's when it harmoniously aspects your midheaven. And then it moves into your money house after that in 2025. And so it's not to say, I get it that you're impatient, especially as a cardinal sign, it's not to say that there aren't things that you can do now. There are things you can do now. I wouldn't wait. I don't think that's what you're supposed to be doing. I think you're supposed to be building and evolving, building and evolving, building and evolving as you go. So instead of like trying to have a perfectly clear answer that is like, this is the business, this is what we're going to do, this is the plan, let's execute, 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 which your Capricorn stellium, I see, wants to do. My strong recommendation instead is to give up the need for a plan, because I just told you why a plan is ridiculous at this point. There are decisions that need to get made about what Earth is going to look like and how we're all going to live that are well above our pay grade. And until those decisions are fully made, the stability that you may have experienced growing up in the 60s and 70s and 80s around life as we know it and the predictability of life as we know it, so that you can make a plan and then follow it through and stick to it, because of the fact that life is so consistently the same. We're done with that for now. Life is not going to be consistently the same. Predictability is not what we have in the 2020s. And so you're going to need to get accustomed to build a little, iterate, build a little more, change some more, build some more, adapt some more. If you're hoping for this to be a clear, finite, and defined plan that you can execute on, Sharon, I hate to break it to you, but you're going to be waiting until the 2030s. And by that time, honey, you may be like, fuck work. I hate work. I'm too tired to work. I'm too old for this nonsense and for these children. They can figure it out themselves. It's your planet now. Have fun. You may be ready to sit on a beach with a pina colada, hun. So don't wait. If you know you have things to offer at this time, don't wait. Don't wait for him. Don't wait for other people. Just start offering and then iterate as you go. Create different iterations as the world song changes and provides greater clarification and energy about what's going to work. You change, you adapt, you grow with it. And that's going to be the way I see this unfolding to generate the most success for you is through a deployment of your own adaptability. Because this is going to take some time. All right. That's what I got for you, Lady Sharon. Now, you did ask for tarot and oracle. Oh, yes, retirement, here I come. You're one of the lucky ones, Sharon. I got to be honest, like people who were born 1980 and after, like retirement is kind of like a fictitious dream for them, given how much the world has changed since the dot-com boom in 2000 and since then. And the way inflation and prices has changed. Yes, Katie. The people of the 1980s, 1990s, 2000s, they have the idea of retiring, but the reality of it is nothing like the security and stability that you would have had in being in your building years during the 80s and the 90s. So bless you. Bless being born in 1963. Bless this time of tremendous change that is giving you the opportunity to do work in a new way and just go for it. Like, thankfully, this period of time is designed for innovators. It's designed for people to do new things because nothing's the same. So have fun. Put yourself out there, have a great time, and know that things are going to change enough where what you're doing now is going to be very different than what you do in 2027, 2026. And what you're doing by 2030, 2031, when you're ready to retire, is going to be even different than you were doing in 2025. Just be prepared to like do a little, change a lot, do a little more, change a lot more. Be prepared for a growth mindset around this, and you're going to be just fine. Okay, Miss Sharon, do you want tarot or oracle? I have no foundation for retirement. I'm learning to surrender to things. Okay. There you go. There you go. I would say the majority of people living on planet Earth at this time don't, or at least living in America, well, living on Earth at large, don't. Retirement was a dream that was a function of the Made in America movement for Americans. I can't speak to world history because I don't know it well enough. But the nuclear family and the capacity to get to 65, 70 and retire. There was a time at which the American dollar worked like that, where one man could support a family of 4 people for 20, 30, 40 years off of his income and still have enough money to retire. That was a thing. American dollar doesn't work like that anymore. It has lost its buying power. So do what you can to make the money you can and save it. I mean, especially if you're younger, like save what you can, invest what you can as young as you can. But yeah. Okay, so this is already talking, Sharon, about getting unstuck, like getting out of analysis paralysis. I'm using the Rider-Waite for you. And the first card out is the Seven of Pentacles reversed. Upright, it talks about, oh, so many options. I have to make a decision. Oh, let me think about what my best decision is going to be. And because this is literally saying to you, the time for thinking about decisions is over. We're done with that. It's time to move on, girl. Time to move. I really want to make sure I communicate that to you, that the Seven of Cups reversed, like, especially if these are going to be decisions that are made based on emotions. The rest of this spread talks about knocking that off, knock it off with trying to emotionally figure out what's going to feel good. Cups and money and work, they have no business being in the same place at the same time. Not right now. You want to get into service, you want to help the collective. The next cards in this series talk about this. The Star, upright, hopes, wishes, and dreams fulfilled. The Queen of Pentacles, upright, handling your business like a boss, Sharon. And then the High Priestess, upright, intuitively knowing you got to do what you got to do. And stop messing around with, oh, I have so many choices. No, intuitively, you know. This is telling me you know what you need to do. And you need to be a woman about her business because you've got the guidance here from the divine. You've got the Star. Queen of Pentacles is saying the only thing you need to focus on in the Rider-Waite, this Queen of Pentacles, there's all kind of beauty around her. 100% of her attention is on this coin in her hand. And so I don't care what kind of beauty or awesome sauce that you might have with twin and the mission. No, especially if there's no money foundation for retirement. This is legitimate about like, look, girl, like let's get real in the third dimension. Intuitively, you've been shown what you need to do for service. It is manifestable with the Star card here. Queen of Pentacles is like, get to work. Seven of Cups reverse, the time for thinking through decisions and having decisions. Well, this would feel good and then this would feel nice. Oh, but what about that? And this is still unknown. Should I wait to figure this out? No. This is straight up a giddy up message for you. Giddy up, girl. Giddy up. And so I like that for you because this is echoing what we saw in the chart around the necessity of not being caught up in needing it to be perfect right now, knowing this is going to be an ongoing, iterative work in progress as you move through the 20s. I swear the 20s for you, Sharon, career-wise, are going to be the most entertaining decade you have ever had. So just be open to how money wants to come in, because I see money there. I see the intuition. You've been told what you can do. So be open to what wants to come forward as the way money wants to land with you. And the more you're able to do that, the easier it becomes to flow through these changes instead of feeling stuck in uncertainty. Because the deck exposed you with that Seven of Cups reversed and High Priestess upright. The deck just told me you already know what you're supposed to be doing. You already have the answer. So, yeah. Analysis paralysis. Yep, I see that. Thank you so much, Kay. I work in death care SRT. Amazing. Girl, there is work for you today. No, Rachel, it is not too late. In fact, Rochelle, if you make your payment, you get to be next. Money is house 2 and house 8. House 2 is earned income. It's the money we make by our own effort. House 8 is other people's money. OPM. So other people's money is inheritances, it is tax return money, it's grant money, it's the money that comes in through lotteries. That's 8th house money. 2nd house money is the money you earn through your own effort. 8th house money is also the money that goes away to other people as well. 8th house money is debt, taxes owed. It is all that kind of jazz as well. Money you got to pay back. That's loans that come in and the money that has to go back out. So the 2-8 axis is all about money. Okay. Okay. Death care and I started, yeah, this is just season, woman. This is your season. People are all kinds of open to that stuff now. And as long as you like people who work in helping people figure out money, love, health, and under health, we have life-giving services and death transitional services. You will always be employed, always, because people are always needing to figure out how to live life better, health-wise, or how to die better. So you're good. Keep going. Just know that it's going to be iterative. All right, Rochelle, where did Rochelle go? I remember learning that back in the day when I was in my own training for business. Was trying to figure out like what kind of business I could run, etc. And my coaches, they told me, and they told everyone that we worked with, they were like, you need to pick, if you're going to coach, if you're going to serve others, you need to pick something in health, love, or money. And you need to be specific about what you're doing in that arena. Pick one, don't pick all of them. Pick one, because that's the only way you're going to be visible. I have a condensing 8th house. Oh, Kat, I did. Kat, it's your turn. I don't know why I crossed off your name when I was reading for Sharon. Kat, it is your turn. Let's have it. Yay. Okay, Kat, cool. All right, Kat, cool. I need the birth time if you have it, Kat. 5/24/1985. Okay, Taipei, Taiwan. Five, 24, 1985. Birth time 10:55 p.m. Okay, cool. Okay, Miss Cat, what's your question? Let me see what's going on here in the chat. K dropping gems, wisdom. Thanks, JK. Wow, and forgiveness. K, thank you for the suggestion about Goody Girl. I love them. I'm savoring every bite. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, they're really tasty for a person who needs something gluten-free. They're Thin Mints. What? They are really good. Yes, Twin Flame Divine Fire. I also recommend them for whoever needed that. I see Kylie recommended it. Awesome. Okay. Kylie says we can transmute into the ocean. Okay, so let me come back down here. So glad that Flower, I'm so glad you like Goody Girl, that you tried them out. They're wonderful. Really wonderful. Okay, what energies or focus areas does the eclipse season have coming? My energy is crazy lately. Also, you can do either Oracle or Tarot, whatever you're called for. Okay, that's fine, Kat. Cool. Let me see what's going on energetically for you right now. Okay, so also packages slated Tuesday later. Yay! Now you told me, I'll go look for it, Kat. Thank you. I'll be on the lookout. So, your energy is crazy. Why would your energy be crazy? Could be this. Definitely this. And what else would it be? Thank God it's not this. Okay. Not Saturn yet. Okay. Okay. Well, I like this. Yes, the energy is a bit cray-cray for you. I see that here. The volume is going to continue to turn up, just FYI. It's going to continue to feel a little bit more crazy. Kat, I know you bake. Working with your hands is going to help you a lot, but so too will doing anything you can to move energy through your body. So if you can exercise, walk, run, yoga, tai chi, qigong, any kind of martial art, swim, although water's not really it, and you kind of need to be on the earth, so not swimming. I don't care what you do, but if you can do something like Zumba, that you can be ground the energy into the earth. Because what I'm seeing here is you're in the process, and it's just the beginning stages of getting psychically cracked open. And we haven't even gotten to the intensive part yet. If you can garden, that's going to help as well. Anything you can do to move the body, because what's essentially happening is you've a bit turned into kind of like a lightning rod. I don't know if you know what like grounding rods do on houses, but when lightning might otherwise hit the house in places where electrical storms are very common, the rod that sticks up attracts magnetically the lightning to it instead of to the house. And so that's how the lightning doesn't hit the house. Instead, it hits the rod, and the rod conducts all of that electricity into the ground so that the house stays safe. What I'm seeing with Uranus hitting your natal Mercury is a bit of you needing to become the lightning rod so that your house doesn't catch on fire. You need to find a way to ground the energy with Mercury and Taurus. You need to move your body so that the electricity can come out of your body and not burn up inside. And like I said, you're at the very beginning of this process. The full intensity of it doesn't really hit until later this year. And the more you can move, especially now that it's getting warmer in the northern hemisphere, yeah, the full intensity of it hits towards the end of the year, but even into next year, this is going to be a bit of a process for you. When Uranus hits your Mercury, people born with this energy are known to be at the borderline between genius and diagnosably crazy. And I don't mean crazy euphemistically. I'm talking about literally these people have diagnosable things going on, like bipolar, borderline disorder. They have these kinds of diagnosable personality disorders go on. And Uranus transit that natal Mercury can really bring you a bit to the brink. And so what's happening essentially is Uranus is trying to stretch you and expand your capacity to hold more love, hold more light, hold more of your own divinity energy. But visually, what I want you to picture this looking like is a vase that that lightning just went inside the vase and it's cracking the entire vase apart. And you see all this light as the vase shatters. But the shattering of the vase is what's allowing the vase, when we put it back together, it's going to have expanded capacity because the glue that pieces it back together is what allows it to be a bigger vase than it was in the beginning. And so I'm telling you this now because you're at the very beginning. You said the energy already feels really intense and crazy, and it's not even at its peak yet. It doesn't peak until about October, late summer, early fall of this year for you. And then it continues in intensity into the beginning of next year. And so the more you're able to work with the body on this and ground this excessive Uranian energy, this is going to be an opportunity for you to be able to, just have more divine insight without it driving you absolutely crazy. I've been doing a ton of yoga. Perfect. I'm a gardener, and that started last week. Double perfect. It's weird. I have a degenerative disease, and the past couple of days, moving in general has been really challenging. Yeah. I was misdiagnosed with bipolar 12 years ago, and I just got off meds 6 months ago. Wow. You have this? No, you don't have this natally. Okay. So, yeah, Uranus can bring dramatic changes in the mental construct and mental landscape of a person. Because it's hitting Mercury, which governs your mind, it also governs, in part, your digestive system, in part. My strong recommendation was just to be more careful with yourself. Keep doing the yoga, keep doing, the things that help you. I do see changes overall in health for you. If you're able to just ground this energy, this is a transit that could, by chance, bring like certain, like maybe spontaneous healing, Kat. When empathy wasn't commonly talked about or accepted. And so I was just outwardly displaying the energy I was picking up on. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes total sense, Kat. All of that to say, what you're being called to do is to find ways to work this new energy that's coming onto Earth, because it's coming through you as almost like a node. Work this new energy through the body as much as you can. Exercise, move. You're going to find that it expands your mind, your consciousness. Some of your best ideas are going to come through working in the garden. Your best ideas are going to come from, right after yoga practice. You're going to notice that you have a level of lucidity and clarity that you may have only experienced, rarely, like in your early 20s, if then. Okay. So, Kat, I'm going to pull for you. Let's go ahead and let's do Lightworker Oracle deck. What's the message for Kat? She says the energy has been crazy. What's she supposed to be focusing on? Interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay, I dig it. It makes sense. Card that came out for you is card number 14, Soul Child. And that's interesting because we were talking about your fourth house of home and your roots. The downloads are crazy. I believe it. I know they are. Okay. All right, Home Sweet Planet, I got you. You're on the list. Interesting. I'll have to double check it, Chris. Let me get through this and I'll double check it because it looks like it wasn't sent in US dollars and it does need to be sent in US dollars. Okay, sweetheart. Let's take a look at this. US Soul Child, rebirth is upon you, beautiful child of the universe. Yeah, Uranus definitely is rebirthing. You have prepared for new life and it is starting right now. The divine moment of rebirth, which occurs after a period of struggle or intense inner work and physical transformation, has arrived. Enjoy getting to know this new self. It's a new day, a new beginning, a new you. Like an adventurer enjoying the discovery of a brand new world, take your time to explore the increase of your light, power, and love. In so many ways, you have experienced inner death as you have bravely surrendered that which no longer serves your growth this lifetime. Even if you once loved dearly or couldn't imagine life without it, deep inside, through this process, your soul has been gathering energy. Yeah, Uranus is pumping that energy through you so much so you got to find extra places to put it. It has been drawing it away from the old forms of your life and relationships, from your old beliefs about health, finances, work, and from what used to hold meaning to you. Yeah, that's fourth house is who you used to be. It's done so in order to feed the new soul child being carried within your body. Here's the body again. This new you is filled with divine light, love, and power. Yes. Your inner soul child, this newly integrated self, is preparing for birth now. From that which is no longer, something new is being born. You are ready for the next cycle or phase of your life. Be curious about who you are now. Do not expect the same reactions or experiences you encountered in your past. It is a time of celebration and acknowledgement that a new day, a new you has begun, a journey in the physical world. You shall enjoy the divine harvest of all of your growth and effort. This card can also indicate that a child around you, perhaps one about whom you have been thinking deeply, is particularly gifted or spiritually oriented. The child may have an important mission this lifetime and need your loving support and spiritual encouragement to thrive into that mission according to his or her own divine timing. Kat, this card may also be a sign, and I know you and I have talked about this, that a new business idea or professional or personal relationship or lifestyle choice is going to support the growth of your spirit in a positive and encouraging way. If this is the case, that new idea or connection will lead to the birth of creative new programs, ideas, and structures for your life. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of new coming with that Uranus conjunct Mercury. On the other hand, if something has been flagging in energy or success, but you are not inclined to give it up, this oracle comes as confirmation and encouragement. Rebirth is going to happen, so don't give up. Sometimes it's darkest just before dawn. There you go. New energy coming in through the body, coming in through your body to do a new thing. Kat, I have cried for humanity more in the last 3 months than the last 30 years. Yeah. Kat, that's normal when Uranus comes to sit with your Mercury. Like just emotions just all over. This is why you need to use your body, hon. Yoga, do a lot of it. If you can have a daily practice at this time, it's gonna change your life, Kat. It's gonna change your life. I promise you it'll change your life if you can have a daily practice. Okay. Yes, Home Sweet Planet, I can send it back. Give me a minute. I will send it back to you. Set you up to do that right now. Okay, I got sent back. There you go. And like my dad always says, the longest day is only 24 hours. Whew. That's a good one to remember. Your dad knows a thing or two about human suffering with that. Okay, very cool. So welcome in anyone who is just joining. If you would like to get on the list, you certainly can. That's the way to do it. He says, I'm going to manifest a Taurus man into the chat. I love it. I love it, Kylie. Yeah, let's see how that goes, Kylie. Those are some of the more stubborn men. So good luck with that. They might get the message and be like, I don't feel like it. But if you can do it, girl, I'm about to call you for all manifestations. I'll be like, Kylie's the master manifester. Okay, got it, Home Sweet Planet. Thank you. Can you please put your Q in the chat with your birth details? Location, date, time, if you. Super helpful. Good, good. I'm telling you, Kat, let me just be really clear with you. Given what you just said about us, the way I like them, okay? Oh, Kylie. I seem to like them that way too. So what I would say is that it's going to be useful if you have been crying more in the last 3 months for humanity than you have in the last 30 years. Yoga is going to be your best medicine, hun. And without it, you might actually need to consider medication in order to be functional at this juncture in your life. And that nothing wrong with needing medication when you need it. We need it when we need it. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you got off one and you're not trying to get on another, I strongly recommend you and that yoga get real intimate. Okay. You know what? I totally forgot about Rochelle. It is Rochelle's turn. Rochelle was on the list. It is her turn. Let me read for Rochelle, Home Sweet Planet, and then I'll read for you. I totally forgot it's her turn. For whatever reason, I don't know why I didn't write her name down. Did I not write her name down? Okay. So Rochelle, what's your birth details, hon? I need to know where you were born. I'm very intuitive and I'm feeling like a huge financial breakthrough and abundance is about to happen. I'd love to know what's going on with my manifestation and money energy. You got it. Kylie says, my other man is an Aries Taurus cusp. Yeah, you do like them. Headstrong. I get it. And thank you, Home Sweet Planet. I really appreciate your patience and willingness to send that in USD. Thank you so much. All right, let's get Rochelle's birth details and we'll dive right in. I know, where is Mark, Kylie? That is a great question. What is he doing? Normally, Mark pops in by about now, but he might be up to something. He might be up to something fun. Is Blu-ray an Aries or a Taurus? Do you know? I think he's a Pisces. 12:30 p.m., July 23rd, 1979. Got it. Yum yum Aries, yum yum. Too funny. All right. Let me hit the timer. Rochelle, thank you so much for your patience and for letting me read for you, Miss Rochelle. What's going on with your manifestation and your money stuff? Let's see. Oh, I see. Okay. So you do have the eclipse cycle happening at the late parts of the 2-8 axis, the early part of 2, late part of 8. So there have been a lot of shakeups with money over the last 2 years when it was in the Sag Gemini axis. So that's coming to a close, the financial shakeups, I think. Where's your natal Pluto? And natal Mars. Okay, here's natal Mars. Yes. Natal Pluto. Yes. Okay. But those are both air and mid-air, and hitting mid-air right now. Saturn is playing a lovely little role here. And axis of manifestation is Sun here, Mercury also here. Sorry, but okay. So here's what I want to tell you, Rochelle. I think the worst and the most significant of the changes, those are behind you. What you're going through now, what you're having happen now is a period of time of the smoke clearing. The last significant change I see happening for you is Uranus moving into this 8th house. When it hits the 8th house, I do see something in the world of your money is going to shift. It's going to seem like it shifted overnight. It's going to be something kind of radical. 8th house is other people's money. So let's just see what the planets look like when we get to Uranus in your 8th house. You see what's going on out there. What is Uranus doing when it gets there? Who else is in play? Okay, so this is literally in June, so just 2 months away, 60 days. We have Uranus opposing Uranus. So this is a real kind of kick in the pants about getting on with it, with whatever you're here to do mission-wise here on planet Earth. Not dicking around anymore. What else do we have going on? We have, in your 8th house, we'll have a Uranus North Node conjunction. So this is really about life direction in a lot of ways and completing one set of lessons, learning some new ones. But what I'm finding, I keep hearing intuitively overnight, yeah, something does shift for you. What I'm finding, okay. So we've already had Jupiter trine natal Uranus, and the 16-degree mark is the entry point to the 2nd house and the 8th house. It's not going to be Jupiter. I don't really see it being Saturn either. Pluto, Moon. I think it's June now because she doesn't retrograde till the end of the year. So Neptune. Chiron's not having a major conversation with these. Interesting. Okay, let me go over to the eclipse chart and see. Let me pull from the eclipse chart because there must be something going on with these eclipses. And this is June. Let me just see. May 15th, we get the 25th degree of Scorpio. Oh. Oh. Okay. It's a lunar eclipse. Rochelle, are you pregnant or expecting a child or trying to get pregnant? Is that something that you are presently trying to do? Are you trying to bring a baby in? Damn. I see you having fertility issues or fertility problems. You might, but later in life is something that would happen for you with kids. Rochelle, I just want you to be mindful because what I'm seeing here is a series of energies as I'm looking at this. I'm seeing a series of energies that could do a couple of really funky things with childbearing, child rearing. And I don't like it. I don't like what I'm seeing there, but I'll just give it to you how I see it. There could be a project that you have been working on that suddenly comes to an end. You could get pregnant and then miscarry without meaning to. That's something that I see could happen with this energy here. If you, or are you trying to adopt? Let me see what you said here in the chat. Or you could just suddenly get pregnant. I'm seeing that as a thing too. Michelle says, I have one. Girl, no. Avoiding. I have one grown child. Okay, so just be mindful because I'm seeing, unless you have had it in such a way where you just can't get pregnant, but you're still ovulating, etc. A child could decide to just pay you a little visit, Rochelle. So just be mindful. I don't know what kind of birth control you use or how sexually active you are, but this is looking like child energy to me. And unfortunately, it looks a little bit like the potential is high for something like a miscarriage. But it's not guaranteed that that's what happens. The other way that this energy could play out is it's like a child comes in from a past life. And it's like you kind of know, like it's like it kind of came out of the sex came out of nowhere, the pregnancy came out of nowhere, boom, now you're a mother again. And so yeah. That's what this looks like. And then this is like your last child that comes through. A project, I mean, if you want to think about this in completely other ways, it does look like maybe a project. It kind of land in your lap that's like once in a lifetime. It just doesn't look like that kind of energy to me. It looks more like health related, specifically around the pregnancy world. So just be mindful of the way you're utilizing this energy. The last way I could interpret this is like money falls in your lap out of nowhere, which would be nice, like a job or a project that you thought was long dead, long gone, something that you were like, I'll never work for those people again. They come out of nowhere with a wad of cash and they're like, Rochelle, we need you. And you're like, well, that money's kind of right. I'll do it. It could be like that. And then that just one moment of saying yes to this job kind of completely changes your life. That's the way it looks, generally speaking, at this point, Rochelle. But let's see, do you want tarot or oracle about this? Let me know, which one are we doing? And then we'll go back to Home Sweet Planet. And then after Home Sweet Planet, we're going to do Fun. That was a fantastic name. Where's Rochelle? Rochelle. I'm inclined to do tarot for you. I need to keep the list moving, Rochelle. So let's go ahead and do this tarot because I need to make a decision so that I can read for some other people because your reading already went on a little longer than it needed to. What is, let me go back to the question and focus on the question. I feel like a huge financial breakthrough and abundance is about to happen. I'll let you know what's going on. Yeah. Okay. Well, it kind of looks like, didn't look like money to me, but it might be money, but it did not look like money to me. Hopefully it's the last thing that I said. Hopefully it is someone out of nowhere is like, here's money to do this project. Like if you're hoping, Rochelle, like let's just say a project you've been working on needs an investor. With Uranus hitting that 8th house, you could get an investor, but just not with some of that other stuff I saw. It just looked really wonky around sex and kids and becoming a mom. It looked like there was some real risk of that as well. So just be mindful. But yeah, if you're like building out a project, I wanted to come out before and I pay back in. If you're building a project, you could find investors this summer and it could happen like overnight and completely change things for you. Yeah, I still get this thing, something coming out of nowhere that's affiliated with your past. So Magician, I see you trying to manifest something here. 5 of Cups reversed. This was the one that wanted to come out that I put back in and then it came right back out, the 5 of Cups, and it came out reversed the first time as well. And then the final piece in this spread is the 6 of Cups. So I'm using the Light Seer Oracle deck, and what's fascinating with the Light Seer Oracle, in both the Magician card and the 5 of Cups card, there is a portal that opens up. And in the Magician card, what we're seeing is somebody utilizing the portal to pull something out. And in the 5 of Cups card, we're seeing somebody utilizing the portal to pour their sadness in, to release it. And so, yeah, this is telling me that some kind of portal like opens for you. And something that needs to get released gets released, and something that that's ready to come in comes in. Again, there's this past life vibration here, and I mentioned this during your reading. It's like a child from a past life comes in, and that's definitely echoed on this card. We have very much a memory. There's a child with a dog here in this card on the 6 of Cups from the Light Seer Tarot. And then we have that same person having moved through time, becoming an adult with the same dog. And so there's child energy here, but this child is like a child from a past life. Now, the other way this could play out that I'm seeing this, like I said in your reading with the chart, is it's like this vibration of something you used to do, long since gone, nowhere in sight at the moment. With this eclipse and the Uranus movement into the 8th house, it just pops right into the present. Like, here I am. And somehow, some way, like you've been trying to manifest this, the money is right. And emotionally, you're like, great, let's do this. And things just move forward. And it's like, I never thought this would happen for me in this lifetime, even though I always wanted it to. And I was working toward it. Magician reversed. That 5 of Cups reversed is really talking about, yeah, there's something coming out of a portal, like coming out of a past for you that's going to manifest into the present and change your world. So that's what I got. That's what I got, Rochelle. You'll have to let us know what happens. We'll be waiting with popcorn and bated breath. Okay, home sweet planet. It's your turn. Let's go ahead and do yours. Let me come back up here. Cool. Kylie, it's so funny that you wanted to manifest a Taurus person, a Taurus man. Home Sweet Planet is not a Taurus man, but you did manifest a Taurus, so good job, Kylie. Home Sweet Planet has shown up. Now, let's see what's going on here. Canada, Toronto, May. Happy upcoming birthday, 5/2/1980. $12:58 p.m. All right, let's see what's going on. Using my first and 10th houses, can you give me guidance towards my soul path career? Sure, why not? Let's take a look at your soul path career. A couple of different things. First of all, I just want you to understand that the career path for you in this lifetime, and you already know this if you were born in 1980, is not an easy road. With Chiron sitting in your 10th house, this is going to be a long road. Work for you is never going to come easy. Knowing where you fit and how you serve and how you give and getting along with, you know, coworkers and stepping into your true light in this lifetime is just a challenge. It's just a challenge with Chiron in the 10th house. Will you rise to the occasion? Yes. Sun is also in the 10th. And so there's this energy here that's really talking about you being the kind of person who has the ability to shine even in her dark places, to let her wounds be a lesson for others and guidepost for other people. Home Sweet Planet. I love this energy for you because, especially with Virgo sitting on the second house, the sign of the body sitting up here on the 10th, and in the house of service, house 6, we have Capricorn. All these earth energies are talking about the need to do something that's tangible in the third dimension, likely having to do with health and well-being and restoring structure to people's health and well-being in some way, shape, or form. Now, I don't know what you've done up to this point, but I have found people with these placements find both success and satisfaction mutually when they're doing things that have to do with like medical care, holistic care, that have something to do. Oddly, I'm also seeing you could potentially do something with kind of like project management, but I don't really recommend that for you. I see that really being, you need more flexibility than you have available to work in the realm of project management. And with so much fixed energy, it's just not, I see you butting heads with people in more ways than serves you or serves them. And so I say all of that to say, when it comes to work, working in your own way, doing your own thing, running your own business with so much fire and earth in your chart and so much fixed energy is going to be best for you. This is the kind of energy that works well in an organization if and when you are allowed to kind of do your routines, operate your systems. Organizations don't really work like that at this moment in time. There's so much hyper flexibility required from employees who are multi-use players, like utilitarian employees that can kind of fit anywhere, I don't see you having that capacity to flex. So working for yourself is probably going to make you feel the best in the health and wellness arenas, in any capacity. So physical fitness trainer, chiropractics, doing work with health coaching and food. I see food being something that's really awesome for you to get into in any capacity. Chef, if you wanted to chef, you'd be an amazing chef. You'd be very, very, very good at it. If you wanted to do some work in the realm of, yoga instructor, acupuncture and herbs, you wanted to do something acupressure, you wanted to do something with like bioenergetics, like craniosacral, probably a lot less interesting for you. I see that being quite boring, but something where you can really see work with the body and then see tangible change and results with people. I see that being most fulfilling and allowing you to have the most financial success and satisfaction simultaneously, where you are working for yourself. With your chart, you keep trying to work for organizations. I see you continuously hitting walls and ceilings with that cause you to question and get angry and upset. And then there's these, like, I see willpower struggles in your chart with people. So if you can kind of skip that, I think that's going to work really best for you. All right, Rochelle, or Home Sweet Planet. Let's get into your tarot. Do you want tarot or oracle, Home Sweet Planet? Something where you can apply your own structure is what's really going to work well. Tarot or oracle? Which one do you prefer? After we do Home Sweet Planet, then we're going to do fun. So fun, get your stuff ready. Okay. So we did Home Sweet Planet. Pamela G. Pamela G, you are next. Let me see. Fun too. Okay, yeah, you are Pamela G. Okay. 1, 2. Pamela G. So you're next. Fun 2, Pamela G. It's your turn. You can go ahead and paste your question. Fun 2. That would be great. And then after I do fun 2, then I'm going to do Crystal. Crystal N. Okay. Geez, where did Home Sweet Planet go? I don't know. So I'm hoping that tarot is cool for Home Sweet Planet. I'm going to go ahead and provide that. What was the question? Let me just get back into focusing on the question while I pull. Using my guidance toward my soul path and career. Okay, yeah, let's take a look. Soul path and career. What is the soul path and career
Actually, tarot does not feel right. The Lightworker Oracle deck feels like this is going to give you more guidance than. Let me share screen again. So there's at least something being shown on the screen. Home Sweet Planet. Oh gosh, wow, that came out of nowhere. Just popped right out. Yeah, this makes sense. This makes total sense. Okay, Master Hilarion and Archangel Raphael. Let me just put this in. And let me come back. So your messages for your career path, when you pick Master Hilarion and Archangel Raphael, part of your divine purpose is to develop the power of your mind and use it for healing purposes. If you change your mind, you can change your world. Guidance and healing inspiration can come to you daily, helping improve your own life and the lives of others. Healing and opening the mind to new realities and possibilities are the gifts of Ascended Master Hilarion and Archangel Raphael. The mind of a light worker needs spiritual light, information, understanding, and wisdom in the same way that human bodies need food, water, and clean air. The hunger for wisdom can push you to seek knowledge, and this can be a healthy impulse. However, if you love knowledge so much that you keep seeking without taking time to digest, integrate, and apply what you've learned, you may end up confused or mentally exhausted. The mind rarely rests except through meditation, and even then, rest is not guaranteed. Resting the mind can be a tricky thing for intellectually oriented or highly creative people. Learning to switch off mentally will help you remember and apply what you're learning so that you grow not in knowledge only, but also in wisdom. Home Sweet Planet, you've been absorbing a lot of new information. You may feel you have so many tasks to do that you don't know where to start, or that if you stop to rest, you'll never get through it all. And this is causing mental stress, which is diminishing your productivity. It's time to slow down, cleanse your mind with the assistance of Master Hilarion and Archangel Raphael. Okay, let me see. This oracle also comes with a message for you. If you are interested in healing that involves the mind, mind-body healing looks like it would go a long way for you. Whether this be psychology, psychotherapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, hypnosis, NLP, philosophy, or a course of study, you are encouraged to explore it. The other thing that I see here for you, based on this chart, is like medical intuitive kind of work. If you wanted to go that route of doing any kind of medical intuitive, I see you be very good at it. If you feel inspired to work with your belief systems through affirmations or other techniques for mental reprogramming, such as guided relaxations and meditations, you're encouraged in this too. Your mind is developed and powerful, and you will work well with such techniques. So yeah, it's about using the mind to heal the body, which makes a lot of sense. Using the mind, Taurus, Mercury. And working in partnership, mind-body partnership, Libra, third house, Sun in Taurus, Virgo, second house. This is all about the mind-body healing. Okay, 44, seventh ray of ritual, order, and ceremony. And this makes sense to me as well, because this is about structure, that card. And one of the things that I see with so much fixed energy in your chart is you have the divine gift of bringing and maintaining and holding structure. And so this goes on to say, when the gift of the seventh ray enters your life, something new is being formed, something that will benefit your world. There may be an increased interest in magic, ceremony, and ritual for healing purposes. Resonating with high frequency, violet light, and the Archangel Zadkiel, the seventh ray, also helps transmute energy from lower to higher frequency. It's a spiritual cleansing agent that allows truth of spiritual freedom, empowerment and choice to be seen and felt, restoring hope and joy to the heart.
The seventh ray is very active upon the earth at this time. All of humanity is being affected by it. The seventh ray is the push pull between the old and the new, the life that has been and can no longer continue, and the new life that wants to evolve. It honors traditions and ancestral wisdom that serve new life. When the seventh ray enters your life, you're asked to balance your attachment to what has been with openness to the new. And that's a really big lesson for people who have a lot of fixed energy. When you have a lot of cardinal energy, the lesson is to not stop beginning again. Let something stick, see something through. When you have a lot of mutable energy, the lesson is to stop being so flexible, learn to have some backbone about a thing. But when you have so much fixed energy, it's about stop being so attached, learn how to let go. So this is what the lesson is. It is a time to fearlessly question what has been, honor what continues to hold value, and dismiss what no longer serves. The seventh ray also creates form from invisible, intangible, spiritual energy. And there again, are we talking about using the mind to heal the body? These are inspired solutions and synchronicities that seem to come out of nowhere. They are signs of the divine order happening. The seventh ray brings an alignment with that divine order. And the more you are willing to invoke and allow that energy to bless you, the more your life will align itself with the genius of creativity, solutions, and loving opportunities the universe wants to bring. The challenge with the seventh ray is to not become obsessed with the future, with the new, to the extent that you forget about the valuable aspects of what already is. And what I'm seeing in your chart is that the challenge for you personally is to not become so fixated on what should work, what has been, what is already in existence and where you fit, so that you're not paying attention to what's new, what's next, what's coming, and not paying attention to how you can work with what's coming. That seems to be more your challenge. It's the opposite energy. Okay. The gift of the seventh ray is the ability to live as an embodied, there's that Taurus energy, the body, live as an embodied divine presence. For humans who don't trust or even recognize the love of the divine in their hearts as yet, those who do are great supporters. The seventh ray empowers us to use loving ritual, and ritual is something fixed energies are very good at. Routines and ritual are the gifting of fixed energies that they bring to the rest of us. The seventh ray and loving ritual to invite divine presence to fill us in our lives. It also teaches us how to use our consciousness to clean up our own energy field and the energy field of the world around us, so the divine can show its face more clearly. So if you've been like down in the dumps about this, about not knowing what your purpose is and where you fit, if you've been in a place where you're like, like you're holding on to negative energy about yourself because of that Chiron in your 10th house, this is your sign to drop it, to let it go. It's not worth holding on to those negative feelings because they're actually starting to hold you back from the fulfillment of that which you are here to do. Thank you for letting me read for you. I appreciate that. Home Sweet Planet. Now we're going to move on to Pamela G. Fun too. And then we're going to do Crystal. Where is Pamela G? Where is Crystal? Crystal, are you here? Where are my people at? Where are my people at? If I don't hear from you guys, I may have to refund you because you two are the last ones on the list for today, and I'm thinking about wrapping up. So if anybody else wants to get on the list, you can. I'll probably take 2 or 3 more. Otherwise, if nobody jumps on the list and I don't hear from these two, I'll refund them and we'll close out for today. All right. Thank you guys for hanging out. It's been fun to be here with you. Really fun to hang out. Let me know. Are you guys here? If there's anybody else here who has a question, who wants to jump on the list, or just has an astro question, you can do that while we give them a minute to catch up in the chat. They may have left, which sometimes happens. I advise people don't leave, but I understand sometimes you got to do what you got to do. We'll give this a couple more minutes. Is there anyone else who has a question, an astro question, or Reiki? I totally fucking forgot. Okay, so I do not see those ladies, so I am inclined to refund them and move on about the evening. Thank you all so very much for letting me read for you today. It's been a pleasure and an honor to be here with you. If you'd liked for me to read for you in the future, the best thing, if you enjoy the mini reading format, is to get on my private list. You can sign up for that over on my website, kmoonastro.com. Over there, you can also book a private reading for yourself. And in that reading for the 30-minute or the 1 hour, I have the ability to look at anything you need, anything you have questions about. There's some sample questions or things I can look at on my site. If you're not sure, but you want to spend a little time together, you can have a look at that page. Just under the booking, there's a link to it that lets you know, hey, if you're not sure what to ask, here's the link to some sample questions. So thank you all for being here. It's been such a treat to chat, and I look forward to seeing you all next time. Take great care, everyone. Bye for now.